Grace is a 17-year-old girl who strictly adheres to her family's rules, living a life constrained by strict religious beliefs and household regulations, including prohibitions on makeup, tight jeans, parties, or interacting with boys. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. 1. My blonde hair up in a ponytail, I looked in the mirror and shrugged. I was 17 now, but not much had changed since I was 7. I mean, sure, I grew taller, my body changed, but the rules were pretty much the same. No makeup, no piercings, no parties, no boys. Those were things sinful children did. I checked to make sure I had everything I needed before zipping my bag up, slinging it over my shoulder, and heading downstairs. I met my mum in the kitchen, frying pancakes. "Good morning, Mum." I kissed her cheek and grabbed a plate. I noticed her nose wrinkling at my choice of clothes. I had worn jeans. I wasn't allowed to wear jeans. They were tight and showed off too much of the body. My parents said, "Good morning, dear," she finally replied, not saying anything about the jeans. I put 2 pancakes on my plate and grabbed the syrup before plopping down on one of the stools around the kitchen counter. "Good morning, family," Dad said, coming into the kitchen. He was already dressed for work in a blue button-up shirt, tucked neatly into black slacks. He kissed Mum on the cheek like I had and plopped down at the kitchen counter, opposite me, and Mum put a plate piled with pancakes in front of him. I finished chewing before greeting him. Good girls don't talk with food in their mouth. "Good morning, Grace. Please pass the syrup," he said while reading the headlines of the morning paper. "Stranger things in Wood's new curfew enforced." I shivered. "We just had to move to Valley Hill, didn't we?" My father got transferred to the Valley Hill branch of the company he worked for. We just arrived in town 2 days ago. So yes, I was starting my senior year of high school in a completely new environment. Lucky me. "We'll pray for the town," I said, knowing Daddy would be happy I said that. He smiled at me, nodding in agreement, and I ate the last piece of my pancake. I took a gulp of orange juice and grabbed my bag. I had 30 minutes till school started and I had to walk. "Bye, Mum." "Bye, Dad." I headed to the door. "God be with you, honey," I heard Mum calling out after me. I closed the door and patted my pocket, making sure I had my key. Valley Hill was a really pretty town, quaint. The town was surrounded by woods. Thick woods with tall green trees that you could barely see the top of. It was a town with one of everything. One supermarket, where you got everything you used on a semi-daily basis. One small mall where you could get clothes, shoes, the result being almost everybody dressed alike. One gas station. You get the idea. The walk wasn't long, about 7 to 10 minutes. "Welcome to Valley Hill High School, home of the Wolves," the big sign in front of the school read. A few students milled about, talking in groups. These were people who'd known each other since birth. Who went to the same kindergarten, the same middle school. I was going to stick out like a sore thumb. As I walked towards the building, people stared at me not so discreetly, whispers going round. I kept my head down and walked faster. The office was pretty easy to find. It was bland as expected. The room was a combination of beige walls and hardwood floors. A radio crackled noisily in a corner. "Good morning, dear. You're the new girl, I presume?" The secretary pulled a file from a drawer and read the name Tamara finally. I nodded. "Okay. I'm Mrs. Cooley, but you can call me Gladys. Here's your schedule. You have English first. So, you'll want to take your right at the end of the hallway. It's the 3rd door on your left." I smiled and thanked her. My locker wasn't that hard to find. I dumped my books in there, making a mental note to bring stuff to stick on and bring some life into it. I followed Gladys' directions and found my English class. There were just a few people in the class since the bell hadn't been rung. All eyes snapped to me as I stepped into the class. There were a group at the back, 4 boys and 2 girls. I ignored them and chose a desk front and center. The bell rang and more students started coming in and taking their seats. A middle-aged woman walked in, her hair pulled back in a low bun, glasses balanced on her nose, sensible shoes clacking on the floor. She gave me a nod, but otherwise didn't acknowledge me, and I was glad. I didn't need more attention. I heard the chair next to me dragging, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw somebody settling into it. I felt the person's eyes on me. My stomach squirmed. I braved a peek at the person and found myself looking into deep grey eyes. A boy. His eyes seemed to be pulling me in. They were so warm and calm. I snapped my head back to the front, heart thumping. I'd seen those eyes before. 2. I walked into the cafeteria, assessing the crowd. Somehow, my mind went back to the grey-eyed guy. I had rushed out of the class immediately the bell had been rung, not giving myself a chance to give in to curiosity and talk to him. The dreams had started a few months after my 16th birthday. It wasn't really clear. I'd be running in the woods, laughing, and beside me, running too, were grey eyes. I couldn't see any other feature of the person. Just the eyes. I chose a table at the far back, taking small bites of my cheese sandwich. I kept my eyes down, not wanting to catch the eyes of any of the people staring at me. I heard the clatter of a tray being dropped on the other side of the table, and I looked up to find a small redhead. "Hi," she gave me a small wave. I nodded at her, food in my mouth. "Do you mind if I sit here?" she asked, and I shook my head. She sat down. I remembered seeing her in the English class that morning. She had a small round face. She was really pretty. She seemed calm, her hair being the only wild thing about her. I swallowed my food. "Tamara Grace." "Kira," she smiled, "she had even white teeth. Everybody's talking about you, you know." I gritted my teeth. "Yeah, I feel like a walking lab experiment." She laughed. "It's not your fault. We haven't had a new student here in years. You moved into Harry's old house, right?" "Who?" "The last new student we had. Cream House, at the edge of town, right?" "Yeah, how long have you lived here?" "I was born here," she shrugged. "Lucky. I had never stayed in a town longer than a year because of my dad's job. I didn't know how it felt to have childhood friends and all that." The bell rang. "What class do you have now?" I checked my schedule. "Art. I have geography, but the art room is on my way." She hooked her arm in mine. "Come on, I'll show you." The art teacher was young, her name was Lisa, and she wanted to be addressed that way. I loved art. It was practically the only class I felt at home in. This time, I'd chosen a table at the back. I didn't like people seeing what I created. I pulled out my sketchbook and the other stuff I would need. There were 11 of us in the class, and everybody had a table partner but me. The door burst open and my heart stopped. He nodded at the teacher, and she didn't say anything about his being late. He scanned the room and tried to sink lower on my stool, but it was practically impossible to hide in a room of 11 people. His eyes stopped on me and he smirked before making his way over. "Oh Jesus, please, please, please don't let him sit beside me." His bag landed on the floor next to mine, and he balanced on the stool, and butterflies erupted in my stomach. Lisa started explaining what she wanted us to do today. "What's your name?" I still then continued moving my pencil on the paper, as if I hadn't heard him. Out of the corner of my eye I saw him reach for my bag, and I dropped the pencil and snatched my bag up, hugging it. "What do you want?" I whispered, not wanting to disturb the other people. "She talks," he muttered. "What's your name?" "Tamara Grace," I snapped. "Now leave me alone." After that, we did our work in silence and I let myself go. When the bell went, I snapped back to reality and looked at what I had created. I sighed when I saw that it was the same drawing that had dominated my sketchbook in the last year. A pair of grey eyes surrounded by darkness. I slammed the book shut. I didn't need the grey-eyed boy next to me seeing that. His bag was packed, but he seemed to be waiting for me. I picked up my bag, and ignoring him, walked out of the class, glad the day was over. He easily caught up with me. "Where do you live?" I sighed knowing he wasn't going to leave me alone, apparently Harry's old house. I saw his jaw set, and his face became hard. "Are you okay?" I asked. He relaxed. Yeah. "Let me take you home." Yeah, like Daddy wouldn't already make me fast and pray for 7 days if he saw me walking and talking with a boy without the boy bringing me home. "No thanks. I'm good. Come on." He grabbed my hand and started pulling me outside. "Leave me alone." I paused, realizing I didn't know his name. "Gray," he said. "Like his eyes." I pulled my hand out of his grip. "You are not taking me home." "Why not?" He seemed genuinely confused. I scoffed. "He's gotta be kidding because I don't know you." He stiffened. I didn't wait to hear what he had to say. I turned around and headed in the direction of home. I heard footsteps behind me. "Why are you following me?" "Look, I won't walk beside you or anything. I just want to make sure you get home safe." He was stubborn. And that's how we went. He didn't disturb me. The only indication he was still behind me has the shadow I saw on the ground, not far from mine. I stopped when I got to the last bend before my house. I didn't want to take the risk of either of my parents seeing him behind me. "Bye, Gray." His eyes softened. He seemed sad. "Bye, Gracie." He called me Gracie. 3, Gracie. I heard a voice call out from behind me. "Gracie." The gray eyes in my dream yesterday now came with a voice. They said Gracie. I waited for him to catch up with me. He had a lopsided grin on his face. He wore black jeans and a black hoodie. His dark hair was messy, but it suited him perfectly. "Hey," he greeted, throwing an arm around my shoulders. I shrugged it off, but he put it right back. The butterflies in my stomach started dancing. I started walking and he continued beside me. "Hi. You get home okay yesterday?" I rolled my eyes. "What, I was supposed to get kidnapped since I didn't have you shadowing me?" He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. The group of people I'd seen him with when I had entered the English class yesterday waved him over. "Your friends want you." He shrugged. "They can wait." One of the boys shouted his name and he frowned at them. "Sit with us at lunch." I noticed we were drawing a lot of attention. People were staring at us and whispering. Did the people at this school seriously have nothing better to do? "Why in the world would I sit with you?" He removed his arm and faced me. "Because we are friends. It's something friends do." I narrowed my eyes at him. "I just met you yesterday." He sighed and put both his hands on my shoulders, stooping to look me in the eye. "See Moon Gracie." He paused. "Please." I sighed. What was seriously the worst that could happen? "Fine, okay, great." Then he pulled me into him, wrapping his arms around me. The butterflies were definitely throwing a party, with all the fluttering they were doing. I felt my face go hot. Then I felt him sniffing my hair. "What on earth? Did you just sniff my hair?" I felt him nodding yep. Then he did it again, and a small groan came from him. I felt like pulling him back when he let me go. "Okay, seriously, what is happening to me?" "Bye," he said, going to meet his friends. "See you in English." I nodded. Okay, what in the world just happened? I just let a boy touch me. 2 days in this place and I'd hugged a boy. Daddy would flip a lid if he knew. He'd say I was going to rot in hell. I don't want to rot in hell. What the hell was that? Kira said, startling me. Oh hey, Kira. Good morning to you too. My night was lovely, thanks for asking, I said sarcastically. She rolled her eyes. Come on. You were just talking and hugging the old grey. What did she stop herself from saying? The grey. Her eyes darted sideways. Yeah. She was definitely hiding something. I was going to say the hottest guy in school but I didn't press it. Again, what the hell was that? I shrugged. Nothing, baby, that certainly wasn't nothing. He just wanted me to sit with him at lunch. She stopped and turned to look at her. What's up? And you said no, right? What? You told him no? Her voice was strained. Right. No, I didn't. I frowned. What's up, Kira? She sighed and took my hand. That family is cursed. You should stay away from him. Yeah, sure, whatever. Kira was the only friend I'd made here, and I didn't want to fight with her, lose her over some boy. Gray was late to English class even though he'd been in school before me, which I found weird, and the seat beside me where he sat the day before had already been taken by some jock. The first game of the season was tonight, and the football players were all wearing their varsity jackets with Wolves printed boldly on the back, and when Gray walked in, he was sporting one too. My goodness. He plays football too. I noticed a scowl creep onto his face when he noticed somebody was already beside me before heading to the only remaining seat at the back of the class, and I exhaled in relief. Now I just needed to get out of sitting with him at lunch. Gray's POV. I leaned on the wall beside Gracie's AP Physics class, watching all the other nerds pouring out of the class. I knew when she was coming when I smelt her. My God, I love her scent. I jumped right in her path when she appeared, making her drop her books. Great, she scares easily. Sarcasm. What are you doing here? She immediately asks. This is exactly why I've always dreaded having a human mate. I've always mocked the few of my friends that ended up with human mates. Karma's a fucking bitch. It's so stressful to actually have to go through the stress of getting the girl to fall for you before you can tell her that you're a wolf and all. I knew this girl would be especially hard because she wasn't fawning over me like the rest of the school female population, both human and wolf. Great thing I'm not the next to be alpha. That responsibility fell on the person who wanted it, and I'm eternally grateful to the moon goddess. I'm here to take you to lunch, I stated, taking her arm. She pulled her arm out of my grasp. About that. I'm sorry, but I can't sit with you. Great. Fucking Kira had filled her head with rubbish. You promised. She didn't. But for a girl like her, her word actually means something to her. We had reached the cafeteria doors now. I know, I'm really sorry, but something came up. And with that she crossed the room to a certain redhead, who was glaring at me. I didn't go after her. It's bad enough I actually had to beg her this morning. I went over to my table and sat at the end of the bench beside Mason. Good luck with that one, man, he said, smirking. I know, right, Ryan said from the other side of the table. She's one hot piece of ass, though, earning him a glare from me. Why's she not sitting with us? Mason asked. Fucking Kira. I grabbed his can of soda and crushed it, oblivious to the soda fizz pouring all over my hand. Kira. 4. Gray's POV. The art class was relatively silent, with only the sounds of brushes on easels and pencil on paper. Gracie was beside me, totally focused on her work and completely ignoring me. I always thought when I found my mate it was going to be fucking awesome. Having somebody love you no matter how many times you screw up, not having to be afraid they'd cheat on you. But here I am. With a human for a mate. I don't hate her, quite the opposite. But it hurts to have your soul joined with somebody else's, and love them so much, and not have the same love returned. It hurts. It hurts when I have to shadow her, when I want to be right beside her, holding her hand. It hurt that I had to beg her to even be around me. It hurt when she chose to sit with Kira over me. It hurts when we're sitting right beside each other, and she pretends I'm not there. I hate that it hurts. The last bell rings and I look down at my sketchbook, not surprised to see yet another drawing of Gracie. I hate that I'm acting so weak just 'cause some girl isn't paying me attention. But then she's not just some girl. I shove my stuff into my bag before turning to her. You ready? I don't need you escorting me. So, thanks, but no thanks. She rolled her eyes and slung her bag over her shoulder. I didn't bother replying. I was following her whether she liked it or not. She huffed when she realized I wasn't backing off and headed out of the class. I smirked and followed her. Dude, meeting at the pack house. Let's go. Mason stopped me as I got off the building. Gracie, a few yards ahead. I'll meet you there. I have something to do. I weaved through the students in the car park until I was just a few meters behind the blonde. So, where did you move here from? I asked as we got out of the school compound. No reply. Ah, okay. Do you have any siblings? I tried again. Still no reply. Gracie. She whipped around and marched up to me. Don't call me that. I don't have to answer to you. I don't know what you're trying to do with me, but I have a fair idea. I'm not one of those girls. So, please leave me alone. You have a game this evening, so go and practice or something. She is so pretty. I realize she just told me off, called me a player and told me to stay away from her, but all I noticed was how absolutely beautiful she was. Dude, where are you? The meeting's about to start. Mason mind-linked me and snapped me out of my thoughts, and then her words actually settled. I gritted my teeth. She was already way ahead of me, but I easily caught up to her. Look, Grace. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do anything with you. I just want to be friends. I'm sorry for following you and all. I don't think you're one of those girls. I really don't, Grace. I paused. If you want me to stay away from you, I will. There were so many lies in my little speech. I am trying to do something with her. I'm not sorry for following her. I certainly don't just want to be friends, and I sure as hell won't stay away from her. She paused and then continued walking again, without looking at me. I still followed her. When we got to the last bend to her house, she stopped and turned to me. Mississippi. She said I moved here from Mississippi. And then she turned the corner. I stood there for a while and made sure she actually entered her house. Gray? Calm your pants down, Mace. I'm neither the alpha nor the alpha to be. The meeting can start without me. I mind-linked back before heading into the woods and shifting. The meeting had started by the time I got home. My dad was up in front of the pack, and beside him was my brother Jared. He stopped talking when I entered and everybody's eyes were on me. Jared shot me a frown. I ignored them and went to stand beside Ryan and Mason. My father, also known as Alpha Jackson, continued whatever he had been saying. We have set the date for the ceremony to be 2 weeks from today, where I will be handing over alpha duties to my son Jared. Everybody clapped. And he and his beautiful mate, Chloe, will be crowned the alpha and lunar of the Red Water Moon Pack. More applause. In other news, the new alpha of the Red Water Pack has invited us to his territory to renew our peace treaty with him, and a few of us will be leaving this weekend. The Red Water Pack was the pack in the next town over. Story is that there had been a terrible war between their pack and ours many years ago, and the elders eventually intervened with a peace treaty, which we had to renew once every year, or when a new alpha comes into power. I tuned out as I usually do at these meetings, and plugged my earbuds into my ear. Mason nudged me when the meeting was over. Where were you? I shrugged. I had something to do. With Gracie, Ryan sang, wiggling his eyebrows. Shut up, I snapped, and don't call her that. He ignored me and turned to Mason. You know, it's still early, but I can tell he's going to be totally whipped. I rolled my eyes. You're going to have to start acting more responsibly, Jared said, coming up to us. I didn't need his shit right now. I stuck a smile on my face. That's your role, remember, brother. You're the alpha. He smirked, his black hair, neatly gelled back with not a strand out of place gray. I have a game to get to. I pushed past him and went up to my room. I took a quick shower before the guys and I got in my car and headed back to school. And as I got onto field, realizing how much I'd missed the euphoria that came with being on a football field with lots of people cheering you on, I looked up into the bleachers, and I stopped in my tracks. Because there she was, smiling right at me. Gracie. 5. Grace's POV. I tried to push the guilt out of me as I snacked on a container of Pringles and tried to focus on my passage for the day. Yep. My parents gave me a passage from the Bible to read every day and later discuss at dinner. Today's something about obedience. I read the first verse for the millionth time, but it still wasn't sticking in my brain. All I could think about was how mean I'd been to Gray. He was the only other person at the school that had even tried to talk to me after Kira, and look how I was behaving. I closed the Bible and put my head in my hands. I was such a people pleaser, I really didn't know how to relax when I know I've hurt somebody. I made a snap decision and covered the Pringles container and licked the salt off my fingers. I'd never been to a football game in my life. My mother said it was a sport for boys, and she saw no reason why a good girl would want to watch boys. I met Mum in the kitchen stirring something on the stove. Dad wasn't back from work yet. "Hey sweetie," she said when she noticed me. "Help me shred the cabbage, will you?" I carried the ball from the counter to the sink to wash it first. I had no idea how to even begin this conversation. "So Mum, there's a football game in school tonight." That's nice." She flicked the spoon over her palm and tasted it. "Kira is going." At least that was true. My parents already heard about Kira at the dinner table the night before. Everybody talked about their day at the table. I hadn't mentioned Gray, though. "We haven't met Kira." "She's good. I promise Mum." I decided to just come right out with it. "Can I please go to the game?" She was chopping tomatoes now. She didn't answer me. "Mum?" She put the knife down and finally looked at me. "Tamara Grace, what business do you have at a football game?" "Huh? You wore jeans yesterday and now this. We only just moved here and you're already rebelling." I lowered my head. She was right. I was about to go to a football game just because of a boy. I'm sorry. I had finished shredding the cabbage. I dried my hands on a dish towel and went back up to my room. I sat down at my desk and picked up the Bible. I had finally gotten to the 7th verse when my phone dinged with a new message. I never got messages. I swiped at the screen. Unknown. "Hey B. Please tell me you coming to the game." It wasn't that hard to figure out who it was after reading the message, considering I had only just given Kira my number that day. I quickly saved her number before replying. "Me." My mum said no. "Sorry." Her reply was almost instantaneous. "Seek moon. You seriously can't be thinking of missing the first game." Me. "Well, I don't even have a choice. I'd have to pass my mum to get out the front door." "See, well, then go out the window." Me. "What?" "See, well, if I remember correctly, there should be a huge oak tree right outside the window in your room." Me. "Whoa. Stalker much?" "See, I remember from when Harry lived there." "Climb out your window." I laughed. Me? Climb out of a window. I was the biggest klutz there was. I sometimes tripped on literally nothing but my own 2 feet. And to think I had thought this girl wasn't wild. Me. "Sorry, see, but I didn't put breaking my bones on my schedule for today." "See, come on, Mara." Me. "When did you start calling me Mara?" "See now. Don't change the subject." I sighed. One part of me really wanted to go to the game, but another part, the good Christian girl part, wanted me to stay at home and study my Bible. And I knew which side I had to listen to. Me, I'm sorry, C. I'll have to skip this game. C, fine. I didn't know you were so antisocial. I flopped down on my bed and stared at the ceiling. I'd been called worse things than antisocial, so it didn't really bother me. But there was this nagging feeling that I was missing something. I'd never really felt like I was missing out when I watched my friends in my previous schools go out and have boyfriends and get drunk. I actually pitied them. They were going down the road to hell and they didn't know it. But it was my final year in school, and I had never been to a party, or even just hung out with friends after school hours. Grace, honey, dinner's ready, but finish studying your Bible verses before you come down, my mum yelled up the stairs. And then I made a decision that I might or might not have regretted. I changed into my one pair of jeans and a grey t-shirt, and I climbed out my window. I didn't break anything. I did a little dance of victory before heading in the direction of the school. I began to doubt myself as I walked down the dark road lighted only by the three-quarter moon that was poking its head slowly out of the grey clouds. The tall trees cast shadows on the road. I instinctively walked a bit faster, muttering Psalm 23. I calmed down when I saw the bright lights of the school. I stopped and stared at it. I knew I was going to get caught. It was inevitable. My mother would come to my room to call me for dinner when my father got home, and then she would discover I was gone. I could still get out of trouble if I turned and ran back home now. Well, I didn't. I followed a bunch of girls onto the field. It was bright, really bright. I found a seat and searched the field. Even though I didn't want to admit it to myself, I was looking for one boy in particular. The girls I'd followed from the parking lot ended up sitting right behind me. When the players all came onto the field, I instantly recognized him. He was the tallest one there. Then, almost as if he knew I was there, his eyes met mine and he smiled. I found myself smiling back. I don't know how long we were staring at each other, but the trance was broken when I felt arms wrap around me. Mara. You came. Kira squealed, hugging me. I was usually a hugger, but it was way too sudden. She pulled back. No broken bones, eh? We laughed. The game began. After a lot of shoving and running, the game was over with our school declared the winners. The crowd around me erupted in cheers. Kira cheered along with them, but I just sat there, feeling very out of place. I decided to do what I came to the game to do in the first place. Apologize to Gray. I told Kira to wait for me and descended the bleachers. I found him easily again, only this time, he wasn't surrounded by big, tall teenage boys, he was surrounded by short, squealing teenage girls, and he looked to be soaking up all the attention. I bit my lip and debated if I should go up to him. Ugh, this is stupid. I'll just apologize to him tomorrow. Grouchy Grace. He pushed his was out of the circle of fans and jogged up to me. Hey. You came, he grinned. He was sweaty and his curly hair stuck on his forehead. Hi, I smiled. I guess I did. I took a deep breath. Look, I'm sorry for early. It's okay, he cut me off. No, it's not. He cut me off again. I mean it. You don't have to apologize. I understand where you were coming from, so I hesitated. The boy wasn't all that bad. It couldn't hurt to give him a chance. Even if I would have to keep him from my parents. Friends. If it was possible, his grin became even wider. Definitely. Somebody clapped Gray on his back. Congrats, man. Celebration at Joe's. I'll meet y'all there. He turned to me. You wanna come to Joe's with me? Joe's was the name of the only diner in town. I was in enough trouble at home, as was no thanks. I'll head on home. Do you want a ride? I actually did. As much as I didn't want to get in a car alone with him, I didn't want to walk home alone now that it was even darker. Yes, please. Let me tell Kira. I ran back up to Kira. Hey, Gray's taking me home. I can ask him to drop you off too if you want. I saw her eyes look over my shoulder and then back to me. No, go on with your Prince Charming. I'm going to Joe's. And then she left. I really didn't understand why she had such a big problem with Gray. Are you ready? Gray said from behind me. Yep. His car was surprisingly clean and fresh smelling. I don't know why, but I expected much worse. I snapped my seatbelt on. We were going a short distance, but I never took seatbelts for granted. So, did you enjoy the game? I'm going to pretend I totally understood what was going on the field and say yes. He laughed. Not a fan, huh, Grace? Gracie. I didn't like the way Grace came out of his mouth. I guess I was already kinda used to Gracie. He smiled. The rest of the drive was in silence, and when the car finally stopped at the corner, I wished the ride was longer. In the romance books I hid under my bed, they'd have said it was because I wanted to spend more time with him. Nope. I knew my parents were waiting on the other side of that door, and I was going to be swimming in a bowl of hot soup as soon as I stepped in. I stared at the house, building up the courage to actually walk up to it. Everything okay? Gray was looking at me with concern. Yeah, I said uncertainly. Yeah, I said again. It would be fine. They couldn't kill me, they were my parents. Right? I opened the car door. Why? By Gracie. Okay, I definitely preferred Gracie. My feet felt like lead as I walked to the door. My father's truck was parked in the driveway. I twisted the knob slowly. My eyes met 4 furious ones. The road to hell is wide and big, Grace. Hi people. I hope you're enjoying the story so far. I love to hear from you. Please vote and comment. XO January 6th. The road to hell is wide and big, Grace. I gulped. My father was on the sofa, with his legs propped up on the coffee table, a tumbler of whiskey in his hand, while my mother was perched on the edge of the armchair. Where have you been, Grace? He asked, the dark liquid swishing around in his glass. With my father. Once the whiskey was out, the trouble began. I considered lying, saying I went for a walk, but I wasn't sure I would be able to answer the follow-up question of why I left out my window. School. My mouth was dry. He chuckled. And what did you go to do at school? There was a game. I cleared my throat. A football game. He sipped from his glass. And what have your mother and I told you about football games? My heart was thumping, my voice came out in a squeak. Good girls don't go there. Are you a good girl, Grace? I really did not want to answer that for 2 reasons. I felt that it was a trick question. 2, with my recent affiliations with Gray, I wasn't sure saying yes would be being honest. He drained his glass and slammed the glass so hard on the table that I was surprised it didn't shatter. I asked you a question. He shouted suddenly, making me jump. Why yes. He chuckled and then very slowly stood up. What is the 5th commandment? I was shaking. I looked over at my mother, silently pleading with her to help me, but she just looked away. I don't like repeating my questions. He roared, oh, obey your father and your mother. He started making his way toward me so that your days will be long. He chuckled again, as he stopped right in front of me. Do you think your days will be long? He was closer to me now, so I didn't want to risk getting him angry. I quickly shook my head. No. He roared in my face, you're going to die. And then when you die, you're going straight to hell. I shook as tears ran out of my eyes. All this for a boy. 3 days fasting and prayer. You're only allowed to drink water. And then he went upstairs. I was still trembling, my head ached. I felt arms wrap around me. Sweetie, don't cry. You know he only wants the best for you. I hugged her back, comforting myself with the sweet smell of coconuts in her hair. When I calmed down, I dragged myself up to bed, and even though I wanted to fall right asleep, I got on my knees and prayed. It was lunchtime and I had no idea what to do. I couldn't go to the cafeteria because I was fasting and I knew Kira would ask me questions I didn't want to answer. Speaking about Kira, I didn't know what to think about her anymore. She seemed to have a slightly mean side. Calling me antisocial just because I was saying I didn't want to sneak out, and then the bitterness on her face when I told her Gray was taking me home. I found myself at the doors of the cafeteria and sighing. I turned around and went to look for somewhere to spend the next hour. Gray's POV: I hadn't seen Gracie today, and my wolf wasn't letting me rest. I half listened to whatever Ryan was going on about and focused on the door, waiting to catch a glimpse of her. My wolf started jumping for joy when we spotted her at the doors. She stood there for a while as if contemplating coming in, then abruptly turned and left. Frowning, I got up and went after her. By the time I got to the hallway, there was no trace of her, but her scent was still there. And so was my ex-girlfriend Lily. Lily has always been my idea of perfect. Long legs, curly black hair and blue eyes. I was quite disappointed when I turned 16 and found out that she wasn't my mate. After that, I just prayed to the moon goddess for my mate to look exactly like Lily. Gracie didn't. "Hey G-Bear," she greeted, blocking my path. Hey, I had missed her. Not as my girlfriend, but simply as a friend. Lily and I had been friends since we were 2. Our mothers were and still are best friends, which made for some pretty awkward dinners after we had broken up. After the breakup, things just never went back to normal between us. We were still friends, just not as close as we were before we dated. I was hoping I'd run into you. She looped her arm in with mine. To say my wolf didn't care for her touching me would be the understatement of the century, so I gently took my arm out of hers only for her to grab it right back. "I have some things to discuss with you. Can it wait?" "I have to." No, come on." She started pulling me towards the cafeteria. "No. I have to go look for somebody." I raised my voice, but immediately regretted it when I saw the look on her face. She dropped my arm like a hot potato. "Oh, okay. I'm sorry." Her face was scrunched up as she turned around to go. I sighed and grabbed her hand. "Sorry. What did you want to talk about?" Her face immediately brightened up, and her perfect smile, that has always warmed my heart, made its way onto her face, and I followed her into the cafeteria. "Oh, shut up. Lily'll only take a minute, then we'll go and look for our mate," I reasoned with my wolf, who seemed to think he could just dig his way out and go and look for Gracie on his own. "Or maybe I'll just see her in art." 7. Gray. She wasn't in art. I sat still, eyes trained on the door, not bothering to attempt any painting. Her scent was there, and it was fresh, which means she did come to the class at some point. I was really hoping she was just in the bathroom. The minutes tick by and still no sign of her. "Fuck this. I'm going to the bathroom," I announced to the teacher rather than ask, and she just smiled. I really did head to the bathroom, just hoping that for some reason she was there, but before I even opened the door I knew my mate wasn't in there. Did she go home? She had skipped lunch. Maybe she wasn't well. Arg, it's impossible to figure out how girls' minds work. For all I knew, she was just on some diet or something. Wouldn't hurt to check her house though. I went out through the side entrance to the school that most students, especially the humans, didn't even know existed, and practically sprint towards Gracie's house. There was no car parked outside, so I took it her parents weren't home. I considered taking a chance and knocking on the front door, but even I knew it would be weird for me to just show up. I figured out Harry's old bedroom must be hers now. I let out an involuntary growl thinking about Harry. The bastard. I headed round to what I assumed was her window. Her scent was strong, so I knew she was in there. There was an old oak tree right outside her window. I looked around to make sure there were no nosy neighbors to call the police about a boy peeping in a girl's window. It was still pretty early though, kids were still in school and parents were at their jobs. Reassured, when I didn't see anybody, I swiftly jumped onto the branch directly outside her window, being careful to hide behind some big leaves, and looked in. She was sitting at her desk, her long hair flowing down her back, bent over some book. So she skipped class to study. As if she sensed me watching her, her head snapped back and I quickly ducked out of sight. She seemed to go back to her book, but then stood up and shut her curtains. All right, I get the hint. I'm going already. I jumped back on the ground soundlessly, and decided to just go home. Your father said to see him immediately you get home, the guard said as I walked into the house. I don't have time for the old man right now, I said and started to walk away, but he blocked my path. Your father said to see him immediately you get home, he repeated like a robot. What did he want now? I headed to his office, shoving the guard with my shoulder as I walked past him. You ordered, I said, walking into his office without knocking. He didn't look up from the papers he was studying. Sit down, Grayson. I'd much rather remain standing if you don't mind. And my name's Gray. He looked up then and met my eye. Sit down. As much as I would have loved to walk out of that room, this life, and slam the door on my way out, even I knew when not to mess with him. He's still the alpha. I flopped onto one of the chairs in front of his desk. Why were you late to yesterday's meeting? Is that what this is about? I had stuff to do. No way in hell I was telling him about Gracie. You are not a child anymore, Grayson. You have to start taking your responsibilities seriously. I couldn't help but laugh. He had got to be kidding. Well, Alpha, let me remind you, I am just a pack member, not one of the pack leaders. I have no special responsibilities to this pack. I showed up, didn't I? He growled. Do not forget who you are talking to. I assume I have been properly scolded. I'll take my leave. He didn't stop me as I walked out of his office. Responsibilities. Fucking hilarious. Gracie. My stomach growled loudly, disturbing the peace of the library, and I sipped some more of my bottled water. This wasn't my first fast, but I had never felt this hungry before. I remembered I hadn't eaten since the previous day's lunch, and even then I'd had only a banana. Yuga, I groaned as pain shot through my stomach. I'd already missed most of my classes and I figured it was time for art now. I stuffed the calculus textbook I'd been trying to study into my bag and proceeded to drag myself to the art class. I thought about stopping by the nurse's office to get something for my stomach pain, but she'd probably want to know when last I'd eaten. I walked into the class and flopped onto my stool. Not surprisingly, Gray was nowhere to be found. I clutched my stomach as pain shot through it again. I couldn't do this. I really couldn't. I couldn't sit upright for the next hour. Luckily the art teacher hadn't arrived yet. I walked right back out of the class and headed home. Tamara Grace. Mum called out as I closed the front door. Yeah, she stuck her head out of the kitchen. Why are you back so early? Are you sick? My stomach hurts. Oh honey, she went into the kitchen and then re-emerged, drying her hands slightly on her apron. Sorry. You just have 2 more days of fasting. She placed her slightly damp hand on my forehead. You'll be fine. Why don't you go upstairs and study your passage? Mum, can I just eat something? Just a little, I won't tell Dee. She immediately stepped back from me, her eyes hardening. Tamara Grace. I believe I raised you better than this. I don't know why you believe I would sin against God and disobey my husband. Go to your room and study your passage. Your father will be in to discuss it with you after we have dinner. It was clear the conversation was over. I don't even know why I tried honestly. She didn't give me any food when I was 6 and had to fast for 2 days for mistakenly breaking a plate. Why would she give me now? 1 day down. 2 to go. 8, Gracie. Okay, my first week of school wasn't that bad. I met a boy who makes my stomach flutter weirdly, made a friend, snuck out of the house to a game, rode in a car with said stomach-fluttering boy, got caught, fasted. And yeah, that's all. Who am I kidding? That's more action than I've gotten in my 4 years in high school. I sigh. It's been a long week. I cheer up when I remember today is the last day of my fast, which meant I got dinner tonight. My stomach grumbled at the thought of food. The gentle scuffing of shoe against pavement reminded me that I was not alone. Yep, Gray walked me home for the remainder of the week after nearly chewing my head off for leaving school early on Wednesday. He had seemed genuinely worried about me. To be honest, Gray hadn't turned out to be what I expected at all. He was nice and really hadn't tried to force me into anything. He kept his distance, but I still always felt his eyes on me. I stopped and turned to look at him. What have him the right to be so cute? Gracie, are you okay? I realized I was still staring at him. Let's walk together. His eyes brightened and he full-on grinned before quickly striding to my side. We continued in the direction of my house. How was your first week? He asks. It was different. I chose my words carefully. At least I made a friend. Oh come on, he pouted. I'm your friend too. He was even cuter with a pout. I laughed. You are. I'm your best friend, Gracie. The butterflies in my stomach had to be throwing a party. Whoa, next thing I know you'll be weaving friendship bracelets, I teased. Sure. I certainly haven't started already. He darted his eyes around, acting nervous. Gray? I laughed and he stared at me, his eyes wide. What? Nothing, he stuttered, looking away. See, Moon, why were you staring at me like that? It's just you said my name so. I had called him by his name before, hadn't I? I like it, I smiled. We were already at the last corner before my house. All right, I'll see you on Monday. He looked sad. Yeah, sure. Bye, Gray. I emphasized his name. He smiled, showing his teeth. Adios, Gracie. I felt his eyes on me until I stepped through my front door. Gray? Gray, where have you been? Jared shot as I walked into the house. He and a couple of the pack leaders, as well as my father, were gathered in the living room, getting ready to leave for the red water pack. I ignore him, heading for the stairs. Grayson. I smile genuinely when I notice she's in the room as well. Good afternoon, Mum. I chuckle when I have to practically bend to kiss her cheek. I'll never get over how small she is. How was school, dear? She tilts her head up to look at me. It was school. How else would it be? She laughed. Come on. I hear there's something you've been keeping from me. I let her lead me away from the room and outside to the garden. Me? I said, acting shocked. Why would I be crazy enough to keep something from my own mother? Really? So when were you planning on telling me you found your mate? Fudge. Soon. I was honestly going to tell her, but I wasn't sure she wouldn't be so excited that she'd tell my father. How did you find out? From somebody who cared enough about me to keep me in the loop, she teased. Fucking Mason. I was going to tell you, Mum, honestly. Yeah, whatever. Why haven't you brought her over yet? Or have I met her? Is she from our pack? Her excitement was literally bouncing off the walls. Calm down. I laughed. You'll meet her soon, you know, when she starts letting me even touch her. She wrinkled her nose. All right then. I've got to go say goodbye to your father. I watched her go. I wondered how she would react if I told her my mate was human. I'd never been sure about my mother's view on humans. For her, it depended on the situation. For my father, however, well, let's just say he didn't plan to be best friends with one anytime soon. Nor father-in-law. I sighed and headed to my room. I wasn't going to watch everybody wish my father a safe journey. The man could die for all I cared. I ate dinner alone that night. My mother was wallowing in her room since my father was gone, and none of the pack members decided to come to the dining room since their alpha and pack leaders weren't around. I hated how everybody's lives seemed to revolve around him. I wolfed down my large portion of spaghetti that somebody had thankfully prepared for me quickly. I didn't want anybody to meet me in here and try to make small talk. After finishing dinner, I went out onto the back porch. I couldn't shake this feeling I had, as if something bad was about to happen. The night was lovely, with a million bright stars spreading out over our house and the forest that lay behind it. Everywhere was calm, the water in the pool was practically screaming my name. I wondered if Gracie knew how to swim. I smirked, it certainly would be fun to teach her. Holding her waist, trying to get her to float. Normally just thinking about my little mate would calm me, but it wasn't working. Something was happening, I just hoped it wasn't to Gracie. I shuddered, thinking about somebody harming her. I pulled my tank top over my head and my cargo pants off, leaving me in just my boxers, and dived right into the deep end of the pool. I savored the effect of the cool water on my body. I didn't know how long I was in there before I heard Ryan mind-linking me. What he said made me rush towards the house without bothering to put my clothes back on. Most of the pack was gathered in the living room around someone. They all moved out of the way, and immediately my eyes fell on the person they were all gathered around. My heart fell. No, Gray, no, this can't be happening. I'm sorry, Gray, but they are dead. 9. Gray? No. Gray, no. What are you talking about? How could they die? We were ambushed. I'm sorry, but they were just too many and you don't know what you are talking about. I shook my head, backing away. He doesn't know what he's talking about. They were all looking at me like I was some wounded pup or something. I needed to get out of there. I took off running, shifting and shredding my clothes in the process. Once I was out of the door, I raced towards the woods. My father, my brother. They weren't people I really liked. Okay, to be honest, I detested them, but I didn't want them to die. Mum was going to be devastated and I knew I was a huge coward for not making sure I was there to comfort her when she heard. I slowed down when I recognized where I was. I was at the corner before Gracie's house. I didn't know how I had gotten there, but now I could see her house in the distance. I trotted slowly towards it, making sure to keep in the shadows. It was pretty late and very few people were awake, but I still had to be careful. Exactly, Gracie was most definitely asleep. What in the world was I doing here? The light in her room was still on. Was she awake? What was she doing up so late? Is she okay? I raced up the tree and tried my best to hide myself in the trees. It wasn't easy, but thankfully, my fur was midnight black, so I melted into the darkness easily. Gracie was sitting at her table. Did she spend her whole time there? She didn't seem to be reading anything this time, though. She was just staring blankly at the wall, her head in her hands. What was she thinking about? Me? You wish. My hearing was extremely good as a wolf, even better at night when the town wasn't so noisy. I heard her sniff and then dab her eyes with a tissue. She was crying. My wolf growled. Neither of us liked the idea of our mate crying. Who the fuck hurt her? I almost jumped into her room hearing her sniffle again, but I remembered I was still in wolf form. A black, giant wolf paying her a visit at night probably wouldn't go down well with her. I didn't realize I was growling so loud until Gracie's head suddenly snapped to the window. Fuck. I didn't have enough time to hide, so she was looking right at me. She squinted and then stood up and walked over to her window, all the while not taking her eyes off me. What the hell do I do? She stood there for a few seconds, staring at me, her mouth dropped open a bit, and then she shut the window and drew her curtains. Well, that was anticlimactic. I honestly didn't expect the reaction. I didn't expect her to invite a wolf in for a cup of tea, but I at least expected her to scream, throw things at me. I mean, she just saw a big black wolf outside her window, staring at her, and what did she do? She shut her window. What if I was a bad were? A window couldn't stop me if I wanted to hurt her. Why didn't she call for help? Does my mate want to get killed? Who does that? Seriously. I could still see her shadow in front of the curtains. She hadn't moved. She stood there for a long time before she finally put her light off. Well, time to get back to reality. I hopped down from the tree and began walking home. I didn't hurry. What was the use? People were dead, there was nothing good to meet at home. The night was oddly still beautiful. I didn't know what I expected, for the clouds to turn grey and rain start pouring down because my father died. Whatever. I got clothes from one of the trees around our house, and once again thanked whoever's idea it was to keep clothes in the forest for emergencies. After getting dressed, I took a deep breath and opened the door. With my wolf hearing, I had heard the chaos from a mile off. My mother was sitting on the floor screaming and thrashing while the people around her were trying to comfort her, and at the same time avoid a kick to the shin. Mum, she stopped immediately she heard my voice. Gray, she stood up. Did you hear? I nodded. She started coming towards me. Her face was shiny with tears and sweat, and her hair was all over the place. It can't be true. Right, Gray. It is not true. He isn't dead, right? Mum, my voice cracked. It hurt me to see her like this. She put her hands on my shoulders, looking up at me. It's not true. Tell me it's not true, Gray. Abel is not dead. Mum, please. It came out barely a whisper. She broke down and began crying again. Come on, it's late. Let me get you to bed. She allowed me to pull her without protest up the stairs and into her room. Just lie down, Mother. She obeyed, collapsing onto her bed. It's not true, she kept muttering. Shhhh, just close your eyes for a minute. Just a minute, she whispered. I stayed until her breathing became steady. She looked exhausted. She adored my father for whatever reason. I really didn't know how she was going to cope without him. I might have hated him, but the entire pack relied on him. What was going to happen now? 10. Gracie. He was acting weird today. From when Gray arrived in school today, late, I knew something was wrong. He barely glanced at me, saying that might sound really selfish, but that had never happened before. He had bags, luggage under his eyes, and his clothes were wrinkled. I tried to tell myself that I didn't care. It didn't matter if he wasn't doing okay, because he was finally leaving me alone, which is what I wanted from the beginning, right? Wrong? I don't know what it was, but something kept pulling me towards Gray, and I didn't know why. My heart was aching by lunchtime, and he was the only thing on my mind. Which is why I didn't resist when I found myself waking to his table at lunch. His friends saw me coming and their eyes widened. Okay, maybe this was a bad idea. We weren't even necessarily friends. And I was inviting myself to their table. What if he got angry with me, or made a scene in front of the cafeteria? Well, it was too late to turn back, because I was at their table. Gray's head was on the table, so he hadn't seen me coming. His friends were still staring at me. Hi. Gray's head snapped up, and soon as he heard my voice, I licked my lips nervously. I'll sit down. I had barely finished my question when an arm wrapped around my waist and I found myself in Gray's lap. He wrapped his arms around me and nuzzled my neck. Wait, what? I squirmed and he groaned. What are you doing? Thank you, he whispered into my ear, sniffing my hair and drawing in a long, deep breath. I squirmed again, and he finally let me go as I scrambled onto the bench space beside him. Why was he thanking me? My heart was beating fast. The whole cafeteria was staring at me, at us. That was the closest I'd ever been to a boy. I was seriously ashamed to say I kind of missed the warmth of his body. I'm going to hell. Well, nice to meet you too, babe, one of his friends across the table said, and stretched out his hand. I'm Ryan. I reached out to shake his hand, but Gray grabbed it, and I would say. Growled. At Ryan. Ryan raised his hands and laughed. I was just introducing myself, but I can definitely tell it's going to be fun riling you up. The boy beside Ryan slapped the back of Ryan's head. He hit his head on the ground when he was a baby. Never been the same. I'm Mason, by the way. I smiled and nodded, still not trusting myself to speak in front of 3 boys. Well, aren't you going to tell us your name? I'm perfectly fine with calling you Cupcake, but I have a feeling I might not live much longer after I say it. He looked at Gray out of the corners of his eyes. Oh, sorry. I'm Tamara Grace. Tamara Grace. Ryan tested my name. Can I call you Gracie? A low rumble was heard from beside me. No, you can fucking not. Her name is Tamara. It was the first time Gray had really spoken since I arrived at their table, and my heart fluttered a little. All right. Tamara, you better do something to fix him. His mood's going to kill us before the end of the day. Mason slapped the back of his head again. Let's go. They picked their stuff, Ryan grumbling throughout. Nice to meet you, Tamara Grace. Mason shot over his shoulder as he dragged Ryan out. And then we were alone. Okay, technically not alone since we were in a room full of people, but still we were alone. And I was overly conscious of the fact that Gray hadn't let my hand go since he stopped me from shaking Ryan. My tiny hand was still gripped in his thumb occasionally sweeping over the back of my hand. He was looking straight ahead, and I wished he would let me see his eyes. Are you okay? I asked softly, and then his gray eyes settled on me. The bell rang. I stood up immediately. I hated being late to class. He stood up too. Let's go. I picked up my bag and only then did I realize I hadn't even touched the sandwich I had brought from home. We went out of the cafeteria and into the hallway. Navigation was easy seeing as everybody moved out of the way immediately they saw Gray coming. We turned a corner and stopped outside of the art classroom. You're not coming in? I asked. No. I have some things to do. Oh, I felt angry with myself for the amount of disappointment I felt simply because he wasn't coming to class. I'll see you tonight, and then he was gone before his words really registered. Tonight. 11, Gracie. My foot couldn't stop bouncing as I stuttered, or more accurately, tried to study my passage for the day. Tonight. What in the world had Gray meant by that? Was he coming here? Was I going there? Going where? I didn't even know in what direction his house was. Tamara Grace. Dinner. Great. I was going to have to wing it when my father asked me about the passage because I sure as hell hadn't learnt anything. I closed my Bible and headed downstairs. Just as I reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard my father's truck pull up. Mom placed the last bowl on the table and stood by the chair, waiting for him to come in. His car door slammed shut and soon after, the front door followed. My mother was the first to react. Honey. Welcome home. She moved forward to help him take his jacket off. How was work today? Those were the exact same words she said every day. Dad grunted in response. His exact response every day. Good evening, Father. He didn't look at me. He never does. He sat down at the head of the table, and my mother and I took our respective places after him. We never sat down before him. The father is the head of the house. Let us pray. Those were always his first words. We linked hands. Father, we thank you for my work today. We thank you that I work hard to provide for my family. We thank you for the food my wife has prepared. Help us not to sin, for we understand sin is paramount to death. Amen. Amen, my mother and I echoed. Dinner was usually silent at the beginning, just clattering of cutlery on the ceramic plates. And then your day? He would ask, invariably while stuffing something into his mouth. I always went first. School was interesting. I was early. We learnt trigonometry and maths. The teacher said I'm a fast learner. I wisely left out the part about sitting at a table with 3 boys at lunch and actually getting hugged by and holding hands with one of them. I much more wisely left out the part of said boy saying something about seeing me tonight. It was for everybody's good. At least that's what I tried to convince my conscience with. Mum said she had cleaned the house and gone to the supermarket before embarking on a 30-minute praying session that afternoon. Nothing new there. More silence. My father never said anything about his day. I finished eating first, seeing as I was starving, having not eaten lunch. I then had to wait for my parents to finish so that we could pray and I could escape to my room. My eyes kept starting to the wooden clock that hung on the wall behind my mother. Tick. 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 Tock. It was night, right? So was Gray on his way. I shook my head at the ridiculousness. He wouldn't know where I lived since I always left him at the corner. Right? Tamara Grace, pray for us. My father's voice jolted me. Even more than usual since I was thinking about something I knew would get me a dry fast for like the rest of my life. I gulped. My mind was dirty, filled with one boy's name, and he wanted me to pray. My mother kicked me under the table. Oh Father Lord, we thank you for this meal, we thank you for my mother who prepared I. My father cleared his throat. I moved it along. We ask for forgiveness, and pray for protection, as we go to bed. Amen. I carried my plate to the kitchen immediately. My father was going to be up soon to ask me questions. I needed to get to studying, and fast. I ran up to my room, closing the door behind me. I turned around and I nearly screamed. Nearly, because I had enough sense to stop myself, just in time, as I recognized who the figure in black was. Gray? I whisper yelled. What are you doing here? How did you get here? How? Slow down, princess, he chuckled. No, no, no. You can't be here. I know, I do know. I mean you cannot be here. My father is coming to my room soon, and he will slaughter me if he finds you here. I heard my father's step on the bottom step. I'd never been so grateful for creaking floorboards. He's coming. You have to get out of here. Where should I go? It irked me that even as my heart was beating a mile a minute, he was still as calm as ever, his hands buried deep in his sweatpants pockets, and that blasted smirk on his face, looking at me as if I was the most amusing thing in the world. I don't know. Just I was on the verge of tears now. My father had reached the top of the stairs. I heard his footsteps coming toward my room. And Gray was still standing there. Please, please you, I heard my bedroom door open. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Gracie unexpectedly discovers that her friend Gray is a werewolf, a shocking secret that not only astounds her but also fills her with fear and a sense of betrayal. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. 12. Gracie spun around to face her father. He stood in her doorway staring at her. Gracie's face was contorted in pain and fear. It angered me that her father scared her this much. I wondered what he does to her to instill type of fear in her. I mean, with the look on her face, I wouldn't be surprised if she started peeing on herself right there. I really wanted to jump on him and do something, anything, that would make that fear go away. Who were you talking to in here? Her father asked. Oh right. Me? Well, I was outside, in the tree. I had jumped here before her father saw me, but from Gracie's body language, I knew she thought I was still in the room. She looked behind her at that point and I saw her shoulders sag in relief when she didn't see me. Allah is not an answer, he cut her off. I was praying. He looked at her for a few more seconds before deciding that he believed her. Okay, get your Bible. Let's start on the passage. I decided that was my cue and jumped down from the tree. Gracie. Thankfully, the passage was something I'd done on my own before, so I breezed through my father's questions. I exhaled when he said good night and left my room. I'd never in my life been as relieved as I was when I realized Gray had somehow gotten out of my room before my father saw him. I still wondered how he did that so fast. Did he jump out of the window? I ran to the window and looked out. Nope. I felt relieved and sad at the same time. Relieved that if he had jumped that he wasn't laying there, hurt and sad that he wasn't there, meaning he had probably left. I turned away from the window and decided to get ready for bed. At least I would see him in school tomorrow. I didn't know what it was, but something made me want to be near him, or at least see him a lot. Boo, my heart jumped into my throat as I turned. Oh my gosh. Gray? You scared me. I was scared, but I also felt like shouting for joy that he was here. It was quiet for a few seconds as we looked at each other. Hi, I said, suddenly feeling shy. Hi, he smiled. Sorry for scaring you, yeah, because I was really mad about that. Sit down, I led the way, and by way, I meant the 20 centimeters, to my bed. We both sat down and then neither of us spoke. The room started to feel smaller. I was in my room with a boy. I was alone in my room with a boy. I was alone in my room with a boy. Gray was just staring at the ground. Are you okay? I asked. Huh? Oh yeah. He paused then laughed. No, I'm not really okay. What happened? My father and my brother died. All the things I was expecting, I wasn't expecting that. Worse, I didn't know what to do. I'm sorry. I whisper. I've never known how to comfort people, and situations like this usually just made me feel really awkward. I did feel awkward, but for the first time, I wanted to try. I wanted to make him feel better. Don't be. It wasn't your fault, and my father wasn't really a good man. Now I felt awkwarder. Oh? It's just, sure he wasn't good. He was manipulative and selfish, but he sighed, he was still my father. I understood him completely. I might not understand why my father does most things that he does, but I still would die if anything happened to him. I was about to say I was sorry before I remembered what he said. I decided to be honest. I don't know what to say. He looked at me, his eyes were slightly red, as if he was trying really hard to hold himself back from crying. You don't have to say anything, Gracie. Just being here with you is okay. He looked back at the floor. And Jared? Now Chloe's alone and they are saying that I'm the new alpha, but I don't want to be the alpha, you know. I know my father didn't want me to be. He suddenly looked at him, and his eyes widened. What in the world was he talking about? Alpha. He looked really scared now though. I didn't think he meant to say all that to me. So I did the next logical thing. I hugged him. He was overwhelmed. I couldn't imagine losing both a parent and a sibling at the same time. That was probably what was making him say rubbish. I felt him sniffing my hair again. What was with that? Each time he was close to me, he took a deep breath in my hair. He slowly relaxed into me and put his arms around me. We stayed like that for a few minutes before he released me. Thank you, he said, his eyes soft. For what? For being you. He leaned in close and my heart started racing. He's going to kiss me. Is he going to kiss me? He hovered right in front of my face for a few seconds, his warm breath tickling my nose. And then he shifted his head up and kissed my forehead. He walked over to my window and swiftly got onto the tree branch. Good night, he said, before going into the darkness. 13. Gracie. Another week flew by, and after spending a lot of it with Gray and his friends, I realized that boys weren't as bad as my parents made them out to be. They always told me that all a boy would want to do to me was grab me, defile me and chuck me, but what I had found out was that boys were a lot like girls, just much less complicated. Speaking of complicated girls, Kira had stopped speaking to me since that first day I sat at Gray's table. She just ignored me whenever I tried to talk to her, and changed seats if I tried to join her at lunch. Grace balls. I smiled as Ryan slung his arm over my shoulder. He had settled for calling me that since Gracie didn't quite go over well with Gray. Wanna come to the lake with us after school? I don't know. I had heard so much about the only lake in town from them. Gray will be there, he sang. He knew just how to get me. I will think about it, yeah right. My answer was a big yes. I don't know, I just really liked hanging out with Gray. He was always super sweet and take your arm off, and also super possessive. I turned to greet Gray as Ryan raised his hands in mock surrender. Hi Gracie, he smiled. I loved it when he smiled, he had a deep one-sided dimple. Hey, has Mr. Hansy over there told you about the lake after school? I mentally rolled my eyes at the name he gave Ryan. It was kind of weird how weird he got about boys touching me even mistakenly. Yep. I'm coming. Whose car are we going in? Mine. Okay. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I walked out of the cafeteria, feeling a lot of eyes on me. People stared at me when I first started at this school, but since I became friends with the guys, they gawked. Very openly. Gray and the guys didn't seem to notice, or if they did, they didn't mind. But me, I was used to being a wallflower. At all my previous schools, I doubt anybody even noticed when I left. So all this attention wasn't easy to get used to. I slipped into one of the stalls in the bathroom, and did my business. When I came out, there was a really pretty girl touching up her makeup in front of the mirror. I kept my head down and headed to the sink to wash my hands. Hi, her bright voice startled me. Hey, I smiled. I love your shoes. They are really cool. I looked down at the gray sneakers that I'd had for about a year. Cool. Thanks. They are not exactly new, though. I dried my hands on a paper towel. Really? I couldn't tell. I'm Lily, she offered her hand. Tamara Grace, I shook it. Nice to meet you, I have to go, though. Yeah, sure. Why? Well, if that wasn't weird, I don't know what is. People that looked like her were never that nice. So, were things different at this school? I took my seat next to Gray at the cafeteria. What took you so long? Ryan asked. Met somebody new. Really? Anybody we know? I don't know, Her name is the bell rang. We have to get to class, I'll tell you guys about her later. Gray? I looked at Gracie in the rearview mirror, wishing she was right next to me instead, but Ryan called shotgun, and even after he offered to move to the back after getting a stink eye from me, Gracie had insisted that he stay in front. The drive to the lake was short, like the drive to anywhere else in this tiny town. Last one in is a goat. Ryan yelled as soon as the car stopped and he and Mason took off running, discarding their shoes. Gracie burst out laughing as Ryan tripped on a stone and tumbled into the sand. She grabbed my hand and started pulling me towards the water. Come on. I laughed and gladly let her drag me. I honestly would let her drag me anywhere. Just as long as she was happy. She undid her laces and kicked off her shoes and I did the same and we ran into the water. Gracie shrieked as Mason sent a wave her way. Don't splash her. I laughed and splashed him. I'm cold, I heard Gracie say, and my head snapped to her. I immediately waded my way to her. You're cold. She nodded. Stupid. 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 Look what you've done now, Gray. You've gone and gotten your mate wet. What if she gets pneumonia? Or a cold? I wrapped my hands around her, hoping my body heat would warm her up. And then she did the unexpected. She pushed me into the water. You tricked me. I screamed. She and the guys were laughing so hard, they were crying. I'm going to get you. All of you, I had to admit, it was pretty funny. Okay, I'm sorry. Here, let me help you up. She offered me her hand. I took it, and pulled her into the water on top of me. Klitsch, I know. But I will take any and every opportunity to touch her. Get a room. Ryan yelled and Gracie blushed a bright red. Gosh, even her blush was cute. She scrambled off me, and we got back to splashing each other. It was around 6 when we finally decided to get out of the water and head home. We were all completely soaked, which wasn't a problem for the boys and I, but apparently was a big problem for Gracie. My parents can't see me like this. She was genuinely panicking. Your spare clothes? Mason asked me. Right, the spare clothes I kept on my boot in case I shifted somewhere not close to home, and I needed clothes after. Yeah. I have some sweatpants and shirts in my boot. You just go around with spare clothes. She raised an eyebrow. Yeah, for I scratched the back of my neck. Lying was usually very easy for me, but I had found out that lying to my mate was incredibly difficult. Jim. You work out? She asked. I did. Every werewolf has to keep fit. Yeah, I sighed, happy that at least there was one truth. My parents would be suspicious about me wearing boy clothing, but I really don't have a choice, do I? She seemed to be talking to herself. I made a mental note to get some what. What do girls wear? Well, I'll find out and get some of them in my boot just in case something like this happens again. I don't like seeing her this sad. Okay, I'll change in the car, you guys, face the lake. I covered my smirk with my hand as I turned around. My windows were fully tinted, so there was no chance of us seeing her even if we were facing the car, but I did it to make her happy. 4 minutes later she yelled, "Are we going or what?" The guys and I exchanged looks and coughed to disguise our laughter. Yeah, are we going or what? Ryan mimicked as he got into the back and Gracie sat in front with me. 14, Gracie. It surprised me, myself, that I wasn't afraid to walk into my house in boy clothes. Even if my parents considered sweatpants and a plain t-shirt unisex, the fact that the clothes were twice my size would tip them off. I was a tall girl, standing at a little over 5 feet 9 inches, but Gray was 6 feet 6 inches, so you could say his clothes didn't exactly fit me. But as I stopped outside my door, whatever bravado I had been feeling as an after effect of spending time with Gray disappeared. I felt safe with Gray. When I was with him, I felt like even if pieces of the sky started falling and hitting everybody, that for some reason, because I was with Gray, I wouldn't be touched. It was inexplicable, and I tried to avoid figuring out the reason behind it. But here, in my home with my father and his rules, I was alone. Gray could save me from the world, but he couldn't save me from the man whose DNA I carry. So, I found myself hurrying away, and round the side of the house until I got to the tree outside my window. I look up. How in the world will I climb this? But Gray did it, so it can't be that hard. I jump but narrowly miss the first branch. I try again, and this time I get it. I grab it with both hands and swing myself up. The tree is quite sturdy, so I'm not afraid of one of the branches breaking under my weight. I get into another branch, thanking God that I was dressed like this, otherwise, I'd be flashing my entire neighborhood. But then if I was dressed as I usually am, I would not be climbing a tree into my room. My father's car pulls into the driveway just as I get to the branch leading to my window. Fudge! The branch is wide enough for me to walk, but I still crawl. You know, just to be safe. I slide my window open and hop in, trying to be as quiet as possible. I hurriedly get out of the clothes. My original plan was to get changed and then go back down the tree, and then walk in the house through the front door, as if I was just getting back from school, but with my father back, I dare not. I wear a sweater and one of my shorter skirts and head downstairs. My mother looks surprised to see me. I didn't know you were home, dear. I came in while you were in the kitchen earlier. I had a headache, so I just went to sleep. The lie slips off my tongue so easily, it scares me. My mother nods, believing me. How's your head now? Much better. I was just tired. I take my seat at the table. Good evening, Dad. He grunts and we start our dinner ritual with prayer. When I enter my room that night, I notice my window is still open and go over to close it. Before I close it, however, I look outside and across the street. In the dark are a pair of bright yellow eyes, staring right at me. I squint, trying to get a better look. A dog? No, it's much bigger than a dog. My phone dings with a message, distracting me for a split second, and when I look back, the dog-like creature is gone. A shiver runs down my spine and I slam the window shut and lock it. Lunch, tomorrow. The message is from Gray. Great, I'll tell him about the yellow eyes. The smell of eggs and bacon, and lots more greasy stuff welcomes me as I push into the diner. The place looks like it came out of an 80s black and white movie. Red booths, white aprons, pinball machines, only thing missing were long frilly skirts. I spot Gray almost immediately in the back, talking to a girl. I can't see the girl's face clearly, but it looks oddly familiar, and she's touching Gray's shoulder, and they are both laughing. Something ugly rears its head inside me, and I start heading towards them. Gray notices me and he stands up, smiling brightly. Well, good morning, my Gracie. It's at this point that the girl turns around and I notice that it's the girl from the bathroom yesterday. Oh hi, she says brightly. Tammy, right? Tamara, I correct tightly. She did that on purpose. I move around her to stand beside Gray. Right, her laughter is tinkly. Sorry. I'm not very good with names. I want to just reach over and pull her long blonde hair that she keeps swishing around. I've never felt this territorial before. I just want her far away from Gray. You two know each other? He's surprised. I ignore him. For some reason, I'm angry with him. Angry that he was talking and laughing with her. Oh yes. We ran into each other in the little lady's room yesterday. What a small world. More tinkly laughter. Shut up. Little lady's room. Gray takes my hand. Well, we should probably get going. I see her eyes flicker down to our joined hands before her face becomes bright again. Okay, I'll call you later, Gray. I allow Gray to take me out of the diner to his car and get in, still without saying anything to him. He starts the car and reverses. I had thought we were having lunch in the diner, but I don't comment on it. Gracie. Yes? I say after a pause. I was not going to answer him, but then I realized my anger was not justified. There was nothing between us, yet I was jealous because yes, that's all this was, pure jealousy. Did I do something wrong? Are you mad at me? I stay silent, and he doesn't ask anything again. I realize he's driving up the little cliff that overlooks the town. I'm pretty sure I'd heard nobody was allowed up here, and yet here Gray was, speeding up the track like he owned the place. When we get to the top, he puts the car in park and hurried over to open my door for me, but I get out before he reaches me. He takes my hand and leads me under an oak tree that's right at the edge of the cliff. He spreads down a blue blanket I didn't notice he was holding, and we both sit down. A minute goes by. Then 2. Is it about Lily? You mean your girlfriend? I snap before I realize. I see Gray smirk, and that just annoys me more. Lily's not my girlfriend, Gracie. I don't show it, but I'm immensely relieved. Yeah, but you like her. Yeah, I like her. My heart sinks, but she's not you. I stand up. Yeah, I know I don't have long blonde hair or tinkly laughter. I never thought I did. Please take me home. Even though Gray hadn't used me in any way, in that moment I felt my parents were right. Boys were evil. Gracie, you're perfect. You're perfect because you were made for me. And then I'm kissing a boy. 15, Gracie. I was 6 when my parents taught me about addiction. I had gotten a bag of assorted candy from somebody as a birthday present, and I had wanted to eat as many as possible that day, and they had stopped me. I was sat on my bed, as they explained to me that people got addicted to things when they had too much of them. And what would addiction lead to? Well, with candy, it would lead to rotten teeth, but with material things, it would lead to greed. And greed was a sin. They said it so seriously that I promised myself at that moment that I would never get addicted to anything. But as Gray's soft lips landed on mine, I knew I was going to break that promise. Worse, I wasn't sorry. He was gentle, never rushing, as if we had all the time in the world. Needless to say, it was my first kiss, and right at that moment, I felt much closer to Gray. I didn't want to leave his side, which is why when he slowly pulled away, I couldn't stop a whine from escaping from my throat. I'm sorry, he paused and sighed, running his hand through his hair, something I've noticed he only does when he's nervous or distressed. I'm really not. I've wanted to do that for a while. Are you mad at me? Was I? I felt like I should be. He had just kissed me, something that would probably make my father's head explode if he found out. But I wasn't. I felt calm, I felt happy. So, I did the next logical thing and pulled his lips back on mine. I guess that's a no on being angry. Then Gray chuckled as we separated, and I felt heat creep into my cheeks. You're even cuter when you blush, he smiled, putting his arm around my shoulder and pulling me into him. I rested my head on his shoulder as we looked down at the town. Why did you bring me up here? I thought we were having lunch. Yeah, but then you were getting so jealous with Lucy around that I realized it would be best to get you out of there pronto. He laughed. I wasn't jealous. Sure you weren't. Don't worry, I'm worse when it comes to you though. I suddenly remembered the night before and sat up. What's wrong? He asked. But then thinking about it now made me feel as if I was overreacting. I had probably imagined the eyes and dog-like creature. I was tired after such a long day. I bit my lip debating whether or not to tell Gray. Gracie. He was peering at me with concern. Yes? No? Nothing's wrong. It's just what if he didn't believe me? What if he just thought I was a freak? Okay, this might sound crazy and I might have just imagined it because I was really tired after going to the lake and everything, and I might have just been seeing things, and… Gracie, calm down. Just say it. I took a deep breath. I was about to draw my curtains yesterday, and I think I saw something outside. It looked kind of like a dog, but it was bigger and it had yellow eyes. I was still trying to get a better look when your text came in, and by the time I looked back, it was gone. What? Why are you just telling me this? Gray suddenly yells, standing up. And I was thinking I overreacted. It's not that serious. I most probably imagined it, or it was really just a dog. But he wasn't listening to me. Fuck. You could have been hurt. You should have called me immediately. You could freaking have been hurt. Fuck. What in the world was he going on about? Why was he so bothered about a dog? I got up too. He was pacing and running his hands through his hair over and over. I went over to him and grabbed his hands. It was all the way downstairs and all the doors of the house were locked, and I locked my window after. Besides, dogs can't open doors or windows. It wasn't a dog, don't you get it? It was a… He suddenly stopped. It was a what? He takes his hands back and runs them through his hair again. I don't know, but it could have been dangerous. I remembered the headline of the paper my first morning in this town. Something about strange things in the woods. Are you thinking that it was one of those things that they say are in the woods? Yes? No? Kind of. No? Not exactly those ones, but maybe something like them. I don't know, but I know I don't like the idea of you being alone at night and seeing such a thing. I wasn't alone, my parents were a few rooms away. Yeah, he said dismissively. He stood still and gazed into the distance. If I didn't know better, I'd have said he was listening to somebody talking to him, but we were the only ones there. Gracie, I'm really sorry, but I have to go. The boys and I were supposed to meet up. Let me take you home. Oh, okay. My parents would be wondering where I am anyway. I had told them I was having lunch with Kira, and that I'd be back right after, and I'd already been gone for about 4 hours. We got in his car and drove to my house in comfortable silence. He stopped at the corner as usual and I turned to him. I had fun, thank you. He flashed a dimple-filled smile at me. Well, I had a lot more than fun. He pulled in and gave me a quick kiss on the lips, and I found myself blushing again. Not because I was shy, because of the filthy thoughts running through my head. See you tonight. Tonight. He smiled again. You didn't think I was leaving you alone at night again after yesterday night, did you? I swallowed. So, you'll be spending the night, yep. 16, Gray. After I dropped Gracie off, I raced to my house. A lot had been going on since my father and brother's death. Namely, my becoming the interim alpha. When I was smaller, it was my dream to be alpha, to be the head of this huge family, my pack. As the first son, I was entitled to the title, but after a while, I noticed that my father was taking a special interest in my younger brother Jared. He trained him more, took him instead of me on visits to other packs. I realized he was thinking of making Jared the alpha and not me. I confronted him about it, and he had said very simply that he didn't think the pack would have a future with me as the alpha. I was so angry, at him, at Jared, and mostly at myself, because I felt that something had to be wrong with me for him not to see a future just because I was alpha. But after a while, some of the anger faded, not all, definitely not all, and I just took my place as a normal member of the pack. Now, with both my father and my brother gone, and mother still not really well enough to rule the pack as Luna, the responsibility fell on me. The pack elders decided that I would have to rule the pack for the time being while they decided if I should become the permanent alpha or if they would have to find somebody else. I had refused at first because that dream really had died. I didn't want anything to do with that position, but then I reconsidered and realized whether I had been first choice for alpha or not. I was still the first son and this was still my pack. So, I had accepted and had a lot of work pushed onto my desk. Most important of all the work was finding out what exactly had happened to my father and brother. Originally, we had thought it was rogues since rogue killings are quite common, but it would not be easy for rogues to take down an alpha, much less an alpha with the strongest members of his pack, so we had eventually ruled that out. Now, when Gracie and I were at the top of the cliff, Ryan had mind-linked me that some new information had come up, which was why I was rushing home. Choosing Ryan over Mason to be my beater was a very difficult decision. But Ryan, as playful and childish as he could be, was damn good as a right-hand man. When it came to pack matters, he was almost a totally different person, and Mason had no problem being third in command. After parking my car in its place by the side of the house, I stopped at the kitchen first to grab an apple and a bottle of water. I was starving, especially as Gracie and I never got to have that lunch. Hit me, I say as I walk into my office where Mace and Ryan were waiting for me. Okay, you know that we ruled rogues out, right? Ryan started. Yeah, because they were too weak to take down an alpha, yeah. Right? So then Mace and I started thinking. The only wolves that would have the strength required would be about 20 normal wolves, or a few top rankers in a pack. Mace took over. The pack warriors who we had sent to the place where the killings happened said there were only 5 foreign scents on the scene. Which would mean that they had to be pretty high up in a pack, and had to include an alpha. Back to Ryan, but there were no known pack territories anywhere around there. Emphasis on known. So you're saying I cut in that there is an underground pack somewhere around there. Underground packs were packs that, because of a serious attack that took out a lot of their pack members, or just really small packs, whose numbers made them a target for every rogue and any other danger out there, went underground. They built small habitations underground where they lived for years. Usually they didn't bother anybody because practically any pack was stronger than them, so this was new. Yep, Ryan popped the P. We went into the library and found this really old map of territories and discovered that there was a pack called the Shadow Pack near there about 50 years ago. They were attacked by unknown wolves and a lot of them were killed, including their alpha. So, obviously becoming undescribably weak without their alpha, they disappeared. They went underground and they haven't been seen among other wolves since. They were always a weird pack apparently. They all had yellow eyes, and didn't interact with other packs, and they H. I stopped mid-bite. Did you just say they all had yellow eyes? Yeah, Mason said cautiously. Why? My heart started racing. Fuck. What's up, Gray? Gracie saw a wolf with yellow eyes from her bedroom window yesterday night. Their eyes widened, but Ryan spoke first. Gracie knows about werewolves. No. She described it as a creature, and was convinced she imagined it, but I looked at them meaningfully. We all know she hadn't. At least now we are sure the Shadow Pack is back in operation, and involved in this somehow, but what do they want with Tamara? How do they even know her? Mason asked. I growled. Well, I'll be damned if I let them lay a finger on my mate. We have a foreign wolf on our territory. Questions are, how did he get in? Why didn't the wolves patrolling our border pick up the strange scent? We were all silent, none of us had an answer. Double the number of border patrol wolves on every shift. If one is in, more are coming. They nodded and left. I leaned back in my chair, locking my fingers behind my head. Those fools just signed their death wish by simply looking at my mate. 17, Gray. It was almost 9 p.m. when I arrived at Gracie's house. Hiding behind the tree, I took off my clothes and shifted. My senses were much better, as a wolf, and I wanted to try to find the scent of the wolf who was here yesterday. I sniffed for about 30 minutes, and by the end I was furious. I couldn't even get a whiff of a strange scent, and neither had the border patrol wolves. It made me nervous. There was a wolf in my territory I couldn't smell. The very thought made me growl. I shifted back and quickly put my clothes on before climbing up the tree. Gracie. I jumped when I heard the knock on my window, even though I'd been expecting him. I had considered just leaving the window wide open, but the way Gray had reacted had made me irrationally afraid that the creature would come back. I got up quickly to let him in. Didn't need one of my neighbors to see a boy on the tree outside my house. Cool air rushed in as I opened the windows, and I felt goosebumps popping up on my arms. I know it wasn't from the cold, as I was wearing one of my big sweaters. It had more to do with the hunk of a man whose eyes I met. He hopped easily into the room. What? I don't get a hug. I missed you. I hit his arm playfully. You just saw me a few hours ago. Feels like days, he said before wrapping my arms around me. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't terrified. There was a boy in my room. And not only that, he was sleeping over. Just the first part would get me grounded for life. With the second part, I'm practically guaranteed eternal damnation. Even just choosing what to sleep in had been difficult. Normally, I'd just wear my night dress, but it stops a few inches below my butt and is sleeveless. So I had stared in my wardrobe for ages before deciding on an oversized sweater and yoga pants. And even though I had triple-checked that my door was locked, I was still afraid that somebody was going to walk in. Nice room, he commented, looking around, as if he hadn't been in here before. He walked over to my bookshelf. You like reading? Kind of. I felt self-conscious as I watched him scan over the books. They were all Christian books, the only ones permitted by my parents. He ran his hand lightly over my desk as he walked by, stopping slightly when he reached my Bible still open from today's reading. I take it you're a Christian then? Yep. He hummed as he moved on and finally flopped onto my bed, using his arm as a pillow. I sat down gingerly beside him. As he lay down, his t-shirt had ridden up a bit, showing a bit of his hard, toned stomach with a V that disappeared into the shorts he was wearing. I realized I had been staring at for a little too long and quickly looked up. Gray was watching me amusedly, his smirk plastered on his face. I shook my head. What was wrong with me? He laughed. You know you can do whatever you want, right? I'm all yours. I gulped. No. I was just looking. Since that kiss this afternoon, I had been feeling really weird and extremely guilty. At dinner, I felt as if it was plastered on my forehead. I kissed a boy. I wondered if my parents would somehow notice. Maybe there were signs that they would notice. But nope, everything had gone normally. But I couldn't get Gray out of my head. I mean, I was almost always thinking about him before, but now they were inappropriate thoughts. I decided to ask the question that had been niggling at me. Gray, can I ask you something? Sure. Fudge. I'm going to sound incredibly naive, but I needed to know. About what happened on the cliff. You mean our kiss? I blushed furiously. Yeah, that. What does it mean? I rushed it out, already regretting ever asking it. He sat up at this point and took my hand. It means you're mine. And then his lips crashed down on mine. His tongue ran along mine, tender at first, but then urgency kicked in. He kissed me harder, like every second had to count. My breathing was ragged and out of control. His mouth left my lips and I let out a whimper as he moved to my neck, sucking at the skin below my ear. I tilted my head back and let out a moan that made him growl into my neck. I had never felt like that before, desired and excited and so utterly alive, like he had suddenly flicked a switch on in me. He brought his hands to either side of my neck, his lips back on mine, pushing and pushing, like he couldn't get enough, like he needed to take more. When his lips left mine, I leaned forward trying to find them again. Gracie, if we don't stop now, I won't be able to restrain myself from going further. It's already so fucking hard right now. I became aware of my surroundings again. Fudge, my parents were a few doors down, a fact I had totally forgotten. I felt different. I felt as if that was our first kiss. I felt something come alive in me and I missed his touch already. I wanted to be as close to him as possible. I leaned into him and rested my head on his chest and he wrapped his arms around me. Even then, I knew that no matter what happened, I would never get tired of being in his arms. In spite of myself, I yawned. He chuckled and I loved the way his chest vibrated. Baby, you gotta sleep. My heart fluttered at the nickname. Let me put the light off. I reluctantly peeled myself off him, hurried to the light switch and back. I lay down and he pulled me into him. It didn't take long for me to feel the grasps of sleep pull me. I was exhausted. Gray? He hummed, so I'm your girlfriend. I needed to get things right. Yeah, he said softly. Content, I finally started sleeping. Before I was completely out, though I heard Gray whisper something like you're so much more than my girlfriend. But I brushed it off and I was out like a light. 18, Gracie. Gray was gone before I woke up on Monday morning, same thing the day before. I was looking forward to school today, or more accurately, I was looking forward to seeing Gray. My boyfriend, Gray. A smile crept onto my lips as I remembered that I now had a boyfriend. Me? Tamara Grace, who was afraid to even touch a boy a few weeks before. Just thinking about Gray made me giddy. I remembered he was picking me up that morning, so I hurried into the bathroom and did my business, emerging wrapped in a towel. I looked into my wardrobe. I wanted to wear something different today. It was late October, but because it almost never snowed in this tiny town in Georgia, the weather was still a bit warm. I eyed the black suitcase at the bottom of my wardrobe, biting my lip. It contained clothes that my mother's younger sister, Aunt Charlie, had bought for me over the years. She hardly ever visited us since we were always moving and my father disliked her. He always said she was unruly and already taken over by the world. Anytime she visited, she always bought clothes for me and passed them to me without either of my parents knowing, because they would never approve of the clothes. My parents would call them short and revealing, but they were just clothes normal girls my age would wear. Did I really want to wear them? I thought about Lily with her perfect hair and smile and made a snap decision. I pulled the suitcase onto my bed and unzipped it. Rummaging through it, I found a pretty flowery dress with thin straps and tried it on. It stopped just an inch or two below my fingertips. The thin straps exposed my collarbone and arms, but when I looked in the mirror, I loved it. I looked normal and maybe even pretty. I paired the dress with my brown knee-length boots and packed the suitcase back up and returned it. I decided to leave my hair down for once and grabbed my bag and headed downstairs. My stomach lurched. My parents were going to throw a fit seeing me dressed like this. I took a deep breath and walked into the kitchen. Morning, Mum, I greeted. She looked back from the burner, where she was frying sausages, and the fork in her hand dropped and clattered to the floor when she saw me. Tamara Grace, she was whispering, shocked. What are you wearing? Just clothes, Mum. I grabbed an apple and hurried to the door. I needed to be out of there before my father came down. I have an early class. Why? I walked quickly down the street, half expecting my mum to chase me. As I got to the corner, I saw Gray leaning on his car waiting for me. I felt a smile spread on my face, and as if he sensed me, he looked up and then froze when he saw me. His eyes widened as he stared at me. I started to feel self-conscious as I neared him. Did he not like my dress? Baby, he breathed when I reached him, wrapping his arms around my waist and pulling me into him. You don't like it. What? He stuttered. You look amazing, baby. You'd look amazing even if you were wearing a sack. I blushed and slapped his chest playfully, stepping back from him. We are going to be late, Gray. I don't mind, he said, pulling me back to him. I do. And somebody might see us. I yelled. Fine, fine, he laughed, raising his hands in surrender. He opened my door for me before going to get in himself. He placed on hand on my lap as he drove, sending tingles up my body. He had become a lot more touchy since Saturday, the day he said I was his girlfriend. It was as if he always had to be touching me. I found it sweet. Many eyes were on us as he opened my door for me when we got to school. It was like my first day here all over again. I would never get used to the attention. A lot of boys were staring at me too, and I immediately started second-guessing my outfit. Gray grabbed my bag and slung him over my shoulder. Damn, baby. I might have to punch a few guys today. How do you deal with people always staring at you? I was curious. He shrugged. I don't know, you stop noticing after a while. I wondered how long a while was. We got to my locker and he leaned on the one next to me, watching me as I put my stuff in. Yo. Grace balls. I missed you. I laughed as Ryan slammed into me, hugging me only to quickly let me go, as a loud growl came from a certain person. Sheesh. I don't know why you haven't kicked him to the curb, yet he stage whispered to me, earning him a shove from Gray. Gray pulled me to his side, wrapping his arms around my waist, as if he was afraid somebody was going to snatch me away from him. It was then that Ryan got a good look at me and let out a low whistle. Wow. You look freaking. Finish that sentence and you're dead, Gray interrupted. Ryan smirked and the bell rang. Come on. I know you hate being late for class. A boy was walking down the hallway. He was new certainly, and very good-looking. Certainly not as hot as Gray, but close. As he passed us, he shot me a smile and a wink. Gray's body vibrated behind me. Calm down, man, Ryan said. Who is he? 19, Gracie. See you at lunch, baby, Gray said after English class and kissed my forehead. I got flutters in my stomach when he called me that. Why? I made my way into my next class, which was chemistry, and sat down near the back. If there was one subject I loathed, this was it, and I did not need to be in the teacher's line of sight at all. Can we just get this class over with? I saw somebody drop onto the lab stool next to mine out of the corner of my eye. I totally get you, chemistry is so frustrating. Oh, no, I actually like chemistry. I just hate classes, I chuckled. Scott. What's your name? Tamara Grace. Tamara. That's a pretty name. I blushed and then felt weird, because it wasn't Gray who was making me blush. Thanks, means date, he laughed. Really? Yep. The fruit, you know, dates. So you're named after a fruit. Interesting, he teased, and I found myself smiling. So, what do people do for fun in this town? I don't really know. I just moved here a little over a month ago, I shrugged. The places I'd been to, I'd gone with Gray and the boys. Well, that means we have something in common. I laughed and leant my chin on my hand, facing him really. And what's that? We're both newbies. We should go exploring together. I suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Like a date? No, not a date, he paused, but if it was a date, then I'd have to say no. I have a boyfriend. I felt very weird saying it, but it was true. I had a boyfriend. He looked surprised. The guy who was with you in the hallway. The one who looked like he wanted to murder me. Yep, that's the one. But he's not always like that. Yes, he is, with boys. You can meet him at lunch if you want. You know, sit with us. I didn't know what I was doing, but I knew what it was like to be a new kid at this school. The teacher walked in late as usual. Since the new student, Mr. Foley has evened the class out, the person sitting beside you will be your lab partner for the rest of the term. Scott flashed me a smile. Looks like we are partners. I had totally forgotten about my offer, which is why I was so surprised to see Scott waiting for me outside the cafeteria doors. Hey Fruity, I laughed. That's my secret life name. Just call me Fruit. He laughed at my dumb joke as we walked into the cafeteria. You're dorky. I like it. Do you wanna get some food? I asked. Gray always got my food for me before I came into the cafeteria. Nah. So where are we sitting? I looked over at our table to find all three boys' eyes looking in our direction. They did not look happy. Hey guys, I greeted as I reached the table. Greg immediately pulled me into his lap, nuzzling my neck. Hey baby, I missed you. I felt my face heat up as I knew, without looking, that all eyes in the room would be on us. I quickly cleared my throat and leaned back. This is Scott. He's new, so I asked him to sit with us. No, Gray said immediately, halting Scott, who was about to sit on the bench. Leave, Gray directed at him, his arms still wrapped around my waist. Gray? No, it's okay. I'll go. No, you don't have to go. I glared at Gray. Sit, please, you heard the man. Get out of here. This time it was Mason who growled. See you later, Fruity. He winked at me and I watched as he walked out of the room. What on earth is wrong with you guys? I pushed Gray's hands away and sat down on the bench. Baby, no. Do not baby me. Why would you treat him like that? He's not a good guy, Mason said. How would you know? You haven't even met him. There's something seriously off about him, Tamara. Ryan said. He never called me Tamara. They were all glowering in the direction that Scott had gone in, as if he was still standing right there. Anyway, way Grace balls. And just like that, Ryan was back. There's a Halloween party this Saturday, and you're coming? No, I'm not. Was he kidding? A party? The only parties I'd been to were my birthday parties. The guests? My parents and I. And then on the night before church. On Halloween, which my parents referred to as the devil's holiday. See moon Grace balls. Please see, pretty please. Oh fuck, here comes Cruella. Who? Tamara. Kira. Could I please talk to you for a minute? No, Gray spoke for the first time since Scott left. Who on earth did he think he was? Trying to tell me who I could talk to or sit with? Yeah, sure. I got up and followed Kira out. She walked all the way out to beside the janitor's closet before turning to face me. I know I've been a bitch for seemingly no reason, she started. You don't say. I'm sorry. And I promise, I'll tell you one day why I hate Gray so much, but not today, please. She paused and took a deep breath. It's just, I really miss you. I missed her too a lot. She was the first friend I had had after a long while, and she didn't like my boyfriend. Thing was, if I had to choose, I knew I wouldn't hesitate to pick Gray. Come here, you drama queen. I threw my hands around her. She laughed. So, I'm forgiven. I was never angry, silly. Just confused. Wanna sit with me? Not really, sorry. I don't want to be somewhere I'm not wanted. I totally understood. Okay, pick a table, I'll join you. I went back to Gray's table and got my bag and my tray. Where are you going? Gray looked alarmed. Why? So you can come and decide who sits there too. I could still feel his eyes on me when I sat down opposite Kira. 20, Gracie baby, I'm sorry. Wow, the trees look really beautiful this time of the year. Gracie. Please don't ignore me. Look at that flower. So pretty. Gracie. He grabbed my hand and I immediately snatched it back. Leave me alone, Gray, please. I'm sorry, do you know how embarrassing that was? I know. I cut him off. No, you don't. I have kept quiet these past few weeks, with you being so possessive even before we started dating, but you took it too far today. What? I'm not allowed to have any other friend. You hate Kira, and then I invite the new kid over and you are so rude to him. Grack? What's your excuse? I get that you and Kira have some kind of past, but what has Scott, who literally just moved to this town, done to you? Huh? I waited for an answer, and he stood there running his hand over his face. Don't you have anything to say? I spat. Oh? I can speak now. He's unbelievable. I scoffed and turned to walk away. Baby, okay, please wait. He pulled my hand again. I'm sorry, okay. I'm sorry I acted like a jerk. I'm sorry I made you upset. I'm sorry about everything. He sighed. I can't help being possessive, you know. Have you seen you? I feel as if somebody is going to snatch you from me any minute. Ugh. I wanted to continue ignoring him, but to be honest, I had missed him. Nobody's taking me away from you, I promise. He still looked doubtful. So I looked up and down the street. Yes, we were shouting like maniacs in the middle of the street, before standing on my tiptoes and placing a small kiss on his lips. Nobody's taking me anywhere, okay? His face spread out in a grin. Well, they better not even think about it. The week went by pretty fast after that. I still talked to Scott because, honestly, he hadn't done anything wrong to me, and he was really funny, but I didn't invite him to sit with us again. He and Kira sat together, and they seemed to be becoming really good friends. It was Saturday, the day of the Halloween party at Gray's house. After dinner, I had come up, but have been stumped since then on what to wear. While my father was here, I had tried my best to focus on the passage we were discussing, but it was so difficult. He had taken longer than usual today to leave, and I wondered if he suspected that I planned to sneak out the window the first chance I got. But he had finally left, and now the suitcase was open on my bed as I stared, waiting for the outfit I would wear to magically manifest itself. There was nothing I seemed nice enough to wear. It was my first party and I knew there would be a lot of girls and most probably even Lily. I wanted to look really nice. I rummaged in the box a little before I finally found the perfect thing. It was a light blue halter neck dress with an A-line skirt cut. I tried it on and it was beautiful. It went really well with my blonde hair, which I decided to leave down, but pin behind my ears. I was going to wear thigh-high boots, but I changed my mind and decided to wear my normal brown boots. My legs were exposed, but my hair covered most of my exposed back. I looked nice, but not near as pretty as most of the other girls that would be there. I wish I had some makeup to put on my pale face, but I would have to be content with my strawberry lip balm. My phone dinged with a message. Gee, I'm here. I looked in the mirror one more time and took a deep breath. My parents ought to be asleep by now, but I still locked my door just in case, before climbing out my window. I had completely forgotten about the tree when I was putting that dress on. I hoped I didn't mistakenly flash my neighbors, but if a neighbor saw my climbing out of my window at 9 p.m., flashing them would be the least of my worries. I landed on the grass somewhat gracefully and headed towards the corner where Gray would be waiting for me. He was facing the other direction when he came into sight, and I took a minute to fully appreciate his good looks. Even from the back, the boy looked handsome. I walked up to him quietly, hoping to scare him, but just as I reached him, he turned around. Hi BA, his mouth fell open and his eyes widened. Fuck. I jumped. What had I done? You don't like the dress? He pulled me into him. Oh baby, I love that dress. But do you know how many dudes I'll have to punch tonight for looking at you? I giggled. You're silly Gray, and you're beautiful, he said before capturing my lips with his. I melted into him, forgetting where we were before we pulled away. If we don't leave now, we might never make it to that party, baby. His voice was husky, making me gulp. Why, yeah, let's go. He helped me in before getting in himself. We drove for a while before Gray turned off the road and started driving up a long driveway. As we pulled up to the house, my mouth fell open. The place was massive. It seemed like a house out of a movie. Gracie. I looked up to find that Gray had already opened my door for me while I was staring like an idiot. You didn't tell me you lived in a mansion. He chuckled as we started walking towards the house, his arms around me. You didn't ask. We stopped at the front door and Gray turned to me. Are you ready? I nodded. He opened the door, and I was almost knocked back by the loud music booming in the house. The house had to be soundproof, or something, or else we would have been hearing that from the road. Stay close to me, okay? He didn't need to tell me twice. The crowd of people in there would swallow me alive. There were a lot of people there. It was obvious it was just people who went to our school. It seemed Gray's charm worked everywhere, but just in school, because everybody got out of the way immediately they saw us. I felt so many eyes on me, I wanted to melt. I kept my eyes on the ground and held on tightly to Gray's forearm, and let him navigate for both of us. When we finally stopped, I noticed we were in a corner of the room with a large couch, and a bunch of people, mostly girls, around it. Graceballs. Ryan pushed the girl, who was grinding on him, lap off, and crashed into me, nearly squeezing the life out of me. Yukami. I laughed and hugged him back. He always made me feel much better. I had to. I missed you. Ryan had been mysteriously absent from school the day before, and when I asked Gray about it, he had just said he had some things to do. I noticed both Gray and the girl Ryan had pushed off, glaring at us, so I released him. I knew you would. I know you can't survive without me. You wish. I teased. Gray sat on the couch and I moved to sit beside him, but he pulled me into his lap. Hi, Tamara. Mace smiled at me. What do you want to drink? There was a cooler on the table in front of us full of drinks. I don't know. A soda. He fished into the cooler and handed me a Sprite with a red cup and then gave Gray a beer. Nah. I have to drive Gracie home. Whipped. A boy whose name I didn't know coughed and everybody burst out laughing. Yeah, I am whipped. Gray admitted, kissing my cheek and making me blush like mad. I noticed a lot of the girls around shooting daggers at me, but I really didn't care anymore. I leaned into Gray's chest and watched the crowd. Most people were wearing some kind of costume, which hadn't even occurred to me. Most of the girls went with some kind of slutty-themed costume. A slutty nurse, a slutty teacher, a slutty police officer, and I noticed a lot of the boys had fangs and claws, so I assumed they had decided to do some kind of wolf costume. There were a lot of people grinding on each other on the makeshift dance floor. In the corners of the room, people were making out and others had gone a lot farther than just making out. I quietly sipped my Sprite, tuning in and out of the conversation Gray and the people around us were having. To be honest, I was bored. I'm going to the bathroom, I whispered to Gray, climbing off his lap. I'll come with you, he said, immediately standing up too. Don't worry, I won't be long. He looked doubtful. Okay, third door to the left that way, thanks. I weaved through the crowd and quickly found the room. I did my business and washed my hands before heading out of the bathroom. Hi there, way, a guy leaning on the wall outside. I sent him a small smile and turned to go back into the living room, but he grabbed my hand and my stomach tightened in fear. He pushed me only the wall and hovered over me. Wait. Where are you hurrying off to? Fudge, fudge, fudge. We were the only ones in this hallway, and I knew even if I screamed, nobody would be able to hear me because of the loud music. I brought my knee up and rammed it hard in between his legs. His grip on me loosened a little and I quickly slipped away, but he recovered quickly and slammed me back against the wall. You bitch, you'll regret that. I haven't seen you around before. His breath was hot against my face. I felt his fingers start trail up my thigh and I felt like throwing up. My boyfriend will not be happy. With this my voice came out stronger than I thought it would be. His hand was under my dress now, trailing steadily up, but he stopped for a second and peered at something on the side of my neck before continuing. But, you see, I can't just let a pretty human like you go. I closed my eyes, feeling hot tears roll down my face. Suddenly, he was gone. I opened my eyes to find Gray dragging him out into the living room. This is bad. I hurried after him, but by the time I got to the living room, he was already going out the sliding doors. The music in the living room had stopped and people were streaming out after Gray. By the time I was able to push my way to the front of the crowd, Gray had punched the boy a few times. I rushed towards him. Gray, please, he's drunk. Just let him go. He froze when I touched him and looked at me. His eyes were pitch black and he was breathing heavily. He released the boy from his grip and gathered me into his arms. Let's go inside. We turned and I breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, back out like a pussy. The bitch deserved it and a lot worse is coming to her. Gray stiffened and left my side. He walked until he was in front of the boy again. What did you say? The boy smirked. He really didn't know when to quit, did he? She's going to die. Suddenly I heard a roar and clothes shredding. I watched in utter shock as right in front of me, my boyfriend became a wolf. 21, Gracie. Thanks for bringing me home. I smiled at him through the window of his car. I don't know what I would have done without you. Anytime. He winked and sped off. I took a deep breath and walked over to my house. I stood at the bottom of the tree and looked longingly up at my window. I wished I had never left my house. I pulled myself up and climbed up to my room, hauling myself through the window. I collapsed on my bed and stared blankly at the wall. I was staring but I couldn't see it. I thought back to what had happened this evening. A few hours before. I watched in utter shock as right in front of me, my boyfriend became a wolf and then a loud scream pierced the air. I looked around, wondering who it was that screamed before I realized it was actually me. The crowd gathered around were looking as if this was an everyday occurrence, like people just changed into wolves whenever they wanted. I looked at Gray again. His now gray eyes were looking at me mournfully. I needed to get out of there. I hurried back into the house, the crowd parting for me like the Red Sea. Where was my bag? Where was the stupid bag? Gracie. I looked up to see Gray hopping into the house, as he attempted to put on some black sweatpants. Thankfully, his parts were covered before I looked at him. No? I screamed. What did he want with me? Kill me like he was about to kill that guy out there. Please, please, Gray, I beg you, please stay away from me. The amount of hurt that entered his eyes at that moment was almost enough to bring me to my knees. Almost. Gracie, he started coming towards me. Sod the bag. I was getting out of there. I ran out the front door, and immediately realized how stupid I was. I was miles away from home. I began to run down the endless driveway, knowing Gray wasn't far behind me. Fudge! They could host the track Olympics on this driveway. An engine revved and a pair of headlights focused on me as the car drew nearer. Get in. Gracie. I looked back and saw Gray running terrifyingly quickly towards me. I looked back at the occupant of the car, and without a moment's thought, pulled open the passenger's door, and we were off before I could even properly close the door. I watched in the rearview mirror, as Gray chased the car a bit before stopping, and just watching us go. I waited until he was completely out of sight, before turning to the driver of the car. How did you know I was there? I didn't. I had some business in the area. Scott looked at me. What happened? I sighed and looked at the trees we were speeding past. I wanted badly to talk to somebody about what I had seen tonight. To dissect, and try to understand what in the world had happened and convince myself that I wasn't going crazy. But it was obvious that this was some secret, and even though I was terrified of Gray right now, I still didn't want to give up his secrets. I don't want to talk about it, I said softly. But I did save you, right? Yeah, of course. So that makes me your hero then. I smiled. I'm fruity. Just leave the hero stuff to me. His laughter filled the square box we were driving in. Back to the present. I didn't even know how I felt about Gray at the moment. I was terrified, angry and heartbroken. But I knew one thing for sure. I needed that stay far away from him. Gray? Fuck. I swept my arm over my desk and sent all the items on it clattering to the ground. Gray? You shifted in front of Gracie. I sent a glass smashing against the wall. Gray? Stay away from me, she said. Broke a chair in half. Alpha. Get out. I snarl. Alpha, we need to, I said, get the fuck out. I sent a vase in his direction, and it smashed against the door, as he quickly shut it behind him. I collapse on the only piece of furniture remaining in the room, the desk. Gracie was scared, no terrified of me. What I saw in her eyes was pure terror. As if she thought I would or could hurt her. A stabbing pain shoots through my heart, as I think about the way she looked at me again. I had been so blinded by anger, and my wolf took over, when that pup mentioned Gracie, my mate, and the word die in the same sentence, that I had completely forgotten she was there. And then I had let her get away. Who was driving that car? I descended the stairs into the cell where we were holding the rut that had caused all this mayhem. I would have killed him immediately, but we needed answers. Answers which he had. Oh, but he would die eventually. Nobody could do what he did tonight and expect to get out of here alive. The rut had the audacity to smirk when he saw me. His entire face was still red water from the beating I gave him. I must be really special. He laughed or attempted to, but it came out as a wheeze. I get the full attention of the alpha. Shut up. I pulled the chair one of my men had set there for me and sat on it backwards, rolling up my sleeves. See now, we could do this the easy way, or the hard way. But something tells me you're a hard way sort of guy. Do you want to prove me wrong? He looked at me blankly. I laughed. I was right. I'm always right. I held my hand out and one of my men put a knife handle first into my hand. Okay, now let me explain how we are going to do this. This is a pure silver blade. A few slices will end you in the most excruciating way. I got up and walked towards him, seeing fear already enter his eyes. Silver was a werewolf's worst nightmare. So, I'm going to ask you a few questions, just a few, and if you lie, or don't cooperate in any way. Slice. I grinned as I reached him, capish. Great. Question 1, who sent you? He cackled. He is the great chosen one, and he will be the end of you. I made a buzzer sound with my mouth. Wrong answer. You see, I was looking for a name. I ran the blade deep across his forearm, making him scream and thrash. Okay, we'll go on to the next question, okay. You psycho. He screamed. I laughed. No need for compliments right now, pup. Question 2, what pack are you from? There was silence and I raised the blade. The shadow pack, he shouted, and I grinned again. See, you've learnt to play the game. Isn't it fun? Third question, what is your plan with Tamara Grace? He smiled, showing a row of red water-coated teeth. The plan has already begun, and it's like a set of dominoes. One piece will fall on another piece, one event will lead to the next until you are dead, your pack destroyed, and your dear Gracie begging to die while my alpha fuck. See, and there I thought you had learned to play the game. I smiled, before sticking the knife straight into his heart. Gray? Mason shouted we could have gotten more answers from him. I ignored him and stalked out of the room. Game on, chosen one. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. At a party, Gracie witnesses Gray's transformation into a werewolf. This shocking revelation not only changes her perception of Gray, but also deals a massive blow to her worldview. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. 22. Gracie. Walking into church on Sunday, the day after my ex-boyfriend became a wolf and all. Yeah, that day, I felt like I had sinned. Like sin sinned. Like not only would I end up in hell, I would be Satan's right-hand man kind of sinned. I had never felt this guilty in my entire life. Not when, in 6th grade, I had held Johnny Kravitz's hand during prayers, not even after I first kissed Gray. But that kiss felt more evil when I knew I was kissing a creature of the dark. Because although it hurt me to think it, that's what Gray was. He was in league with witches, demons, etc., everything I had been raised to detest. But I didn't detest Gray, for some reason, even now that I knew the truth. Guilty as I was, there was nobody for me to talk to. My parents were out of the question, even more so than the priest. And I couldn't tell Scott or Kira, because I didn't feel Gray's secret would be safe with them. And I didn't feel as if I could ask the Lord for forgiveness because he probably wanted to throw me in hell right away. So, I felt even more burdened than I should have been. I took a seat in between my parents and gazed at the large crucifix that hung high above the altar. The dead Christ seemed to be looking straight at me and I quickly looked away. Reverend Potter mounted the altar and began his sermon. And he seemed to be speaking right to me. People of God, I know you've all been reading the papers. A hum of agreement went round. They speak of things, creatures roaming the woods after dark, leaving carcasses for us to find. My breathing stopped. With everything that happened, I never even thought in that direction. The killings in the woods, they said they had been done by wolves. Gray? They call them wolves. But we know what they are. He smiled, letting his eyes run over every single one of us. It might have just been me, but I'm sure they spent an extra second on me. Agents of the devil. Yes, and encouraging hums. I shot up from my seat and every eye in the house turned to me. I looked at my parents and mouthed bathroom, and I was allowed access. I rushed out of the seemingly progressively warm room and greedily gulped the cool air outside. I couldn't continue to live like this. I needed to speak to somebody, anybody. Tamara, right? I tried to calm myself before turning to the voice. It was a tall, black girl with waves of tightly coiled, kinky hair tamed at the top of her head. Yeah? Hi. I hadn't ever seen her before. How did she know my name? I should get back inside. This town was certainly full of weird people. I brushed past her to the doors of the church. I was at the party yesterday. That stopped me and I turned around. What? My voice was barely a whisper. I was there and I just wanted you to know that if you wanted somebody to talk to, well, I'm here. She smiled, her eyes were kind. Oh? You're one of them. She chuckled. I am, aren't I? She seemed to say that to herself before turning to me. I'm sorry. I'm Danny. I should have led with that. And yeah, I am one of them. I'm Curtis, mate. I remembered Curtis. He was one of the people I'd met the day before. He seemed to be really good friends with Gray. That made me more alert. Did Gray send you? What? No. I go to this church. Now that I actually thought about it, I remembered I had seen her a few times during services. So you saw. She frowned. Saw what? Gray? Yesterday. At the party. What happened? When he became she laughed. When he shifted and became a werewolf. Yeah, that. Shifted. I tested the word. Yeah, I was there. And I can just imagine how you feel right now. Do you want to talk? My car's here, we can go somewhere. I looked back at the claustrophobic church with my parents in it, my parents, who thought I was in the bathroom, and back at her. Sure. Not long after, we were sipping milkshakes in the diner while I told her everything that had happened between Gray and I. She was a pretty good listener, never interrupting. And then Scott took me home. But honestly, I think it'll be best for everyone if Gray and I just forgot we knew each other. I looked at her expectantly, waiting for her to try to convince me otherwise or something. You're probably right, she said. Color me shocked. What? Tamara, I'm a human, a Christian, and I'm mated to a werewolf. I've been where you are. There was that word again, mated. Her eyes widened and she hastily stopped sipping from her cup. You don't know about all that, huh? Well, the moon goddess Ma. I cut her off. Too much crazy in 24 hours, you know what? I don't want to know. She shrugged and went back to her straw. I looked at her closely. She was a Christian and she still stayed with her werewolf boyfriend. I opened my mouth to ask her about it, but the bell above the door jingled as somebody walked in. Danny immediately tensed, looking over my shoulder. I didn't have to turn to know who it was had just walked into the diner. I could find him in a pitch-black house, just from the way I felt when he was nearby. I'm so sorry, Tamara. I had no idea he would be here. Do you want to leave? I nodded, not being able to speak. I got up out of the booth only for me to find him blocking my way. I kept my eyes on the ground and whispered, "Excuse me." He didn't move. Gracie. My insides clenched hearing that. His voice was hoarse, as if he'd been shouting for hours or crying. You're in my way. I still didn't look at him. Gra, his voice broke. Gracie, please. Let's just talk. I couldn't handle this. I shoved past him, my body tingling in the places that touched him, and grabbed Danny's hand. I stopped as we walked away and finally looked at his face. I'd never seen him look so bad. His eyes were red and raw, his hair disheveled as if he'd run his hands through it over and over again. We don't have anything to talk about, Gray. We got in Danny's car and drove back to church, not a single word passing between us. The service was over, and standing outside the doors of the church were my parents. Thank you, Danny. Anytime, babe. She smiled. I got out of the car and walked to my parents. They looked calm because we were in public. They met me halfway, and my father grabbed my arm and pulled me to our truck, all the while smiling for the public. When we get home, Tamara Grace. It wasn't a threat, it was a promise. 23, Gracie. Weeks went by after that fateful Sunday with Danny. When we got home that day, I was told to fast and pray for forgiveness, which I did without even thinking about it. I didn't think much about the things I did those days. Since I broke up with Gray, I'd been a hollow shell of my former self. I avoided him at school and everywhere else, not that I went anywhere else apart from school. Scott had literally been my savior, taking care of me and just generally being there for me those past 2 weeks. I hadn't told him why Gray and I broke up, and he didn't ask. Though I didn't feel like my former self, Gray certainly did not look like his. His eyes were perpetually sunken with dark shadows around them. He also had a beard which, though it suited him, I didn't like at all. He looked like he hadn't slept in days, but even if he didn't look that way, I would know because I saw him every night sitting under the tree outside my window. I missed him, my heart literally ached for him. Each time I saw him, it took all in me not to run up and wrap my arms around him. I longed for his touch, for his kisses, to have those grey eyes be the last thing I see every night, but I'm not going into this again. Scott had told me I needed to stop thinking about Gray before I would be able to move on properly. I closed my Bible with a thump when my mum called me down to dinner. My parents knew something was up with me. I saw the little glances they threw at me and then each other every evening. I greeted my father before taking my place at the table. My mother placed the last dish down and then sat opposite me. I bowed my head as she began the prayer. Heavenly Lord, we thank you for today, for providing for us. We thank you that we are not going hungry. We also thank you for Mike's promotion, and we put our move into your hands and... My head snapped up. What? Do not interrupt prayer. He grunted. Normally, that would silence me, but, no, what did she just say? We are moving. Again. Honey, my mother began, casting a small glance at my father. Your father got a promotion and it's for the best, really. You've become something else since we moved to this town. No, no, no. No, the word was small, but then I never disagreed with my parents. She sighed. You see, my daughter would not disrespect prayer time like this. Look at how you dress now, how you speak to your parents. This is not the girl I raised. My chair scraped the floor as I stood up. We are moving and that's final, Tamara Grace. Sit down. It was my father this time. I needed to get out of there. I rushed towards the door, ignoring their shouts behind me. I needed air. How could they do this? I was finally settling down, finally had friends. My eyes were blurred with tears as I stumbled out of the house. I walked blindly to the street until I stumbled into something hard. What happened? He growled. Why are you crying? At the sound of his voice, I practically melted into his arms. The tears wouldn't stop coming. Shhhh, shhhh, Gray whispered as he stroked my hair. I'm here, baby, it's okay. Take me, I whimpered. I felt him moving and then soon after, he lowered me until I felt the smooth car seat beneath me. He got in the driver's seat and started the car. I didn't pay attention to where we were going, I was just glad to be away from them. Soon after, the car slowed down and I finally looked out of the window. He had brought us to our spot at the top of the cliff. It was dark, only lit up by the headlights of Gray's car and the little sliver of moonlight that peeked from behind the dark clouds. I stepped out of the car and shivered a little. It was mid-November and although it never snowed here, the weather was still a bit chilly and in my haste to get out of the house, I hadn't grabbed a jacket. Gray leaned on the hood of his car and I joined him. We stayed like that for a while, just looking over the dark, silent town. We are moving, I eventually said. No, he said. I sighed. Gray, we broke up, and I always knew I would have to leave at some point. This is the longest we've ever spent in any town. You're not going. He moved to stand in front of me. I know you're mad at me. I know I scared you, but these past weeks have been hell for me and that's when I still saw you every day. If you went, it would kill me. His voice broke at the end and tears sprang into my eyes. Why didn't you tell me? I was scared. I was scared you would hate me or worse, be scared of me like you are now. I'm not scared of you. It was true, after that night, I had thought it over, and somehow I knew that he would never hurt me. Gray had only ever treated me with the utmost care. He continued like I hadn't spoken. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Gracie. But, I promise. I'll tell you everything you want to know, no more lies or secrets. Just give me another chance, please. Did I really want to do this? What are you? I'm a werewolf. The interim alpha of my pack. There were so many questions in that one sentence. Why are you the interim alpha? He sighed. My father was the alpha and my brother was supposed to be the next one, but when they died, the pack elders asked me to stand in for a while. A pack like a literal pack of wolves. And you're their leader. Yeah, we live in the house where the party was and yes, I'm their leader. Ryan is my second in command, my beta, and Mace is my third. Wow. I'd been trying to convince myself that somehow Ryan wasn't a werewolf, just because he was one of Gray's best friends, but apparently I'd just been fooling myself. One more question. Who am I? He looked into my eyes. You're my mate, my other half, and if you accept me, you'll be the Luna of my pack, the female leader. You're my everything. My stomach lurched hearing all those things. Mate? Yeah. You know, like soulmates. The moon goddess, she's the one who created werewolves. She made a mate for each werewolf. Each pair of mates was made perfectly and specially for each other. They complete each other. I gulped and I'm yours. How long have you known? From the first day I met you. It's instant, the connection. You just know. Well, maybe you made a mistake. I can't be your mate. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm very much human. I know, baby. But I can assure you, I didn't make a mistake. Tell me you don't feel drawn to me, didn't immediately feel drawn to me when you met me. I bit my lip, I couldn't. That's the mate bond. It hurts when I'm away from you for too long. These last few weeks have been hell. But, baby, you were made for me. You're perfect. Please don't go. I sighed. I really didn't want to go either. If I was telling the truth, the thought of being even just one state away from him made me want to throw up. I have nowhere to stay, Gray. I have to go with them. Stay with me. What? Move in with me, Gracie. 24. Gray. I knew what I was asking of her was a lot from her perspective. I was asking her to leave her parents, the people who had raised her, and come and live with me, a guy she'd only known for barely 3 months. But then from my perspective, this was basically a life or death decision. If she went and moved to another town, I didn't know how I'd survive. Werewolves are conditioned to mark their mates immediately they find them, maybe a few days after at the most. It physically hurt to have been with Gracie for this long without marking her. Normally, she'd have gone into heat if she was a werewolf female. Heat so intense that she'd feel that I had to mark her, otherwise she'd die. But Gracie was human, and so, the only thing she felt towards me was an attachment, a strong pull she couldn't explain. If I was miles away from her without her marked, legend says I could lose my mind and go berserk, or I could die. I definitely wouldn't be able to lead my pack. I needed her with me. I knew it was selfish, extremely selfish, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't think I could tell her all this all at once. I needed to ease her into it, otherwise she'd run away screaming. I looked down into her eyes. What do you say? Will you come and live with me? She averted her eyes and gently moved out of my grasp. Gray, I'm sorry, her voice wobbled. I can't. They are my parents. Baby, I took a step towards her, but then stopped when she took a step back. Please, just take me home. I stared at her for a while before nodding once, my jaw tight. I opened the door for her and then got in myself. I looked over at her, but she was determinedly staring out the window. So, I started the car and began the short journey through the dark. I could force her to stay, I knew that. I only had to use my alpha voice on her. But I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to ever use that voice on her. I pulled up to the corner before her house and put the car in park before looking at her again. So this is it. She nodded slowly, biting her lip. I quickly looked away before I could start having any thoughts. Then I felt her soft hands on my face, pulling me to look at her. She leaned up and pressed her lips to mine. It was only briefly, and I immediately wanted to drag her home with me. "I'll miss you, Gray." And then she was gone. I watched her walk quickly away until she went out of my line of sight. Fucking awesome. Now I'll have to move to wherever she's going. I turned the car around and headed home. I needed to go home and drop my car, and maybe take a quick shower. I didn't exactly smell like daisies since I couldn't even remember the last time I bathed, before coming back to keep watch under her window. Now I sound like a rapist. We still hadn't found the so-called chosen one, and fuck me if I'm leaving my mate unprotected overnight. I pulled up my driveway and parked in my usual spot before heading into the house. Lily was on the sofa in the living room, talking with a girl Jem. "Julia." "Yeah, Julia." "Hi Lils, what are you doing here?" She smiled when she saw me and immediately came over to hug me. "Gina invited me to spend the night." "Gina?" Damn, not even close. Even though Lily was a werewolf, she didn't live in the pack house with us. She and her parents had a house in town. "Wanna join us?" We were just about to watch a movie. "Nah, I'm heading back out soon." I went upstairs and stopped at my mum's room first. She hadn't left the place once since that night that we found out about my father's death, and she didn't talk to anyone either. Just lay there either sleeping or staring blankly at the ceiling. "Hi Mum." She didn't even try her head in the direction of my voice. I sighed and made sure she was comfortable before heading to my room. I stripped off my clothes and got in the shower. I'd already left Gracie for too long. I washed quickly and hurried out only to stop short when I walk into my room to find Lily in this flimsy little night dress, lying on my bed. I hadn't grabbed a towel, so I went back into my bathroom and got one. I made sure my dick wasn't on full display before going back into the room. "Goddess Lils. You can't just walk into a guy's room like that." She giggled before sitting up. The dress she was wearing barely reached her thighs and barely covered her chest. She raised her hands in surrender. "I just wanted to chill with you. I've missed you, you know." I felt bad. I hadn't really been a good friend recently. "I'm sorry Lils, but not tonight. I've gotta go," she pouted before coming and hugging me. "See Moon, just watch a quick movie." The scent hit me before my door opened. The girl in my doorway looked at Lily and then at me and then at Lily, pressed against me dressed like that while I was wearing nothing but a towel. Her wide eyes met mine before she fled. I flung Lily away before taking off after her. Gracie. 25. Gracie time frame. After Gray dropped her off, I walked away from Gray with mixed feelings. I liked him, but I loved my parents. However, in 2 months, he had treated me better than my parents had all my life. I shook my head as I reached my house. There was no other decision I could make. I was so caught up in my head that I did not notice my father on the front porch until it was too late. I stopped short, realizing that he had probably seen Gray. "Get inside," he hissed, looking cautiously at the neighbors' houses. I hung my head and brushed past him into the house. My mother was sitting on the couch, still wearing the same clothes she had on at dinner. I looked towards the table. It had been cleared. I realized they had finished eating before even worrying about their daughter, who had run out into the night. I scoffed and shook my head. What did I expect? My father slammed the door after him and I could swear that the house shook. He came around and stood in front of me, staring me down. Normally, I would be trembling by now, blubbering excuses and apologies. But I wasn't. I watched my father's eyes widen when he realized that. He retreated and sat on the armchair, still looking at me. How long? What in the world was he talking about now? What? How long have you been going around with a boy? How long has my daughter been a slut? His voice grew louder with each word until the last word, that was so loud that even my mother jumped. No matter how strong I was, it still hurt me to hear my own father call me a slut, but I made sure not to let it show. I scoffed instead, and chuckled, "I'm not a slut, father. I have a boyfriend." "There's a difference." My mother's hand flew to her chest and a strangled cry came out. "What? A boyfriend, Mom? That's what you call a guy that you like a lot and do stuff with?" I paused and gestured at my father. "You must not know how to pick them if you ended up with him." My heart beat fast. What was I doing? My mother's wide eyes glistened with tears. "Tamara Grace. What has happened to you?" "Happened to me?" I laughed. "Happened to me? Everything. Everything you barred and hindered me from doing has happened to me since we moved. These last few months in this town have been the happiest I've ever been." "Enough!" My father roared and stood up. "I will not sit here and be disrespected by a girl who has turned to the world. A boy. That's all it took for you to lose your way. Do you know how much damnation you have brought upon yourself? Upon this family?" "Shut up, father." That was something I had always wanted to say, but I really didn't think I ever would. My mother gasped again. "Do you know how much misery you bring upon this family? You are a bully. A tyrant." My cheek suddenly stung, and my entire body flew backwards. He hit me. My father had done a lot of things to me in the past, but he had never laid a finger on me. He stood there, his fists clenched, breathing hard. Tears sprang to my eyes as I lay on the floor looking up, and the people I called my parents, the people I was willing to give Gray up for. I got up, the tears now streaming down my face, and ran up to my room. I was not losing Gray like this. I picked up my phone from where I'd left it earlier, and scrolled through my contact list before clicking on the name I wanted and sending a text. "Me, could you come pick me?" The reply was almost instantaneous. "Where are you?" "Me, at home, on my way." I put the phone down and dragged the suitcase, with the clothes my aunt bought out of my wardrobe, and began throwing stuff into it carelessly until it was almost bursting. Then I took my school bag and filled it with my books and school stuff. Lastly, I put my Bible in. My parents did not represent my faith. My phone dinged with a text, "I'm here right on time." I zipped up the suitcase, which is a lot harder than it sounds, and slung my school bag over my shoulder. I rolled the suitcase until I got to the top of the stairs, and then stopped to figure out how I would get it down. I shrugged and just dragged it down, not bothering to be careful not to damage it. My parents were still in the sitting room when I got down. My mother seemed to be crying while my father was trying to comfort her. I ignored them and headed straight for the door. "Where do you think you're going?" I paused by the doorway. "Enjoy your move. I'll be back for the rest of my stuff." My father sneered. "So you're going to live on the streets? Or tell me, how do you expect to survive without your parents? You'll come crawling back tomorrow." I almost felt sorry for how stupid he sounded. I walked out the door and down the porch steps. Scott got down immediately he saw me and came to help me with my bag. "Thank you," I said, as we got into his car. He smiled. "Of course. Where to?" I winced. This was the part one was hesitant about. I was kind of hoping you could take me back to where you picked me up on the night of the party." "I'm sorry, but I can't find the place on my own." I thought it was my imagination, but his face darkened a bit before he smiled again, and said no problem. He put the car in drive and eased forward. "Want to tell me why you're crying and why I'm picking you up at 11 p.m. I liked Scott a lot. We had been friends for a while now, and he was always there when I needed him, but I still felt weird talking about my personal life with him. Just a disagreement with my parents." He hummed. I'm sure he knew there was more to it, but he didn't ask, which I appreciated. We drove for a while as I sagged into my seat, as I thought about what I was doing. I'd made the right choice for sure. I couldn't imagine living without Gray, but would I regret it? 26. Gracie, thank you, I said as Scott helped me grab my suitcase from the boot. I know you must have had better things to do, so thank you for coming. He slammed the boot shut and turned to me smiling. Anytime fruits, I smiled back. I had to admit, the nickname was growing on me. If you need a place to stay though, he eyed my suitcase, you know you're always welcome at my place. I knew I just looked crazy. Depressed over a boy 1 week, and going to his house with a suitcase the next. I'll keep that in mind, thank you again. He winked and I watched him get in his car and drive off. I watched until his taillights disappeared before turning to the large house looming over me. He had said other people lived here. Wouldn't it be weird if I just showed up? Oh well, too late. I rolled the suitcase up to the front door, and glanced reassuringly at Gray's car parked not far from me. He was here. I knocked but nobody answered, so I decided to just try the handle and the door swung open easily. Okay, first huddle crossed. I stepped inside, closing the door softly behind me. I still remembered my way around from the party, and easily found the living room, where a brunette was sitting, tapping away at her phone. Her head whipped up before I even opened my mouth, as if she just suddenly felt my presence. Who are you? Okay, right to the point, I see. Hi. I'm looking for Gray. She eyed me down, her gaze lingering on my suitcase, before bringing her eyes back to my face and popping her gum. Upstairs. West wing. Last door. And she went back to her phone. Okay. I went to the stairs and decided to leave my case at the bottom. I couldn't begin to start lugging it all the way up there. My stomach was in knots as I got to the top of the stairs. This was crazy, right? No sane person moved in with a werewolf they've known for 3 months. West wing. They had wings. Quick flashback to geography class, I figured West was left and headed there. I passed a few doors, but as I was nearing the end of the corridor, there were none until the door at the end that had light streaming from under it. Okay, this was it. Could he have changed his mind? What if he didn't want me here? What would I do? I exhaled loudly and rubbed my palms together. I was twisting the door handle before it even occurred to me to knock. The door was open and it budged easily. Only that I immediately wished it hadn't. Gray was without clothes. Okay, he had a towel around his waist and pressed to his front. Was Lily, his friend? The one he assured me was nothing more than a friend. Dressed in some kind of slutty outfit that left nothing to the imagination. Gray's wide eyes were on me, his mouth open. Tears blurred my vision as I turned and ran back the way I came. Stupid. 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 I felt very stupid. Of course he was with her. My parents had warned me about boys, but I had told myself Gray was different. Now look at me. Gracie. I heard Gray's footsteps pounding behind me before he easily caught up to me and grabbed my arm. I snatched it back as if his touch burned, which it nearly did. Don't touch me. Gracie, please. I can't believe you. I swiped angrily at the tears. I can't believe myself. How stupid could I be? Baby, please. I swear it's not what it looked like. I scoffed. Of course it wasn't. I looked behind him where Lily was coming from. She caught my eye and smirked, her eyes glinting with amusement. Gee, Bear, she said as she reached us, touching him lightly. We can do it tomorrow. I'll leave you two to talk. I can't believe this. He ignored her and she walked away. Baby, I swear, nothing happened. I would never. His eyes were wild, afraid. I grabbed his hand and pulled him back to his room. As soon as the door shut, I pushed him against and pressed my lips roughly to his. His arms wrapped around me immediately. I let my hand run over his chest, just a mass of muscles, exploring until I stopped and pulled away, pushing him back. His eyes were dark and we were both panting. Baby, he was confused. I trust you. I know that nothing happened between you and her, but I am mad that you put yourself in a position where something could have happened. I don't like that at all, and you will have to do some serious groveling. Now go and get my suitcase from the bottom of the stairs. I need to get changed and get to bed. Today has been one hell of a day. I put my hands on my waist, waiting for him. Ho what? He stumbled through his words. I'm not moving with my parents. I said. His face went from confused to shocked until a smile spread out on his face, showing his dimples. You're moving in with me. I nodded and laughed as he swept me up into his arms and started peppering my faces with kisses. Gracie, you own my heart, you know that. 27, Gray. Like a complete creep, I watched my mate as she slept. She had insisted on sleeping in a guest room. I chuckled, remembering how she had argued that this was different when I reminded her that I'd slept in her bed with her more than once. She claimed that people would talk if she stayed in my room. Not that I gave a shit what anybody thought, but I didn't want her to be upset, so I agreed and put her in the room right next to mine. She wiggled her nose in her sleep before changing positions and facing away from me. I still couldn't believe that she was here. My mate's in my house. Gracie is the room next to mine. I knew something must have happened with her parents to make her change her mind, but she looked really exhausted the night before, so I didn't ask her about it. She stirred a bit before her eyes finally opened. I watched her eyes widen as her face went from fear to confused, before she remembered where she was and how she got there, and she relaxed and sank back into her pillows. She lay there for a few minutes before sluggishly pulling herself up from the bed. Her eyes scanned the room and then she jumped when they settled on me. Gray? My goodness, you scared me. I smiled, she was so cute. I got up and walked over to her to wrap my hands around her waist. Good afternoon, baby. She tried to stay mad at me, but her expression faltered and a smile crept onto her face. Wait, what? She pulled away. Did you just say afternoon? Yep, I checked my watch. 1:04 what? I've never slept this late in my life. Today's a school day. Why didn't you wake me? Oh my God. She gripped her hair as she ran around the room. I watched her for a bit before deciding to let her out of her misery. Relax, you won't get in trouble. She came to a stop in front of me. What do you mean? Why won't I? Because the principal is in my pack and I'll rip off his head if he so much as gives you a warning. But I thought it smart not to say that out loud. I called in and said you were sick. Besides, we're at the end of the term, not much work is being done anyway. I've never missed a day of school in my life. I smiled, wrapping my arms around her waist again, but you're forgetting the one good thing about today. She furrowed her brows. What? You get to spend it with me. She looked at me doubtfully and I teased, your very handsome boyfriend wants to spend the whole day with you, and you're not even grateful. What has this world come to? She stuck her tongue out at me. You're the lucky one, getting to spend time with me. You're right, I'm extremely lucky. I leaned down and pressed a small kiss to her lips. Now will you go and get ready? Her cheeks were pink as she went into the adjoining bathroom and I laughed. She was so damn cute. Gracie. We finally arrived at the crowded mall after an hour on the road. I looked at Gray in the driver's seat as he tried to find a parking spot and smiled. I can't believe he brought me all the way to Marston just to watch a movie. Marston was the next town over and considerably bigger than ours in terms of population, size, everything. In Valley Hill, we had just one old movie theater that showed movies 2 months or more after they premiered, which was exactly why Gray had brought us here, to see a movie. He finally found somewhere to park, and came around to open my door. I got out and he grabbed my hand immediately before pressing the button on his key to lock the car. "What movie do you want to see?" he asked as we walked into the mall, his arm now around my shoulders. I shrugged. "I don't really know. I haven't been to a cinema in years. I've only been one other time." His jaw hardened a bit at that before relaxing. "Okay, come on, I'll choose." We ended up seeing some action movie, which I didn't find very interesting because, honestly, who enjoys violence? After the movie, we got some ice cream cones and strolled through the mall eating them. For the first time in my life, I felt normal like the other teenagers. I was walking through a mall, holding hands with my boyfriend after seeing a movie. It wasn't something I'd ever seen myself doing. "How can black be your favorite color?" I laughed at him. "Okay, it might be brown because your eyes are extremely pretty." I laughed, shoving him a little so I stopped as I spotted an arcade. "Let's go there." I didn't wait for an answer, as I began to pull Gray towards the doors of the arcade. I'd always wanted to go to one of these places. We got coins from the person at the entrance and proceeded into the maze of game machines. "Well, what do you want to play?" he asked me, and I suddenly felt very intimidated. There were so many options. My face must have expressed that because Gray chuckled and pulled me to the basketball machine. "Let's just play this, yeah." The hoop at the top of the machine kept moving horizontally, back and forth, and you had to try to throw as many balls in as possible. We finished our cones first before turning to the machine, ready to lose brewer. "I think you should be scared," finally. We fed the coins in the and hoop started moving. I started throwing the balls as quickly as I could, shoving Gray so that he'd lose his balance. At the end, I won with 38 balls to Gray's 35. "Yes!" I screamed and danced around. I really hadn't thought I'd win. "You lose, brewer." He looked angrily at the machine as if it was its fault. "It's not fair." I looked at the time on my phone. It was past 5 and I still needed to go and pick up the rest of my stuff from my house like I'd told my parents I would. Ugh, what a horrible way to end such a perfect day. "Gray, it's getting late. We should get going. I have to stop at my house." He frowned. "Why?" I explained to him what had happened yesterday night, and why I had to go back while we walked to the car. He was breathing hard when I finished. "Your father hit you." "Calm down," I smiled at him. "It's never happened before. It's going to be really hard for me not to hurt him in every way possible." "Gracie," he grit his teeth. "Well, you better try." I leaned up and kissed him, and he instantly relaxed. "Let's go." 28, Gracie. "Wait in the car, please." We were parked in front of my house, with me leaning down to the car level to talk to Gray. He didn't look happy about that but nodded. I sighed and faced the house. I needed to do this on my own. I walked up to the door and knocked. Soon after, the door swung open. Well, Esther, come and see who came crawling back." My father stood tall, still in his work clothes. "Sorry to disappoint, Father, but I'm not back. I just came to get the rest of my stuff like I said I'd do." I slid past his large frame and into the house. Tamara Grace, my mum, had just walked out of the kitchen. I ignored her and went up the stairs to my room, stopping by my parents' room to pick a few moving boxes. I slowly started piling my stuff into the boxes: books, a few clothes. When I was done, I stood back and looked at the bare yellow walls of the room. I had really thought this would be the town we would settle in. I sighed and picked up a box, only to drop it when I turned and found my dad watching me. "Dad." I bent down and picked the box again, with him still just standing there, not saying anything. "Excuse me." He was blocking the door. His arm was just a blur until he hit my face and I was on the floor. Spare the rod and spoil the child, he spat. I should have listened, Dad. Look, Jay, shut up. Did you really think I was going to let you go off the rail? The path to the Lord. Do you know what happened to Eli in the Bible? I did. Eli was a priest who was holy and good, but was damned by God because his children were bad and he didn't correct them. How is it that there's a Bible verse for everything? Dad, I'm sorry. But please, tears were streaming down my face. Shut up. He came towards me, his hand raised again only to be thrown back suddenly. Gray was there, breathing hard, his eyes dark, and it might have just been my tears, but I could swear he had claws. He looked at me momentarily before facing my father, who was now lying on the floor, clutching his neck. He stood over him and I immediately knew what he was going to do. I pushed myself off the floor. Gray, no please. His head snapped to me and I touched his arm. Please. He kept his eyes fixed on mine and slowly they returned to their normal gray color. Which is your most important box? He asked me and I pointed at the box that held my books and he nodded and picked it up. We'll replace everything else, let's go. Tamara Grace, you have really chosen ruin. You will live to regret this. And you, my father looked at Gray, do you really think I'm going to let you take my underage daughter? We were already at the door and Gray hardly spared him a glance when he said, I'd like to see you try to stop me. My mother was standing near the door, and she nearly shrank into the wall when Gray and I walked by her. When we got outside, it was dark. We had spent quite a while here. Gray put the box in the back seat, and we both got into the car. He gripped the steering wheel so hard I thought he would break it. Are you okay? He asked without looking at me. Yes, I was. My face hurt a bit, but I was fine. I shouldn't have fucking let you go in there by yourself. Gray, calm down, it wasn't your fault. I put my hand on his arm. I would have killed him. Anybody else's red water Y heart would be in my hands right now. I couldn't help but laugh. Call me crazy, but I found it a bit comical, how he was growling and gripping the steering wheel, and talking about ripping my father's heart out. He looked at me, frowning as my laughter filled the car. I kept laughing until his face lightened and a small smile even flit over his lips. You're special, you know that, Gracie. I smiled and leaned up to kiss him. I know. The next day, I made sure I woke up early and after having my bath and everything, went downstairs to look for some food. I am considered stopping by Gray's room and waking him up, or something, but quickly thrashed the idea. I found my way to the kitchen, which was empty, but in the adjoining dining room, I could see plates piled high with bacon, pancakes, a large jug of orange juice, eggs and I think bread on the table. Who eats this much? I shrugged and grabbed a plate, and put some food onto it before seating at the table. I wondered how I was going to get to school, or how long it would take to get to school from here. Gray lived pretty far out. I looked around the dining room. Everything the house seemed like they had seen a lot inside these walls. They seemed hundreds of years old, but somehow, they didn't look it. I really don't know how to explain it. And it was extremely large, made me wonder how many people were in his pack. I heard the voices before I saw the faces, and they smelt me before they saw me. Grace balls. Ryan's voice was loud as he came rushing towards me and physically lifting me up from my chair in a hug. You're here. How are you here? Before giving me a chance to answer, he turned to Mason and rolled his eyes. We go out of town for a few days and all the drama happens. Hands off my mate Ackerson, no. This is what you get for not updating me while I was away. Ryan hugged me harder, while sticking his tongue out at Gray. Soon you'll have no arms, Ackerson, Gray sang, as he removed me from Ryan's arms and pulled me into his. Morning, baby, he smiled his dimpled smile and captured my lips in his. Okay, I definitely wouldn't mind waking up to this for a long while. 29, Gracie. So you're living with him now? Scott had been weird all morning since I told him I'd moved in with Gray, and that was part of the reasons I was absent the day before. Yes, I said through my teeth, glaring at him to shut up. I had a hard enough time in chemistry without having him distracting me. The door to the class opened and in walked the short, stocky principal. Mr. Radcliffe. What brings you here? The chemistry teacher exclaimed. He looked around the class. Mrs. Woodworth, please excuse Miss. Finally he looked at me. Some people are here for her. My head shot me. Back up. Did he just say? I looked around and everybody's eyes were on me, the principal waiting at the door. Who's looking for you? Scott whispered. I shrugged as I hastily stuffed my book into my bag. I have no idea. I got up and followed the principal out of the classroom and down the hall. He didn't speak to me or even look at me. Who is looking for me, sir? He didn't answer as he strode ahead. Dang, how did such a short man walk so fast? We finally got to his office and walked in. I stopped at the door once I saw who was inside. Both my parents were seated in front of the principal's desk, and there were 2 other men in police uniforms in the office. Come in, miss, said one of the officers before turning to my parents. Is this your daughter? I slowly walked in and shut the door behind me, my heart thumping. My father looked at me, a sneer on his face. It's her. The officer nodded. And what is the name of the man who kidnapped her? He didn't kidnap me. I spoke for the first time since I had entered the room. They ignored me. She called him some stupid color. Gray, was it? Both officers and the principal's heads shot up and their eyes widened. Gray? One of the officers echoed. As if he heard his name, the door burst open and it was Gray. What's going on here? The principal, who had been lounging on his chair and looking bored, stood up suddenly, upsetting most of what was on his desk. Gray looked around the room, his mouth in a tight, thin line before directing at the policeman. And Radcliffe, may I talk to you outside? They all nodded and followed Gray out of the room. I was left alone with my parents and the silence could kill. Well, your little boyfriend will be spending the night in jail and you, my father grinned, will be coming home with us. No? Gray was 18, his birthday had been at the beginning of September, before we met. That means if my parents accused him of kidnapping me, he would be treated as an adult. Mum, my mother had not looked at me since I entered the room. Please, do something. You know he didn't kidnap me. She still refused to look at me. Well, they were dumb if they thought I was going to let Gray go to jail without doing something. I had begun to form a plan in my mind when the door opened and Gray said, Gracie, let's go. What? My father and I said in unison, him rising out of his chair. Gray ignored him and took my hand. Come on. My father pulled my hand out of Gray's. Where do you think you're taking my daughter? You don't seem to realize the amount of trouble you're in, young man. He looked at the policemen. What are you waiting for? Arrest him. I'm sorry, but we can't do that, sir. Officer 1 said, but you will have to come down to the station with us for false accusations. Gray took my hand again. Come on. This time I went with him. Scott pushed himself off the wall he had been leaning on when we came out. Are you okay? What happened? He sounded concerned. I smiled. I'm fine. Don't worry. Gray left my hand and instead wrapped his arms around my shoulder, and even without looking at him, I knew he was glaring at Scott. Let's go, Gray said. Do you want to be here when he comes out? He was referring to my father and I shuddered. I definitely did not. 30, Gracie. So you guys don't celebrate Christmas? The 3 boys shook their heads, looking at me warily. Like, at all. I was aghast. No presents, no carols, no tree, nothing. Gray chuckled. Gracie, calm down. No. How do you not celebrate Christmas? Christmas was my favorite holiday, and also the time I love my family the most. We always had hot cocoa around the tree, while long time ago in Bethlehem played in the background, and we also had all sorts of games. It really was the most wonderful time of the year. I don't know, we just never have. Gray shrugged. Okay, well you are this year. How many people live at your house? He squinted as he thought, fee no 6. The mental calculations I'd been making stopped. I'd been expecting a lot more. What about the rest of the pack? Well, our house is the main pack house and only the Alpha, Beta, and Gamma's family is allowed to live there. The rest of the pack live in a bigger pack house not far from ours, he explained. So right now, it's just me, these two and Mason's sister, my mum, and of course, you. His mum, I still hadn't met her, and I didn't know how to feel about that. Mason has a sister. Mace grimaced. Yeah, Lana, I'd never heard him speak about her before. Do you think people would mind if we had a Christmas dinner this year? I bit my lip. I didn't want to step on any toes. Gray wrapped his arms around my waist. Gracie, you're their Luna. They'll have to dance in fire if you want them to. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I fished it out. It was from Scott. How do you want to do our assignment? Assignment? I looked around the cafeteria, and spotted him sitting near the back with Kira. I texted back, what assignment? His reply was almost instantaneous, forgot you missed class. Chemistry. We have a project to submit next week and you're my partner. Fudge. Fudge fudge fudge. This was going to be difficult. Not because it was chemistry, although that was a major problem, but because Scott and I would have to work together, and Gray didn't like Scott. Plus I lived with Gray now and went to and fro school with him. Which already ruled out Scott and I meeting up after school because I didn't want Gray to be stuck waiting for me. That left only lunchtime to meet. I looked at my watch. We had 25 minutes left for lunch. We could at least get started. Let's meet in the library. I began packing up my stuff. Gray, I have to go and get started on my chemistry project. He didn't miss a beat. Who's it with? I stood up and slung my bag over my shoulder. Scott. At his name, all three wolves growled and Gray shot up. No, he stopped at my squinted eyes. I mean, I really don't want you to be alone with that guy Gracie. Well, I have to work with him or I fail, so. I'll come with you. He began packing his stuff too. Gray? No. It's either I come with you each time, or I have a word with you, chemistry teacher. You can't behave like this each time. I have to work with a boy. I don't. It's just this boy. I huffed, knowing he wasn't going to leave it. Fine. He smiled, the smile of somebody used to always getting what he wants. I looked at where Scott had been, but he had already left for the library. We got to the library doors and I pushed them open, going in first. Scott spotted me immediately, waving and smiling, but his smile dropped when Gray came in behind me. Gray grabbed my hand as we made our way towards him. He's staying. Scott nodded to Gray. Apparently, I said under my breath. I sat down opposite Scott, and as Gray made to sit next to me, I glared at him. He rolled his eyes and went and sat at the table behind us. Scott glared at the back of Gray's head until I cleared my throat. Should we start? Gray? I watched Gracie and Scott from my seat behind them like I had done for the past few days that they'd been working together. My jaw hardened when I looked at him and relaxed the moment my eyes touched her. It was a stressful process. It annoyed me that I still couldn't find anything wrong with this Scott guy. We had done all sorts of research on him, and knew everything about him from where he was born to his least ice cream flavor. But my wolf still don't trust him. And my wolf was never wrong. Animals have the best instincts, wolves especially. I didn't like him being on my territory, and I really didn't like this new bond he was forming with my mate. I was too busy for this shit. We were still on the trail of this chosen one, and we had even started getting letters from him now, dropped right at my doorstep. You couldn't get within 10 miles of my fucking driveway without the guards knowing, not to talk of getting to my doorstep consistently. Which meant there was somebody on the inside. It pained me to think that one of my wolves was literally a dead wolf walking, but if that was how it had to be, so be it. I watched as Gracie laughed at something and I grimaced. What was there to laugh about in chemistry? I focused on Scott again. He wasn't human. He smelled like something that was trying really hard to take on a human scent, and to any ordinary wolf, it would have worked. But I knew. I didn't know what creature he was. But I was definitely going to find out. And when I did, boy, was somebody going to have his heart shredded. 31. Gracie. Hess law states that if a reaction can be carried out in a series of steps, the sum of the enthalpies for each step should equal the enthalpy change for the total reaction. This statement emphasizes the conservation not only of matter, but also of energy. Scott read aloud for the 5th time, but it didn't make any more sense to me than it did the first time. None. Fruits. Just one more time, I promise. He took a deep breath and read it again. Nope. He glared at me. It's not my fault. Why do we have to do this exact topic anyway? Our project has to be on thermochemistry. Hess law relates directly to that. Even though his words were filled with frustration, he seemed to be finding the whole thing amusing. I heard the bell go and I sighed in relief, saved by the bell. CYA Scotty. I grinned as I grabbed my stuff. I'd hardly stood up when I felt Gray at my side. Scott ignored him. When are we studying again? This thing's due Tuesday. Fudge, it was Thursday. We'll spend the entire weekend studying, I promise. It was late when we got to Gray's house, not having anything to do with the ice cream cones I stopped to get. I'll be right back. I want to check on my mum. Gray kissed the side of my head before disappearing up the stairs. His mum spent all her time in her room, a room that I had no idea of its location. I found it weird, but then I was in a werewolf pack house. Deciding that I wanted some Oreos, I found my way to the kitchen. I stopped when I noticed somebody already there. Her back was to me, but she turned around immediately, sniffing until she spotted me. Hi. Her waist-length red hair bounced as she waved. She was definitely younger than me by 3-4 years tops. Hi. I cautiously stepped in the kitchen. The werewolves I'd met so far either went from cold to hot pretty quickly, and I didn't plan to anger one. I'm Tamara Grace. Yeah, I know. I'm Lana. She smiled widely, the little crevices between each tooth black with specks of cream. Some expression must have come up on my face, because she wiped her grin and covered her mouth with her hand. Oops, I just stole some Oreos. Her voice was muffled by her hand, but I definitely heard the sentence. That explained her teeth. I grinned. I definitely liked her. Could I get in on that? That's how Gray found us, hunched over the counter, our mouths stuffed. Lana had sniffed him coming, and we had hastily shoved the box into the cabinet, but we couldn't chew and swallow fast enough. 5 minutes and you're already corrupted. Are you that easy finally? He teased. Fut you be. My words were intelligible, and I sprayed some of the black gunk on him and the counter, at which point Lana started laughing, trying to swallow her Oreos, which got me laughing too. Gray grabbed us both napkins just in time, as we emptied our mouths into them, doubling up with laughter. You spray, Lana would start before dissolving in another fit of laughter. And then why, I would continue. Then finally, the laughing died down and we both drank a lot of water. Gray spent the entire time staring at us, his eyes dancing in amusement. Is this going to be a regular thing? Because a man needs more time to prepare for something like that. And very maturely, I stuck my tongue out at him. Oreos? Really, guys? Oreos? Why, oh. You're Mason's sister. It just clicked. She nodded, smiling. Honestly, I should have known. Even if Mason hadn't just told me her name earlier that day, the matching red hair should have given me a clue. Anyway, ignoring the Oreos hater, Lana rolled her eyes. "Wanna come up to my room?" My shoulders sagged. "Can't. I have so much schoolwork to catch up on, you would hardly believe." All the days I'd been strung up on Gray and our breakup, combined with the days I'd skipped school, really added up. We went up the stairs and Lana said her goodbyes before disappearing down a hall. Gray and I headed to our hallway, and I stopped at my door. "You're kidding?" His eyes widened. I smiled. "Nope, you're really going to be sleeping in this room?" "Yep." CYA. I wiggled my fingers and shut my door behind me. He stood there for a few more minutes before I heard his footsteps receding. The door to his room next to mine opened and shut. I sighed and got out my books and started working on my essay for English, trying to forget about the boy next door. 32, Gracie. "So that makes sense to you?" Scott asked. "Ye, so it doesn't." "It does, I think. Let's just do a final revision tomorrow." To be honest, Scott was a really good teacher, and I really did think I had gotten it, but I'd never gotten anything in chemistry that fast, so yeah, I wasn't sure. Okay, he closed the books that we had spent all day studying. We had chosen a booth in the very back of Joe's to avoid distractions while we studied, and it had worked. I had no idea what the time was because my phone was dead and I couldn't see the diner clock from where I was. When I returned from trying to peer out of the booth and see the clock, I found that I was suddenly closer to Scott, very close. His eyes were dark and I immediately jumped back. As though the action startled him, he shook his head and his eyes went back to normal. "I should get going. I'm very tired." He rubbed a hand over his face. I nodded mutely and stood up to let him get out of the booth. "What the hell was that?" He stopped as he got out. "It's evening, do you want me to give you a ride?" Gray was supposed to pick me up. "No thanks. I'll just wait." He nodded, and avoiding my eyes, left the diner. I stood there for a few more minutes before deciding to move to the counter, where it was closer to the clock, and I would be able to see Gray when he arrived. I picked up my bag and made my way to a stool at the counter. The diner was nearly empty, with just a few people scattered around. As I sat down, I could finally see the clock. 6:02. I turned around on my stool to face the diner, and people watched since my phone was dead, and I had no other form of entertainment. People watching was one of my more favorite things to do. I tried to imagine what kind of life each person lived, what had brought them here, and if they were brooding, what they were thinking about. Okay, first subject, the old lady at the far left. Maybe around 85. Lonely, all her children, if she had any, had moved out of this town first chance they'd had, widowed early. I realized that, like me, she was people watching. And at the moment, she was doing the hooded man by the window. I shifted my attention to him too and immediately started. His hood was so low that I couldn't see his eyes, but it couldn't be mistaken who he was staring at. Was he people watching too? Was that why he was staring so intently at me? When he realized I was looking at him, he immediately dropped his gaze. Who was that? I was distracted by the bell as somebody walked into the diner. My shoulders sank as I realized that it wasn't Gray. But it was a man. A man whose eyes very subtly flicked to me immediately he walked in. He walked and sat down on the stool right next to mine. And I don't know whether it was because I had been living with werewolves for a while, or because I'd been hanging out with them even longer, but I noticed he smelt like Scott. And the one thing Gray kept repeating about Scott was he doesn't smell human. Did this man also not smell human? Whether he did or didn't, I needed to get out of there. I got up very slowly, as if that would make me invisible, and slowly made my way to the door. I cursed the loud bell that alerted even people 3 blocks away of my exit. It was dusk and the only thing still lighting up the sky was the sun setting somewhere behind the diner. I decided I would just head in the direction of Gray's house, hoping I would meet him on the way, because there was no way I would be able to find the house on my own despite having lived there for about a week now. Gray had told me the house was designed to be difficult even for other werewolves to find. Suddenly, my ears picked up the tiniest sound. I was being followed. I didn't dare look back, I just walked faster. The person behind me didn't seem too worried about catching up to me, as they didn't walk any faster. Was I overreacting? Where in the world was Gray? "Excuse me," the man behind me called out. Certainly not overreacting. I broke into a light jog. "Excuse me," he called again. I still didn't stop. Saying I was terrified would be the understatement of the century. Then a hand clamped down on my shoulder. "Tamara Grace. Don't you know it's rude to ignore people?" I didn't know how he has caught up to me so quickly. His voice was sickly sweet. His grip was tight. Nevertheless, I reached up and tried to pry his fingers off, which was surprisingly easy. He didn't try to stop me, and as I looked forward again, I realized why. There were 3 other men around me. I had nowhere to run. "This is her?" "Really?" one of them asked. Yes, the one that had caught me snapped. "Now, Tamara Grace, there's somebody who's been waiting rather anxiously to get you." One of the other men put a glove on his hand before taking what seemed like a handkerchief out of his pocket. Only that I knew it wasn't just a handkerchief. I could smell the chloroform from where I was. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. As the interim alpha of the largest pack in the country, I was delayed from picking up my mate due to lost car keys. And a pack member named Alex, whom I had never really noticed, ended up saving my partner. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. 33. Gray. Saying I was furious would be the understatement of the century. Saying I was scared, however, would be an even bigger understatement. They had almost taken my mate. My queen had very narrowly missed ending up in the hands of maniacs. Worse still, she had been saved by Alex, a guy I had never really noticed in the pack. That's who saved my mate. Me? Where was I, looking for my car keys? The very thought infuriated me. I was a werewolf. Interim alpha of the biggest pack in the country, and one of the largest in the world. And lost car keys delayed me from going to pick my mate up on time. What if Alex hadn't been driving by? What if he hadn't felt the urge to rescue the girl surrounded by men, without even realizing who she was at first? What would they have done to my Gracie? That infuriated me again. What were they going to do with Gracie? A month had passed since the discovery of this chosen one, and we hadn't gotten any more information, which was weird because there's always a blabbermouth in every pack. Alphas prefer to forget about that fact, but unfortunately, it was true. There was always a wolf who'd be happy to talk for a little reward. But none of the other packs we'd interrogated had any idea where or who the chosen one was. Some of them had never even heard of him. If their objective had been to kill her, they had more than enough time today, but they didn't. They wanted to take her away. Put stage 4 lockdown in place immediately. 2 of the men before me nodded and left the room, leaving me with Mason and Ryan. I settled back in my chair. "Okay, brief me." Both of them sat also. "We haven't spoken to Tamara yet to get her side of the story, so we are only aware of what happened after Alex got there," Mason explained. He said he was driving to the Joes with a friend when he saw a girl surrounded by 4 men. He didn't know what was happening but stopped the car. By that time, they had put a chloroform-soaked handkerchief on her face, and she was struggling. So, his friend and him attacked the men. Only that it wasn't as easy as he had been expecting. He said the men were stronger than normal humans. And then that was when you arrived. Apparently, if you hadn't come just then, Alex and his friend would have been killed and Tamara would have been taken. And Gracie's still passed out? I asked. Yeah, the pack doctor says she'll wake up soon though. She didn't inhale a lot of the chemical. I nodded. Were you able to track down the guy who ran? Ryan shook his head. Not yet. Some wolves are still following his scent. So Alex said they were humans, yeah. He said they smelt like humans, but obviously, they didn't fight like them. 2 werewolves versus 4 human men should have been easy game, but Alex and his friend were easily overpowered. I thought about it, they smelt like the wolf from the Halloween party. Like Scott. Like creatures trying to smell like humans. You keep saying creatures, Gray, began Mason, not werewolves. That's it, I'm not sure they are werewolves. Gracie. I groaned as my eyes slowly adjusted to the bright lights in the room. My head felt as if it was stuffed with wool. Where was I? And then it all came stampeding back to me. Oh God. How was I going to get out of here? Oh, you're awake, the lady walking into the room noted. She was short with salt and pepper, hair pulled back so tight that my headache intensified just looking at it. She advanced towards me, clipboard in hand. Stay away from me. I looked around for something I would be able to use as a weapon, but the room was as clean as a psych ward. Did Gray know I had been kidnapped? Was he looking for me? I didn't do anything. Just let me go, please. What are you going on about now? She muttered, as she got to my bed. You're on Red Water Moon territory. My eyes widened. Gray. Yes, you're in the Alpha's house, she said impatiently. How are you feeling? My heart was beating wildly in my chest. I hadn't been kidnapped. What in the world had happened? Dear. Huh? How are you feeling? Oh, I paused. I have a headache. To be expected, she grabbed a glass of water from the small table next to the bed along with some pills. Here, take these. I gratefully gulped the cool water, wrinkling my nose as I swallowed the pills. Can I see Gray? She collected the glass from me. I'll tell the Alpha you're awake. She left the room, her sensible shoes clicking all the way, and I leaned back on my headboard, staring at the white ceiling. A short while later, the door burst open and Gray rushed in. Gracie. He clumsily hugged me. How are you feeling? As if somebody knocked me over with a log. I winced. My head is pounding. Can't you give her some painkillers? He barked at the doctor. I attempted a smile. Calm down, she already gave me something for the headache. Are you hurt? Nope, you're sure? He looked into my eyes, smoothing my hair. Yeah. The door opened again, and this time it was Ryan and Mason. Grace balls. Are you okay? Ryan asked, shoving himself between Gray and I and hugging me. I laughed. Yes. Good, do not scare me like that again, young lady. I saw Gray look pointedly at the doctor, and she bowed slightly, and left the room immediately. Gray turned back to me. Baby, I know you just woke up, but do you think you can tell us what happened? I'm sure I started from when Scott left, then when I noticed the people staring at me, leaving the diner, the man, the other men, and finally, passing out after struggling with the man who put the handkerchief on my face. The expression on Gray's face was undecipherable by the time I finished. His expression was taut and his eyes dark. Okay, so you guys fill me in on how I got here. I quickly moved on. I listened as they explained how I'd been rescued. One more thing, I said as they finished. The guy at the diner, the one who sat beside me, he smelt different. They all exchanged meaningful looks. It was Gray who spoke. What do you mean, baby? He smelt like Scott 34. Gracie. The week following that was one of the most boring weeks of my life. Gray declared a lockdown, which meant nobody could go in or come out of the pack houses, both our house and the other pack house. Which meant I was stuck inside the house practically alone. Gray and the boys were in the house with me, but they invariably spent all day locked in Gray's office trying to find the guys that had tried to kidnap me. And so, I spent my days in front of the large flat-screen TV in the living room, or scrolling through social media on my phone. I had missed the project I was supposed to do with Scott, but Gray had assured me that I wouldn't fail the class, something about the principal not daring to. Even then, I felt guilty about just leaving Scott high and dry. I hadn't even been able to call him and give him a heads up that I wouldn't be in school because Gray had asked me not to contact him. He was now the prime suspect in my kidnapping investigation. Gray had taken it very seriously when I had made the stupid comment that the men smelt like Scott. Why did I say that? It's not like I knew what Scott smelt like, so why did I have to say that? He had been trying to reach me on Instagram, Facebook, even called me a few times, and I had ignored everything. It was getting increasingly difficult to do that though, because he now sent at least 10 messages every day. You weren't at school again today. Fruits. Where are you? I want to assume you're with your boyfriend since he hasn't been to school either. Did he do something to you? Are you okay? Are you even in Valley Hill? Why are you ignoring me? Your last scene was just 5 minutes ago. Are you mad at me? Did I do something? Yo? I throw my phone down after reading the last message that came in 2 minutes before. I needed something to distract myself with. Christmas was in 2 days. I had given up on the idea of the Christmas celebration I had had when the lockdown began, but what the hell? I could plan a party for 6 of us. Except that Lana had gone to spend some time with her parents when the lockdown began, and she still hadn't come back. And I still had never seen Gray's mum out of her room since I had started living here. So, for Gray. Okay, so we have it narrowed down to this area. I used the red Sharpie in my hand to circle an area on the large map spread out on my table. Yep, that's where a member of the Shadow Pack was last seen. How long ago was this member seen? About 15 years ago. I let out a low whistle, so this is practically a dead end. Ryan shook his head, maybe. But then maybe not. It wouldn't cost us anything to look. I looked at Mason, who was nodding in agreement. I ran a hand through my hair. It wasn't like we had any other leads. Okay, fine. We'll go, just us 3, but at the end of this month. What's the report on Scott? 2 wolves still trailing him, another 2 working on background check. It's clean up till now, but they are digging deeper, Mason said. I nodded, bouncing my leg irritably. This shit was taking longer than I wanted it to. I needed to find the fuckers that tried to take my mate and make them pay. The sight that met me when I entered the kitchen was comical. Gracie was standing on the countertop rummaging in cabinets that were made with the average height of a werewolf in mind. So bored you turned to extreme sports? I asked, forgetting that she had human hearing and there was no way she could have heard me coming. She jumped, knocking her head on the door of the cabinet, and nearly falling off the counter. I leaped forward and carried her onto safe, solid ground, laughing, your first attempt at extreme sports and you nearly break your neck. She scowled, I wasn't doing extreme sports. Why are your cabinets so freaking high? And where do you keep all your food stuff? I can't find anything. I looked around the kitchen, hoping for a large sign pointing me in the direction of whatever she was looking for. I don't know. You don't know where the food in your own kitchen is? She raised an eyebrow. I don't know. Mrs. Knightley handles that stuff. She frowned, Mrs. Knightley. Yeah. You know, the lady that cooks. You have a cook. I smiled. Where did you think all the food you have been eating since you've been here came from, baby? She smiled sheepishly, she hadn't thought about it. Why are you looking for foodstuff anyway? Christmas. I'm making dinner now. I raised an eyebrow. You can cook. You don't have to sound so surprised. Okay, sorry baby. So what's the plan for Christmas? Her face lit up, you'll see she winked. Oh, I wanted to ask, do you think can Kira come? My heart dropped. She looked so hopeful, but we were on a total lockdown, nobody was supposed to come to the house. And even if there was no lockdown, I still wouldn't be comfortable having Kira in my house, baby. It's okay, I was just asking. She forced a smile. Okay, could you get Mrs. Knightley to show me where to find the things I need? 35, Gracie. Yeah, remember when I said I totally knew how to cook? Yeah, I totally don't. I looked down at the sauce bubbling on the cooker. I really didn't think it was supposed to be that color. Oh Lord. And I had told everybody that dinner would be ready at 7. It was 6:20 and I still needed to set the table, shower and change into clothes other than the sweatpants and stained t-shirt I was currently wearing. At least the chicken looked okay. I smiled proudly and the glistening brown pieces of bird. Mrs. Knightley, I smiled sheepishly at the lady sitting at the island, could you please help me dish out the food and set the table? I really have to go and start getting ready. Mrs. Knightley was a sweet old lady, who had apparently cooked for the Alpha family for years. She had helped me get all the stuff I needed to cook, and had offered to cook everything, but I declined her offer. Stupid. Of course, Luna, and there was that. I had told her to just call me Tamara Grace, but she insisted, saying it would be disrespectful. It felt weird to have somebody at least twice my age, bowing to me each time I walked into the kitchen. Thanks. I hurried up the stairs to my room. Thank God I had laid the dress I planned to wear on the bed earlier. I hopped in the shower, hurriedly lathering myself in soap and rinsing before hurrying out again. The dress was new. Something I had gotten after I had moved in with Gray. It was a navy blue A-line dress, stopping above my knees. It made me feel really pretty as I looked in the mirror. Not knowing what to do with my hair, I decided to pull it into a low bun. The overall look was nice enough and I pulled on shoes and left the room. I could hear the boys' voices in the dining room as I neared it. I stopped by a window and looked out. The sky was clear, with no moon in sight, making the forest at the back of the house look even darker and more ominous than usual. I shuddered involuntarily and entered the dining room. The boys stopped talking as Gray immediately made his way to me. Gracie, you look beautiful as usual. He kissed my cheek. Yeah, Tamara, you look great, Lana. I hugged her. I thought you were spending Christmas with your parents. Well, I couldn't very well refuse an invitation from the Alpha and his mate, could I? She winked and I laughed. I couldn't say I wasn't relieved she had come. I really needed some female company after all the time I'd spent in the house. I looked around the dining room as we sat down. A Christmas tree stood, glittering in the corner with wrapped boxes underneath it. I smiled. I couldn't wait for Gray to see what I had gotten him. Grace balls, when do we get to dig in? I'm starving. Ryan whined. After we pray. Everybody around the table echoed me incredulously. Yes, Mum. Gray stood up, looking at the door behind me. I followed his gaze, and immediately flew out of my seat. Mrs. Brewer, I'm so glad you could join us. The lady standing before me was beautiful, or at least, she used to be beautiful, but now she just looked tired. Very tired. She had obviously taken great efforts to prepare for the dinner, her cheeks blushed, her lips painted, but she couldn't hide the bags under her eyes from weeks of getting no sleep. I had asked the maid who took care of her to tell her about the dinner, but I really didn't think she would be able to come. I realized we had all just been staring at her since she walked into the room. Please, Sit down. I indicated the place I had set for her in case she came. You don't all have to look so shocked. I assure you I still eat, she chuckled as she sat down. Mum, should you be out of bed? Are you feeling okay? Gray seemed ready to carry her upstairs at the slightest hint at discomfort. Gray, I am fine. This lovely girl invited me to dinner, and I accepted. There's no need for panic. She looked round the table. What were you doing before I came? We were just about to pray, I said. Pray? She asked just as the doorbell rang. Ryan and Mason were on their feet at once. I thought we were still under a lockdown. Did you invite anyone else, Tamara? Lana asked. I shook my head. I hadn't been in contact with anybody. How would I invite them? Gray stood up. Calm down. I invited somebody. I looked at him, surprised as he headed to the door. I listened as he opened the door, heard him greet somebody and heard a woman's voice answer him. A woman. I sat up straight as I waited for him to re-enter the dining room. Ryan and Mason must have smelt something I didn't, because they suddenly started growling, their eyes not leaving the door. And a second later, I understood why. Kira. My chair nearly toppled over as I rushed towards her and hugged her. Oh my God. What are you doing here? How are you here? She laughed. Well, I was invited, really. I looked at Gray standing beside her and he nodded. Thank you. I threw my arms around him. You know I can hardly say no to you, Gracie. A place was set for Kira at the table and I sat down too. Okay, let us pray. This time it was Kira. Yes, pray. Why is everyone so surprised by that? Please bow your heads. Everybody's head bowed and Gray's mother raised an eyebrow at me before bowing her head too. Father, we thank you for today and for providing for us. All glory and honor be unto your name. Amen. There was a chorus of amens around the table and the bowl of rice was passed around. Gray choked beside me and leaned in. Gracie, I thought you said you could cook what? I lifted a forkful of rice to my mouth and immediately winced. The rice had not cooked for long enough and I had put way too much salt in it. Grace balls, did we offend you? Is this our punishment? Ryan tried to politely spit the food into a napkin, except that there was no way to politely spit food out. I'm sorry. Let's just eat the chicken and the salad. And then he just poured all the sand in his hair. Mrs. Brewer finished and we all laughed. Gray groaned beside me. Mum, how many more utterly embarrassing stories of me do you plan to tell this evening? I laughed. I'll be right back to hear some more. I have to use the bathroom. I left the room, a smile still lingering on my face. Apart from the whole rice disaster, the evening had turned out quite fun, and we hadn't even opened presents yet. I did my business in the bathroom, and was on my way back to the dining room, when I met Kira looking out of the same window I had looked out of earlier. Hi, she jumped, startled. Oh hi, what's up? Are you okay? Yeah, she turned to look out of the window again. The sky is so beautiful, isn't it? I looked up at the dark skies. Not really. Should we take a walk? She said suddenly. I don't know. We are under a lockdown. I'm not allowed to leave the house. Okay, then we won't go far. I just want some fresh air and I need to talk to you. She did look like she was worried about something. Okay, let's go. We went out the front door, as quietly as we could, because I knew Gray would nearly explode if he knew I had stepped out of the house. We stopped when we got to the back of the house, the dark forest closer than I would have liked it. I was really worried when you stopped coming to school. I know, I'm sorry. It's been really crazy around here. I rubbed my arms. It was quite cold. Crazy? What happened? I paused. I didn't think I should tell her about the attempted kidnap. I've just been really busy. Oh? Okay. You're really cool, Tamara that's why I'm sorry I have to do this. Before I could say another word, Kira had jammed a needle in my arm. The pain was immediate and I fell to the ground, the world growing blurry. I heard footsteps. Have you done it? It was a man's voice. Yes, she's out and I was out. 36. Gracie. I was cold and my head was pounding from all the yelling I'd done when I first woke up. I had yelled and screamed for God knows how long before the person in the cell opposite mine had chucked a wooden spoon through the bars at my head and told me to shut up. After that, I had leaned against the filthy concrete wall and thought about what had happened. Kira had kidnapped me. I found it hilarious. Gray had warned me to stay away from her but had brought her over just because I had asked him to, and she stuck a needle in my arm. I hadn't seen anybody since I woke up, just the girl in the cell opposite mine, but it was dark so I couldn't see even her properly. It seemed as if we were in some kind of prison with rows of cells on each side. I didn't know exactly how many cells there were, but the place stunk to the high heavens, so I assumed there had to be at least a few people locked up. A door clanged open and the lights went on, making me jump. I heard heavy footsteps coming down the narrow path between the two rows of cells. They walked until they stopped in front of mine. The huge man brought out a bunch of keys and stuck one in the lock of the bars. The door slid open with a squeal. I shrank back, hoping to disappear into the wall. No such luck, however. The man walked in and pulled me up by my arm. His grip was tight, and I knew there would be a red handprint later. Please, please, where are you taking me? The man ignored me, dragging me out of the cell and down the path. There was a door at the end with another man guarding it. The man opened the door, and I was dragged out, up a flight of stairs, and out another door opened by another guard. We entered the main house and headed towards an elevator. Please, I beg you. Don't take me. Please. I screamed, digging my heels into the ground, trying to pull out of his grasp. The elevator dinged and slid open. The man looked at me and sneered before throwing my inside and getting in after me. There were 5 buttons on the wall, a blank one at the very bottom, which is where I assumed we were, then 1, 2, 3, and then another blank one at the top. The man pressed the 3 and then we waited, me with tears streaming down my face and him, looking as if he'd rather be doing literally anything else. The elevator went past the other floors quickly, not stopping to let anybody on, and then we were on the 3rd floor. The man gripped my arm again, and dragged me off. It was nicer up here, marble floors and high ceilings. There were a row of doors and I was dragged to the last one. There were 2 men standing outside the door, who one dragging me nodded curtly to before knocking. A muffled voice came from inside and the guy dragging me swung the door open. The room was brightly lit with large windows overlooking what looked like a field. My eyes widened as I noticed who was in the room. You? I shook, not believing what I was seeing. His bright blue eyes stared at me, unblinking, unfazed. Shut the door, he said, and I heard the door click shut behind me. You had me kidnapped. He sipped out of the glass in his hand, ignoring me. Scott. Our human friend has arrived. Another man came striding into the room from a door behind the desk and Scott stood up. The man was tall with large muscles rippling through the shirt he was wearing. His head was shiny and bald, but he didn't look much older than Gray. He smiled, showing white teeth, as he made his way towards me. I tried to step back, but the guy that had dragged me here still had a tight grip on me and he shoved me forwards instead. The man stopped in front of me, looking down at me as I tried to look anywhere else but him. Kurt, leave. The guy holding me, who apparently was Kurt, let my arm go, and I heard him leave the room. The man in front of me began walking around me, eyeing me like I was a cow he was considering buying. He came to stand in front of me again, and I still refused to meet his gaze. His hand came up and touched my face and I immediately flinched, leaning out of his grasp. He grabbed my face and jerked it upwards, holding it in place. She's not much, a little juvenile human. But her eyes, I saw Scott nodding out of the corner of my eye, yeah. Her eyes. I noticed. They were speaking as if I wasn't in the room, like I didn't exist. Like I was a literal slab of meat. Who are you? My voice wavered. He laughed, finally letting go of my face and heading to the seat behind the desk. Darling, I go by numerous names, Alpha, Chosen One, Eric. I interrupted, wait, you are the Chosen One. Gray hadn't told me a lot about the Chosen One. Actually, he had only told me the bare minimum, insisting that I shouldn't worry about it. He growled, never interrupt me, human. I immediately shut my mouth and watched him. Scott had sat down, and was still not looking at me. His glass was now drained. Eric ran his eyes over me once again from where he sat. Of course, she'll need to be bred and trained to our standards before the mating. Mating. My voice came out slightly above a whisper. Of course, darling, you and I are to be mated at the next full moon. I felt faint. What? No? He laughed, loud and long. It's cute that you believe you have a choice. Kurt. The door opened and Kurt walked in. Back to the dungeons I was dismissed. I felt my arm being grabbed again. Scott. Scott, please. Please, do something. Scott. He didn't even look my way, deep in conversation with Eric. It was like I didn't exist. 37, Gray. My head hurt, my heart hurt. I was angry with everybody, but I was furious with myself. My mate was gone. And it was my fault. I pulled at my hair and ended up actually tugging some out of the roots. I let out a growl that shook the lighter items in my office. There was this weight in my chest, it made me feel like a bomb, just waiting to go off. I wanted to destroy things, people, anything. I wanted to do something, but I felt so completely helpless. Gracie had been gone for a week, and we were no closer to finding her than we were the day she was taken. I growled again, as I thought about Kira, and my own fucking stupidity. I knew she was dangerous, sure I never imagined her to be this dangerous, but I knew she was dangerous and I still let her into my house. And Scott. The son of a bitch. I wasn't surprised when we were watching the security footage, and he walked into the frame right after Kira stuck that needle in Gracie's arm. I could manage a lot of things, but I couldn't stand a liar. I pulled the door of my office open and burst into the room next door. The hum of activity in the room stopped for a second before it started again. This was the control room, aka the room where I have wolves looking for my mate 24/7. People bustling up and down, staring at computer screens with incomprehensible diagrams and figures on them. In the corner, there was a group around a table analyzing a large map. In another corner were people watching and re-watching the security footage from the night Gracie was taken, trying to find anything that could give us a clue as to where to start looking. Because honestly we had nothing. We had sent our best sniffers out to follow their trail, but they said the scent stopped right at the edge of the woods. Just disappeared. And there were no tire tracks or anything. As if Kira, Scott, and my mate simply vanished into thin air. Today was the day Ryan, Mason, and I were going to the area where a member of the Shadow Pack was last seen. I looked at the time on my phone and my jaw ticked in irritation. Where were they? Did they realize every single second counted? I walked out of the control room and immediately saw them running up to me. Sorry we are late, W. Let's go, I growled. I didn't have time for excuses. I got to my car and pulled open the door. I used too much force and the handle actually broke into my hand. Why don't you let me drive? Mason asked and I growled at him in response. He came closer. You're not calm, you're missing your mate. We could get into a car accident. Let me drive, Alpha. He made sense, he made a lot of sense. I shoved the car key into his hand and went round and got into the passenger's seat. Ryan got in the back and Mason started driving. It was a nice day, one of those days that Gracie loved, warm with clear blue skies. It was weird that it was this warm in winter, but then I guess with the new year came new weather. I'd almost completely forgotten that today was New Year's Day. But somehow, I'd remembered. I sat back and looked out of the window. The car was quiet, neither of them making a peep. I wondered if they were anywhere as anxious as I was to get Gracie back. I knew Ryan had really come to care for Gracie. A fact that didn't hit me until I caught him crying after she was taken. But I wasn't sure about Mason. He was his usual stoic self. The person he had forced himself to be after what happened a few years ago. I shuddered remembering the incident and how it had broken him. I needed to get Gracie. 2 hours later and we were finally parking the car. We had to park right on the edge of the town because we didn't want to draw attention to ourselves by driving in. We would be completing the rest of the journey on foot. Summerson was a small town, smaller than Valley Hill. The difference between them was that there were no humans in Summerson, it was a wolf-only town. It was evening already, just like we had planned. Since it was a town populated by wolves, our scents wouldn't be hard to pick out. Especially mine, because I had alpha red water. We had informed the alpha of the Summerson pack that we were coming because it was practically a death sentence to go on another pack's land without permission, but we had asked him not to inform his pack of our coming because if we were really going to catch any member of Shadow Pack, the only thing we had on our side was the element of surprise. We walked by the side of the roads, into the woods, and up to the spot where we'd agreed to meet with the alpha of Summerson, Dylan. Our senses were on high alert as we waited, sniffing and listening for anything unusual. Then we heard footsteps and we all trained our eyes on the direction from which they came, ready to shift in half a second if needed. The Dylan and 2 other men appeared. Alpha Grey, it's an honor to have you on my land, Dylan said, immediately moving forward to shake my hand. He was a tall man with graying hair. I took his hand without smiling. I had no desire to be polite today. This is my beta, James, and my gamma, Mike, he said, pointing to the 2 men with him. How can we help you? I spoke. We have reports that a Shadow Pack member was last seen on your pack land. What do you know about this? The look Dylan exchanged with James was quick, but I noted it. The Shadow Pack went extinct many years ago. I don't see how there could be any on my pack land. I nodded shortly and on cue, Ryan attacked James, Mason attacked Mike and I landed on the alpha. We were all still in human form, but our pack was a much stronger pack, so it was easy to overpower them. Where is the person? I screamed into Dylan's face, spit flying in different directions. I don't know what you are talking about, Dylan whimpered under me. I let my canines slide out. I could end your life in a second, or you could give me a name and a location. I have a pup on the way, PL. My eyes widened. There could be only one person that he'd be protecting this much, risking his life for. Your mate, I growled, and his eyes widened with fear. Take me to her, or I'll find her by myself. How did you know? He was shaking. How did you get mated to a Shadow Pack member? Stand up and lead the way. He stood up and we followed him. Ryan and Mason were still holding the other wolves, but I had no need to restrain Dylan. He knew it would be stupid to run when he's got so much on the line. He led us out into a clearing with a big house in the center. It was obviously the pack house, although it was much smaller than ours. But he didn't take us into the pack house, but into a smaller building by the side. It was a storage room, piled high with rubbish that they had no space for in the pack house. I've mind-linked her. She's on her way, Dylan said. I smirked. He thought we were so smart. I nodded at Mason and he passed Mike to me and left the room. Where's he going? Dylan asked, his voice shaking. I just smiled. You'll see. Mason walked in not long after with a heavily pregnant woman in tow. "Lisa!" Dylan cried in shock. "She was running," Mason said to me. He had a traveling bag in his other hand. I clucked, "I don't like people who play dirty, Dylan." I let Mike go and got a chair from the other side of the room. "Please sit down," I said to Lisa. She was pregnant and I wasn't a monster. She sat down, looking at me tentatively. "I'm going to ask you a few questions, and for your mate's sake and safety, I'd like you to answer truthfully." She visibly swallowed and nodded. "Okay, are you a member of Shadow Pack?" Her eyes widened briefly before she answered, "I was. I haven't ever even met anybody from that pack. I was born in this pack." I frowned. How did that happen? "My mother escaped from Shadow Pack while she was pregnant with me and Summerson Pack took her in. She died in childbirth and I was raised by this pack." I sighed. This was hopeless. I could tell she was telling the truth, and since she was, there was no real information we could get from her about the whereabouts of Shadow Pack since she was never even really part of the pack. I had one more question to ask out of curiosity. Shadow Pack members have yellow eyes. Even if you aren't a member, your parents were and you have Shadow Pack red water in you. Why are your eyes blue? She smiled for the first time since she entered the room, contact lens. We thanked Dylan, wished Lisa a safe delivery and started our journey back home. I was furious. We had practically wasted a whole day, and we still weren't closer to finding Gracie. When we drove up to my house, I got out and slammed the door. A wolf ran out of the house to meet us. "Alpha, we have news." "What is it?" "We might have found where they are keeping her 38. Gracie." I didn't know how long I'd been in this place for, or how long it had been since I'd been taken to meet Eric. Time seemed inconsequential in the dark dungeon, where they fed me just enough to keep me alive, but not have energy to do anything, and greedy rodents scampered about. The smell in there was choking and I still hadn't gotten used to it after being there for so long. Stale sweat, rotting things, and the God knows what else. Some of my cold soup dribbled onto my dress as I brought the spoon to my mouth. My beautiful navy blue dress, that had made me feel so pretty, was unrecognizable now. Ripped and filthy, it looked nothing like it did on Christmas Day. That whole time felt light years away. Gray, the dinner, my friends, I felt sad remembering them, but I didn't cry. I had long exhausted my tear ducts. I hadn't expected to be here for this long. I didn't think it would take Gray this long to find me. But then I didn't know how long I'd been gone for all I knew, it had only been a day or two. The door of the dungeons clanged open and the place was flooded with light. They had come for the plates. I hadn't finished my soup, so I hurriedly scooped the rest into my mouth and dropped the plate beside the door. I pushed the disgusting concoction down my throat and retreated to the corner of my cell to sleep. That's what I spent most of my time doing, sleeping. It was an escape. It was bliss to escape reality for a little while, especially my reality. The jangle of keys and the clicking of my padlock unlocking jerked my eyes open. Kurt was at my cell door. This was the first time anybody had come for me since that first day. I watched him from the corner as he removed the padlock and slid the heavy metal bars open. I didn't move, so he came in and jerked me up by my arm. I was weak, so I was much easier and lighter to handle than the last time he had come to get me. He marched me down and out of the dungeons. We got in the same elevator as before, but this time he punched the button for the second floor. I wasn't going to meet Eric. We waited in silence as the box moved up and got out when it stopped. This floor was a bit different from the third floor, not by a lot, but there were subtle changes. Instead of marble floors, there were plain ceramic tiles, there was a vase with flowers in it, and there were a lot more doors. Kurt stopped at one and pushed it open without knocking. There were 4 women inside, who were obviously expecting us. "Sam, you look lovely today as usual." I jumped a bit when Kurt spoke. Kurt could speak. I looked up at him and he was actually smiling. Wow! One of the ladies who I assumed was Sam came forward, determinedly avoiding Kurt's eyes and trying not to smile. Hi miss. We've received instructions for you. If you'd please step this way, Sam said. Kurt released me and I followed her directions. We can take care of her, sir, Sam said, grimacing and looking pointedly at Kurt. His smile dropped and he nodded once before going out of the room. I wonder what the story between them was, because there was definitely a story. Sam led me to another door and opened it, revealing a bathroom. Alpha requested the total package, so that begins with a bath, Sam explained. She was about my age. I noticed now that I was closer, maybe a year or two older. It was weird to be addressed as I nodded. My name is Tamara Grace. My voice cracked from lack of use. She nodded without smiling. Sam. If you would please undress, your bath water is ready. I stood, waiting for her to leave until I realized she wasn't planning to. I can bathe myself. It's my job, besides. She looked away. We aren't allowed to leave you alone. I swallowed the lump in my throat, willing myself not to cry. I was a prisoner. I'm not going to jump out the window, I snapped at her, and shut the door in her face. There was no lock, so I stood, hoping that she would allow me this bit of privacy. The door handle didn't twist, so I assumed she had given in. I looked around the bathroom. It was all white, from the tub to the tiles, everything. And there was a window. I eyed the door one more time before rushing to the window. It was high, so I had to climb into the toilet seat to reach it. I quickly realized that it was too small for me to get through it. It was designed to let light and air in, but not let out anything larger than a small child. Even then, we were on the second floor, high above the ground, so it'd be stupid to try anything. I got off the toilet seat as quietly as possible, and was headed to the tub when my reflection caught my eye. I stopped, letting my eyes run over the girl in the mirror. My skin was covered in filth and my hair was matted and almost brown. I looked away, hurriedly taking off my formerly pretty blue dress and getting in the tub. It was big enough to let the water cover my chest and my knees at the same time, which I was grateful for. The water was blissful. Warm and floral scented. I picked up the bar of soap by the tub and run it over my skin, washing the dirt away. Then I picked the coconut milk shampoo and put a large glob on my hand and massaged it into my hair, detangling with my fingers. After I was sure I was clean and the water in the tub wasn't clear nor warm anymore, I got out and wrapped myself in the fluffy robe that lay folded by the door, determinedly avoiding the mirror. I opened the door and stepped out. The four women were gathered together whispering, but stopped immediately they noticed me. I hoped you enjoyed the bath, Sam asked, coming forward. Next, I was laid on a massage table, and had different lovely smelling oils rubbed into my skin. Then it was time for hair. One of the other women sat me in front of a mirror, lifting strands of my hair, and letting them fall back with a thoughtful look on her face. I jumped up when she picked up a pair of scissors. No, your hairstyle is tired, do not cut my hair. I was dead serious. I loved my hair long and so did Gray. She rolled her eyes but nodded and I returned to the chair. She did a silk press instead, leaving my hair feeling soft around my neck. Then makeup. I wondered, as I sat there with brushes running up and down my face, what this primping was for. Sam had said that Alpha had requested the total package for me, meaning Eric. And so I wondered, why did Eric want me all dressed up? What am I getting ready for? It was one of the other women that answered, Alpha is hosting a New Year's party today. New Year? I'd been here a week. And why exactly did Eric want me attending his party anyway? When they were done, Sam unzipped a dress bag I hadn't noticed and brought out a stunning red dress. Alpha requested that you wear this, Sam said. The fact that I had no choice changed it from a request to an order, but I put the dress on. The tight fabric left little to the imagination, with net being the dominant material. I shook my head, peeling the dress off me. I'm not wearing that. I carefully put it on the couch, and put the robe back on. The women exchanged looks. The Alpha, one of them began. I don't care what Eric says, I'm not going half without clothes. Just then the door opened and in walked the devil himself. He was dressed in a dark suit and a white shirt, instantly dominating the room, with his mere presence, the presence of a man accustomed to absolute power. His eyes settled on me before he addressed the women. Why is she not dressed? Who does he think he is, always talking as if I'm not in the room? She is not dressed because she is not wearing the thing you assume is a dress. His eyes darkened and something shot through them before they went back to normal. The corner of his mouth lifted. He found this amusing. Get her something else. One of the women scurried from the room and the silence in her wake was deafening. I maintained eye contact with Eric, not backing down when he clearly expected me to. The woman returned with another red dress. What was the deal with red? I took the dress from her and stared pointedly at Eric. He was still smirking and stared back at me with his yellow eyes, not having any plans of moving. I huffed and entered the bathroom and put the dress on. The dress wasn't exactly church material with its plunging neckline, but it was a lot better than the previous option. I sighed and stepped out of the bathroom. Eric appraised me from top to bottom before turning to the women. Good job. They seemed to swell under their Alpha's commendation, bright grins lighting up their faces. Let's go, we don't have all night. I pulled on the shoes they had provided and followed him out of the room. Okay, juvenile, I want you on your best behavior. Lots of smiles but very little talk. He held out his arm for me to take. I stared at it, eyebrow raised. Why exactly do you think I'm going to do anything you say? His yellow eyes flashed amber. I might have accommodated the little show you put on about the dress, but how about you try disrespecting me and I slit your skinny human throat? I took his arm. 39, Grey. Recap Alpha, we have news. What is it? We might have found where they are keeping her and now might. I barked at the pup in front of me while he cowered. Well. I pushed past him and made a beeline for the control room. Somebody tell me what is going on, stat. One of the men, Mike, stood up. Well, Alpha, we had been trying to trace them from our end, but like in the security footage, it seemed like they just vanished into thin air. So we decided to try from their end. We asked people to let us know any house or area in their town that was secretive and large, because we figured the chosen one would have a sort of pack house, or something for his followers. We've been getting all sorts of tips, but they didn't fit the description, but finally we got one yesterday, and even though the newer maps don't show it, the older ones point out that area as Shadow Pack territory. And there have been reports of suspicious activity in a house there over the past few weeks, he finished. Mason and Ryan had joined us somewhere during the story and we are standing behind me. Well, why the fuck are you wolves still sitting on your haunches doing nothing? My heart thumped wildly in my chest. Could we really have found her? Tell the warriors to get ready, we are leaving in 5 minutes. Mason touched my shoulder. Grey, shouldn't we have a plan? I brushed him off. No time. It's not smart to go rushing there without a plan. Look. Every second my mate spends with those people, her life is in danger. I am not going to waste more time trying to figure out a plan. If you don't want to come, then stay here, but do not slow me down. He looked at me for a while. Of course I'm coming, I nodded shortly. Then get the fuck ready. Everybody rushed around and were packed into the truck in time. Me, Ryan, Mason, and one of the people from the control room, Mike, got into another truck and the journey began. The journey took 6 hours, and most people were already asleep, seeing as we had traveled through the night. Wake the fuck up. I screamed through mind link. I heard groans as the lazy wolves jumped awake. We had gotten to the town where the supposed house was but hadn't yet gotten to the house. I cursed as the sun rose higher and higher on the horizon. I would have much preferred doing this at night. The dark was an intruder's best friend. Turn right here, Mike's voice came from the back. I turned and we continued on for a while until he suddenly shouted stop. And I jerked the car to a halt. I apologize, Alpha, but we have to stop here. The house is 2 blocks away, but we have to cover the rest on foot. I communicated the new development to the wolves in the other truck and everybody came out of the trucks. The house was surrounded by tall trees and it seemed like the perfect place to hide someone, but as we got closer, it felt wrong. It was a warehouse, tall and nondescript. Okay boys. All the people that were in the second truck go to the back of the warehouse. The rest of will go in from the front. There was a quiet chorus of yes, Alpha, and everybody got into position. As we approached the front entrance, I realized we hadn't seen any guards. Something was way off. We approached one of the 5 garage door-like doors, and there was a button beside it to push to open the door. I hit the button and the door began to slide excruciatingly slowly up. When it was halfway up, we ducked under it and entered the warehouse. It was dark, pitch black, with the only source of light being the light flooding in from the door behind us. This wasn't right. This place didn't have the slightest whiff of Gracie. Instead, it was full of weird scents. I was about to tell my men to retreat when the door we had come in through suddenly slid down and shut. The lights in the warehouse came on and then we noticed we were surrounded. Gracie. The party was boring, even more so because I had to hold Eric's arm and circulate around the room, nodding politely to strangers who looked at me strangely. The good part was that I had eaten a lot of the hors d'oeuvres that the waiters carried around. After eating gruel for the past week, the change was welcome. I wondered what Eric's endgame here was. Who shows off somebody they kidnapped? Some of them are weakening. We should have their alpha soon enough, one of the guests, a man sporting a blue bow tie and greasy hair, finished. I cursed myself for tuning out. Which alpha were they talking about? Was it Gray? Then we moved to the front of the room where Eric took a microphone. He tapped the head once or twice to draw attention to himself, which was needless because all eyes were him all the time. Dear friends, I thank you all for honoring my invitation to celebrate the new year. A lot of you might be wondering who this beautiful woman on my arm is. Well, I'll be glad to inform you that with the new year came a special gift for me. She and I will be mated in 3 weeks. The entire room broke into applause as the air available for me seemed to become less and less. I couldn't breathe. I needed to get out of there. I let go of Eric's arm and sprinted from the room in a manner not unlike Cinderella. I ran around the house wildly, the walls seemed to be closing in on me. I couldn't find the exit. My chest was burning and I finally traced down the room that I had gotten ready in. I kicked off my shoes without stopping and burst into the bathroom. I jumped onto the toilet seat and stuck my head out of the window, taking greedy gulps of the cool air. The large balls of tears rolling down my cheek were mixing with the sweat my face was coated with after all my running. I couldn't do this. I couldn't get mated to that man. I had waited, telling myself that Gray couldn't be that far off. He was coming to rescue me. He would save me like he always promised he would. But as I stepped out of the dress and collapsed on the floor, as my hot skin met the cool marble floor, as fatigue descended on me and my consciousness slowly slipped away, I realized I had to save myself. Gray we fought, some in wolf form, some in human form. But the battle wasn't that hard. It was as if whoever had sent them had sent their most inexperienced wolves. In 20 minutes, 22 men lay on the floor, their souls gone, one had managed to escape, and we had one, bound up and sedated to take back to the pack house and interrogate. I was furious. I had failed, yet again, to get Gracie back. Of the 4 warriors that had gone round the back, 3 of them had been slacked with silver, and it was running quickly through their veins. They needed medical attention, and fast. We trooped back to the trucks, dragging the sedated man along. But all our tires had been slashed, every single one lay flat on the ground. Fuck! I kicked one of the trucks. Somebody tell me we have first aid kits. Glove compartment, Alpha. I dropped the man I was dragging on the floor, and got out the first aid kit. I looked inside, and thankfully there were enough materials to do the job. I mind-linked the warriors we had left at the pack and asked them to start heading over with 3 trucks, and to bring the pack doctor with them. Then I started working on the injured men. I sterilized the scissors with some spirit, and then cut away the part of the men's skin that was touched by the silver, cleaned the cut, and bandaged them up. They would still need medical attention for the silver that had already gotten into their red water, but they would be okay. I sighed and collapsed onto the seat, staring at the now bright sky, wondering if my Gracie was doing the same. 40. Gracie. There's something movies and fairy tales conveniently leave out of their stories. The prince doesn't always come for the damsel. Sometimes, Sleeping Beauty doesn't get awakened. Rapunzel remains in the tower. Cinderella remains a maid forever. Sometimes, the damsel either has to conform to what seems like her destiny, or save herself. I had conformed long enough, and my prince had actually come once. Grey had saved me from my parents. But this time, my savior might just be yours truly. Fear is the mind killer. And fear was exactly what was going to drive me. I didn't have a plan. Which I knew was stupid. But I had a goal: to get the hell out of that place. I sat in front of the mirror and styled my hair, catching the eye of my captor behind me in the reflection. I smiled, letting my lips curl upward, willing it to reach my eyes. I had woken up in Eric's bed, swathed in his heavy sheets, without having any recollection of how I got there, although it wasn't that hard to figure out since I remembered falling asleep on the bathroom floor. After the initial shock wore off that I was in his bed, I realized I could use that to my advantage, because it meant 1. That I wasn't going back to the dungeons. 2. That the fool had either begun to trust me, or underestimated me enough to let me into his space. And boy, was I not going to let that go. You seem different, he commented, knotting his tie. It was weird that the few times I'd seen him, he'd never been in casual clothes. My smile remained on my face, and I had to put conscious effort into not letting it slip into a grimace. Different. Docile fool. Eric, I had realized, was not used to people standing up to him. Everybody around him treated him with not polite consideration, but groveling deference. Which was easy for me, seeing as that was basically all I'd done while I was at my parents'. I shrugged, letting my expression droop. Doesn't seem like I'm getting out of here anytime soon, might as well start adjusting. He smiled as he shrugged his suit jacket on. Just the attitude you should have, human. And he left. Clothes in my exact size had been arranged on one side of Eric's walk-in closet. Everything was there, from ball gowns to underwear, which I found more than creepy. I pulled on a pair of jeans and a sweater. Despite there not being a lot of snow, it was still the middle of winter. After playing with it, I decided to just leave my hair down. I walked out of the room and realized we were on a floor I hadn't been on before. I walked to one of the windows and looked out. I was shocked that instead of overlooking just a large expanse of land like I'd expected, since I believed we were in the middle of nowhere, the window actually overlooked a small town. There were little houses with gardens that would be green and lush in any other season, and there were people actually walking about. What the hell was going on? From all the contact I'd had with werewolves, namely Grey's pack, I'd come to understand that they valued and highly preferred extreme privacy. Look at Grey's house, it was almost impossible for a human to find. So why did these wolves have their house in plain sight? It might make things easier for me seeing as I would be able to ask people for help if no when I escape, but then what if they were in on it? What if it was a town full of wolves, which is why there was no need for the house to be hidden? I backed away from the window and looked around the floor. Eric's room seemed to be the only room on the floor. Typical, an entire floor to himself. I got into the elevator, which seemed to remain permanently open, as if Eric had to make quick exits frequently. I looked at the buttons and decided to go down to the first floor. Start from the bottom. The ground floor was by far the most populated floor with door on both sides covering the length of the corridor. I moved in the direction that the most noise seemed to be coming from and found myself in a kitchen, a large kitchen bustling with activity. There were ladies and young boys alike rushing around, all busy with something or the other. Some were chopping vegetables, some frying some things, some others washing fruits. It was crazy. I stood in the middle of the chaos seemingly unnoticed until a woman shoved some items into my hands as she hurried past. Stunned, I looked down at the items and found a bowl of carrots, a chopping board, and a knife. "Don't just stand there, get to chopping. I need those in 5 minutes," she said without stopping. I thought about protesting and pointing out that I wasn't there to work, but then thought, what the hell, why not? I found a space on the counter beside a girl, who was chopping onions with tears running down her face, and began chopping. I might not win the World's Best Cook award anytime soon, but I sure as hell could chop. I focused on chopping the carrots into cubes and cut my finger in the process. Awesome. Carrots. I heard somebody yell a few times and vaguely wondered what all the noise was about. "That's you know," the girl next to me said between sniffles. My eyes widened as I rushed over to the woman and handed her my bowl of the neatly chopped carrots. Dear me, a minute longer and the food would have been ruined, girl. The girl that was next to me delivered her onions with onion-induced squinted eyes before turning to me. "Come on, your cut has to be treated," she said, gesturing for me to follow her. I hesitated, it was just a small cut, but went with her. She edited through a different door than the one I came in through. Behind the door was another long corridor. Just how big was this place? With a lot of doors. This corridor was visibly different from any of the other ones I'd been on. The walls were dirty, the rug covered the entire length of the floor was almost threadbare from being swept too many times, there were no ornate decorations lining the walls. The girl stopped in front of one of the doors, produced a key from her apron, and the door was soon unlocked, revealing a small bedroom. I came to the stark realization that these were the servants' quarters, and that was why Eric, the pompous prick, had gone out of his way to make it as dismal as possible. "Home sweet home," she trilled as she invited me in. Nice place. I wasn't being sarcastic. She had done a lot with what she was given. The normally small, almost prison-like room had been transformed into a cozy living space with the help of her bright decorations. "Thanks, have a seat. I should have some first aid stuff somewhere around here." Seeing as the only place in the room where I could have a seat was the bed, I balanced gingerly on the edge of it, looking around as I waited to find the kit she was looking for. There was a picture frame on the little table beside her bed containing a little boy and girl grinning wide in front of some trees. "Are these your?" I paused. "Children?" She didn't look much older than me, but she could have 2 kids, I think. I decided to go with the safer option, siblings. She stuck her head out of the cupboard she was peering into and came over with the materials. "Ah yes, Diego and Gloria." She picked up the frame, smiling fondly at the happy children, then snapping out of it, she turned to me. "Okay, let's see that finger." I held out my index finger. The cut wasn't that deep, so it had already stopped bleeding. She cleaned it with some cotton wool before placing a little yellow band-aid over it. "Not that I don't appreciate it, but what's with all the hospitality?" "The cut wasn't that deep," I had to ask. She smiled as she packed up the stuff she had used. "You knew. I just wanted to make you feel better about being in an unfamiliar place." It suddenly hit me, you know how I got here. We have to get going, I have to set the table for lunch. She returned her stuff to where she'd gotten them, hurrying to the door. I went after her, you know. You have to help me, please. I'm begging you. Get me out of here. We had reached the door that went back out into the kitchen, and she turned to me. Why do you think I work in the kitchen? I'm an omega, Tamara, I'm powerless. She opened the door and then I noticed that it was eerily silent. The noise and bustle that had dominated the place earlier was totally gone, and then I saw why. What the fuck is going on here? 41, Grey. She pranced through the field as if she had no care in the world, her blonde hair flying in the wind. I'm gonna catch you. I yelled as I ran after her. She giggled. It was clear and beautiful as the wind carried the sound over to me. You wish, brewer. She stuck out her tongue at me as she started running as fast as she could. I ran behind her for a little while. I could easily catch her, but I loved how happy she looked when she thought she was winning. She stopped ahead, and you call yourself a werewolf? I'm just a little human, and I outrun you. She stuck out her tongue again. I laughed, it bubbled from my chest, a laugh only she could bring out of me. I easily ran up to her, pulling her so she fell on the soft grass. Hi, little human. She pouted, jutting out her lip, you caught me, I'll always be there to catch you. My eyes flew open, as if I'd been stung, the dream disappearing before my eyes. I lived in a constant red haze now, alternating between dreaming of Gracie or thinking about her. My mate had been gone too long, and my wolf was acting out. I was more wolf than man these days, and there were just a few moments when I was the one actually in charge of my actions. Werewolves weren't made to be away from their mates. They were extremely possessive creatures, which was why they marked their mate immediately they found them. Being away from a marked mate was difficult, but being away from an unmarked one was downright maddening, and it was even worse when one of the mates had alpha red water. In one of my saner moments, I wondered if Gracie was as affected as I was. If she was a werewolf, then there would be no question about it. She would be going crazy, but her being fully human, I wondered. I sat down now, in the back of my mind watching my wolf pace up and down the cell. I had asked to be thrown one of our strongest cells when I noticed my wolf getting stronger. I didn't shift, I hadn't shifted in a long while, but my wolf was getting stronger. It was easy now for him to force me to the back of my own mind and take over my human body. I had tried to fight him in the earlier days, sometimes spending hours battling him for control of my body, but recently I had given up. What was the use? So what if I was in charge of my actions? I couldn't rescue Gracie. Which was why I'd asked to be put in a cell. I didn't want to inadvertently harm one of my pack members while he was in control. Come on, Grey, let's go out for a while. Mason stood outside my cell, his eyes wide with caution. My wolf ignored him, and so did I. You have to get some fresh air. You've been in here for days. It'll be good for both your wolf and you. You don't even have to interact with anybody. We'll just drive around town. You've gone downhill, Grey. You wouldn't want her to see you like this. My wolf wanted to lunge at him for bringing her up, but he was right. I would hate for Gracie to see me so weak. It took a moment for me to push my wolf back and take back control over my body. Okay, let's go. He grinned and pulled on the rubber gloves he'd brought with him and unlocked the heavy silver door. It didn't take a lot to restrain a werewolf, you just needed a lot of silver. He stepped back as I stepped forward. Okay, first of all, shower, he fake gagged. Ha ha, very funny but true. I went up the stairs to my room, stopping briefly to stare at Gracie's door. I hadn't been in there since she left. It was hard enough being in my own room. She had only spent a short while here, but her scent was everywhere. But what stopped me now was that it wasn't. Her scent was fading, very soon it would be gone completely, and it would be as if she was never here. As if she had only been a figment of my imagination. She was perfect enough to be. I took a quick shower, not wanting to linger, and rejoined Mace downstairs. We got in my car, him driving, and took off into town. The benefits of living on the outskirts was that I was far away from people. Cons? That I was far away from people. Meaning I had no idea what was going on in town. I didn't know if anybody else knew Gracie was missing. I doubted it though. They would have noticed our absence, but I doubted any humans would know she had been abducted. So what's been going on in the pack? Ryan and Mason had been left in charge of running the pack. It was a big pack and wolves needed leadership to function properly, someone to look up to. But as their alpha was out of commission, they had been put under their beta and theta instead. Okay. Marie and John had another baby, so they had to be relocated to another part of the house, he explained. I nodded. Marie had 5 kids, with the new one being the 6th. When families in the pack expanded, they needed more space. Although we couldn't always accommodate that need, a family of 8 couldn't be expected to live in the 2-bedroom suites almost everybody else had. Lizzie is moving out next week. Got into college, so Jules and Nate are off. I completed. Lizzie was an only child and her parents always had a plan to travel around the world once their little girl was off to college. That dream had been delayed a few years when Lizzie kept failing her SATs, and it seemed like the college thing might never happen. But now it had, and I was genuinely happy for them. We pulled into the parking lot of the diner, and I pulled up the hood of my hoodie as we walked inside. The good thing about this town is that nothing ever changed, so even though everything at home was different with Gracie's absence, everything else in the town was the same. The diner was no different. Oh look, Luce's here. Mace pointed to one of the booths where sure enough, I could see the sunshine blonde hair that could only belong to the girl. I'll get us a seat. I want a cheeseburger. I really didn't want to have to interact with anybody unnecessarily, but I nodded and went on to the counter. Hi, what can I get for you? It was a guy. Cheeseburger and a soda, and my stomach churned at the thought of the greasy foods that filled the menu, a bottle of water. I gazed unseeingly at a drop of ketchup on the counter that whoever had wiped it down had missed until the guy returned with my order. I grabbed it and realized that Mason was sitting with Lucy. Why the hell he had done that, I had no idea. I slid into the booth next to him and pulled my hood down lower. Thanks, he said, grabbing his food. Hi, Grey. Lucy smiled brightly in my direction, and I ignored her. My leg was bouncing, an involuntary movement that only happened when I was anxious. I wanted to go back home. What if they had news about Gracie, and I was so far away? Her smile dimmed. They still haven't found that girl. That girl, she has a name, I grit out. She laughed nervously and I heard her heart rate pick up. Right, sorry. Tamara Grace. There's still no news. Meet me in the car, I said to Mason before standing up and walking out. I heard him scrambling up behind me and apologizing to Lucy. Grey, wait up, he caught up to me as I neared the car. Mr. Grey Brewer. I turned toward the voice to find a police officer, with 3 others behind him, and Mason staring wide-eyed behind them. I wasn't in the mood for this shit today. Yes? You're under arrest for the kidnapping of a Tamara Grace finally, and for having relations with a minor. What the fuck? Please turn around and put your hands behind your back. Please know that anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. I had a strong feeling to make a run for it, but I couldn't leave my pack. I followed the officer's instructions and felt the heavy cuffs close around my wrists. I'll meet you at the station were the last words I heard from Mason before I was pushed into the backseat of the police car. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Despite her reluctance, she is forced into a wedding ceremony with a mad werewolf. The ceremony takes place outdoors, and she is dressed in a red wedding gown. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. 42. Gracie. The moon was late. I had heard Eric whispering to somebody furiously about it that morning. There was supposed to be an almost full moon yesterday night, with the completely full one tonight, but there wasn't. That was enough to kickstart my escape plan. I was kidnapped on Christmas Day, which was a full moon, which meant today was the 25th and tomorrow the 26th. My birthday. And I'd be damned if I spent my 18th birthday in this place. Liz, the girl I'd met in the kitchens the other day, had absolutely refused to help me because it would put her in too much trouble. However, she had whispered a pretty useful tips, as she served my food a few nights ago. And that's what I was banking on. My mum had always told me to aim for the stars and not the sky, that way, if I missed, I'd land on a cloud. I thought I'd have a bit more time to check if the tip was correct and create a proper plan, but I was going to have to trust her and hope that a cloud caught me. I'd made it a habit to walk in the gardens every morning for anybody that was watching. So, after getting dressed that morning, I headed to the gardens. It was my favorite place in the entire house. Green and vibrant. There were carefully maintained hedges, bright flowers, and tall trees. There were also park benches in random places for people to relax on. Once again, like I'd done since I discovered the place, I wondered who had designed the place. Eric didn't strike me as the type to be interested in any way in having a garden, let alone be thoughtful enough to put in benches. Benches were for people who wanted to enjoy nature once in a while. That wasn't Eric. Usually I chose a bench close to the house so that anybody watching would see me clearly, but today, I wandered. Acting lost in thoughts, I let myself seem as if I was just drifting. Smelt a flower here, played with a butterfly there, until I got to the bench I was looking for and sat down. Perfect. I opened the book I'd brought along as a prop and sat there for the next 2 hours, monitoring what would be the most important point of my escape. When I was satisfied, I closed the book and headed back to the house. It was lunchtime and I usually just had a sandwich alone in the small dining room that adjoined the kitchen. I was on my way to the kitchen to get my sandwich when one of the maids came up to meet me. Alpha is waiting for you in the big dining room. I didn't bother asking her any of the multiple questions that ran through my head. She was just the messenger. Instead, I headed to the big dining room where Eric and I usually had dinner together, and found him sitting in his usual place at the head. The dining table could seat 20 people comfortably, which made it ridiculous for just 2 people to use it, even more ridiculous for 2 people to sit there eating sandwiches. "What are you doing, Eric?" He smiled. Eric's smile scared me when they were directed at me. His mouth was wide and his eyes cold. The smile of a predator. "Having lunch with you. What does it seem like? We don't have lunch together." His smile dropped. "Well, we're staring today." "Sit down." I complied. If I wanted my plan to go well, I needed him to lower his guard. Which meant no defying him. "Come here," he said after I sat down at my usual seat on the other end of the table. He pointed to the seat on his left. Once again, being obedient, I moved there. He smiled again as I took the seat, reaching out to cup my face and run his thumb over my cheek. "This is your seat now. After all, we are to be mated tomorrow. There's no use delaying formalities." The door to the dining room opened and the food was brought in. Eric dropped his hand. I forced myself to act natural, hoping he wouldn't notice the slight tremble of my hand as I picked up my sandwich. The mating ceremony was tomorrow. I wonder if he knew it was my birthday. That meant my escape had to go well, otherwise I didn't want to think of otherwise. It had to go well. Eric talked some more about the ceremony, as we ate, and I smiled and nodded through it. As he stood up to leave after he finished his food, he said to me, "I have to say, I'm surprised you took the news of the ceremony so well. All it took was a month for you to get used to the idea." I smiled the mechanical smile again. "You're very persuasive." He seemed happy with that and he left. After lunch, I usually took a nap. So, I went up to the room. For whoever was watching. I sat on the bed and looked at the wall. I wondered what Gray was doing. I wondered if he was still looking for me or if he'd given up. For the first time in a long time, I wondered what my parents were doing. If they knew I was missing. Of course they didn't. I wondered if they missed me. Of course they didn't. It was time. I, of course, hadn't brought anything with me when I came here, and I thanked God for that. I'd discovered a flight of stairs leading to the outer part of Eric's room. They were narrow and old, obviously service stairs. They hadn't been used in a while as the door that hid them was locked. The door was surprisingly easy to pick, as I'd discovered 3 days ago. I went to that door now and slipped through it and down the stairs, coming out on the floor below Eric's floor. Whoever was watching would still be up there. From that floor, I took the elevator down. I avoided everybody, and by the time I got to the gardens, my heart was racing. I looked back, nobody was following me. I followed the same path I had that morning, this time not stopping to smell the flowers, and not stopping at the bench. I continued past the bench towards the point I had spent 2 hours watching that morning. Still, there was nobody behind me. My heart was practically in my mouth at this point. Then I got to my destination. The tip Liz had given me. Eric's land was surrounded by a 15-foot stone wall all around. With one tiny exception. The land wasn't even. Erosion had carried away most of the sand on this side of the land before the fence was built. So following the slope, the fence got lower and lower until one point where 15 feet became 9. And I was standing at that point right then. Liz had told me the guards didn't man this side of the grounds because it was often muddy, and they didn't like that, which I had spent 2 hours confirming that morning. It was still pretty darn high, but it was the best chance I got. The tree Liz had described was also there. It wasn't very close to the fence, and the branches started very far up from the ground. Good thing I had spent the better part of the last few months climbing a tree to escape from my room. Clutching the piece of paper that could probably save my life tightly in my hand, I began my climb. I normally came out of my room exactly 5 minutes from then. If whoever was watching didn't see me then, I would have about a minute or two before they checked my room. I finally reached the first branch and climbed into it. The branch I was heading to was 2 steps above it. That branch was long, stopping just before the edge of the top of the fence. Even though the sun wasn't high anymore, sweat was dripping down my face. 3 minutes more. I climbed. And then I reached the branch. It wasn't very thick, but I wasn't very big either. I bounced a bit on it. Not hearing a crack, I started to crawl my way across it, avoiding looking at the ground far below me. 1 minute. Halfway across the branch, I heard a snap. The branch was giving away. Desperate now, I hurried to the end of the branch and got onto the top of the fence. It was a long way down on the other side, and there was no tree to help me. I heard a loud roar from the house. My absence had been discovered. I swung onto the other side of the fence and out of sight from anybody in the house. The slope of the land meant I had a farther climb down than I did up. I was thankful for the fact that it was a stone wall. The wall had been made bumpy to make it harder to navigate, but it was exactly those bumps that helped me. Still clutching the paper, I climbed down as fast as I could, slipping twice. By the time I ground, about 2 or 3 minutes had passed since I heard the roar. They were werewolves who didn't have to climb a wall. They were certainly in the town already. But I was free. I had done it. I just needed to avoid them, and I would be able to get away. There were a few trees where I had landed, and bursting out of the trees led me to a small house. Liz had warned me to avoid that house though. So still using the trees as a cover, I went round the house and into the town. Blending in was important at this point. But that was difficult. I had sweat running down my face and scratches on my legs from the tree. But I tried. I was right. The werewolves had gotten to town. I could hear their loud voices somewhere behind me, as I blended into the crowd of people hurrying into their homes. That's her. The blonde up ahead. My heart stopped and I froze momentarily. Then I started running. My damn hair. I should have covered it. I took a corner and went out of sight of the men, but they were still close behind. Not looking where I was going, I hit somebody. It was an old woman, her grey hair curled on her head. I pushed the paper I had been clutching into her hands, on it, Gray's number. Please tell him the name of this town. My name is Tamara Grace. The woman stared blankly at me as the men came round the corner. I kept staring at her, pleading with my tear-filled eyes as the men reached me. The now familiar chloroform-drenched cloth clamped around my nose as the woman still stared. Run! Run! I tried to communicate to her. But she didn't. As I fell unconscious, I thought. A cloud hadn't caught me. I was hurtling towards earth. And when I hit, it was going to be hard. 43, Gracie. I woke up back in the dungeons. I was in a room though, not a cell like the last time. Another thing that was different was the man sitting on the chair in front of me. It took a few blinks for the blurriness to ease out of my eyes and for them to focus. It was Eric. He looked tired. His hair was rough, his eyes red water-shot with bags under them. His suit jacket was on the back of the chair he was seated on. His eyes were on me as I sat up gently, trying not to aggravate the ache that was building up in my head. You tried to run. His voice was raspy. I wasn't sure if that was a question or a statement, so I just stared at him. Why? I was surprised. He seemed to be genuinely asking why I would want to run away from the place I'd been held captive for the past month. Was he kidding? Eric, you kidnapped me. As in forcefully took me. Why would I stay? He nodded slowly, then almost as if a flip had been switched, his face went back to being impassive and hard. He stood up and grabbed his jacket. Somebody will come and get you in the evening to get ready for the ceremony, he informed me as he walked out of the room, shutting the door behind him. It was morning and my escape plan had failed. Before the end of the day, I'd be mated to a madman. Happy freaking 18th to me. The tears were spilling out of my eyes before I could stop them, the reality of the situation hitting me. This really was it. This was the end. Gray had failed to rescue me, and I had failed to rescue myself. I really hoped that old lady had somehow been able to call Gray. That comforted me a bit. The damning thing they call hope started rearing its deceitful head inside me. It wasn't over. There was still hope. The woman would call Gray. Gray? Personal effects. The woman in front of me asked, and I pulled out my wallet and keys. My phone was somewhere at home. I hadn't seen that thing in weeks. I was led into a room and told someone would be joining me shortly. It was a standard questioning room, 2 chairs, 1 table. I sighed as I sank down onto one of the hard metal chairs. My life was just getting more insane by the day. Now, I was being accused of kidnapping Gracie. That raised a lot of questions for me, mainly who called the police. The door to the room opened and a man walked in. He unbuttoned his off-the-rack suit jacket, hung it on the back of his chair, and rolled up his sleeves before sitting down. He smiled. It was an I never skipped a night of wearing my retainer smile. Even and white. Mr. Brewer. Gray? Grayson. Can I call you Grayson? Just Gray. His smile didn't dim even a little. I'll call you Grayson. I'm Detective Owens. Okay. He opened the file he'd brought with him, and made a show of reading through it even though I could bet he had every line memorized before he even walked into the room. You're in a bit of a sticky situation, Grayson. Kidnapping isn't a small crime. His eyes ran over some more lines, and eyewitness statements from the parents too. Knowing I was being closely watched, I kept my face impassive as I digested this new piece of information. Grace's parents had called the cops and accused me of kidnapping their daughter. Tell you the truth, things don't look too good for you right now. But he raised a finger, still smiling. Things could get better. You could confess to everything, plead guilty, and get a much shorter sentence. I might be a werewolf and might not know much about the legal system of the human world, but I sure as hell knew one thing. I want my lawyer, he sighed. I'm told your friend has contacted your lawyer. But remember, Grayson, you're 18 now. You're a big boy, that means you'll get a big boy sentence. He continued talking, but I tuned him out, staring at the space above his head. My wolf was restless. It had taken everything in me to stop him from taking over when I was being handcuffed. I was of alpha red water. We didn't get restricted, we did the restricting. I was even more restless, being so far away from home. I had to keep reminding myself that if there was news about Gracie, I could be mind-linked. That was the one thing that was keeping me sane. The door of the room opening snapped me out of my reverie. My lawyer walked in, her heels clicking on the cement floor. I don't know who you are, or what the hell you think you're doing, but I want you to get out of my client's face. I'd like to speak with him. I smiled for the first time that day. That was exactly why Natalie was the pack lawyer. She was badass. No hissy pitching needed, sweets. He flashed another smile at her and stood up. I'll leave you two to it. We both watched him leave the room, and Natalie took the seat he'd just vacated. So when am I getting out? I really wanted out. Gray, this is actually quite serious. That my mate left her crazy parents and came to live with me. No. That you took a minor from her home without her parents' consent. Her voice was hard. Minor? Gracie's not a minor. She's going to be 18. Tomorrow, I swallowed. Tomorrow was her birthday. I'd let her down. Gray? She was a minor, as at the time she left her home, and frankly she's still a minor today. For another, she checked the watch on her wrist, 3 hours. I sighed. So what do we do? Well, under normal circumstances, we'd wait until the minute she turns 18, and have her come here, and basically explain that she consented to leaving home, etc. But that isn't possible, so I'm going to have to try some other tactics. I'm going to try my best, but the way it's looking, you might have to spend at least tonight in a cell. I growled, and she immediately bared her neck. I'm sorry, Alpha, but you have to understand that they will not allow bail until they can at least see the girl. Right now, they think you've tied her up somewhere or killed her. My shoulders slumped. She probably was tied up somewhere. But I refused to consider that she might be dead. Okay. She relaxed and stood up. I'll begin the proceedings. And I'll have them send somebody for you. Remember that you aren't allowed to be questioned without your lawyer. And then I was alone again, running over everything that had happened in the space of a month. It was crazy that this was my reality. Mind links were coming to me from different members of the pack, but I ignored them. The only information I cared about was about my mate. An officer came into the room, and I was handcuffed again, and taken to one of the cells. It was empty, and I sighed in relief. I did not want to be stuck all night with some humans. The handcuffs were removed and the door clanged shut behind me. All in the space of a month. 44. Gracie. The same guard that had come to get me on my first day in the dungeon was who came to take me to where I'd be getting ready for my mating ceremony. It was early afternoon when he came and I knew the ceremony would be starting at 10 p.m., which left me wondering why I needed so much time to get ready. By now, I had spent enough time in the house to know it like the back of my hand. So when we got off the elevator, I knew we were headed to the room where I'd gotten ready for the ball. That felt like a lifetime ago. We got to the room and I met the same women as before. Did nothing ever change around here? I knew the routine by now, and without saying a word to the ladies, I headed to the bathroom and sure enough, a bath had been made for me. Leaving the door wide open, I stripped and got in. They could have a show if they wanted one. I stayed there until the hot water became tepid, and then I got out and plodded to the massage table, leaving little foot-shaped puddles of water behind me. I got on the table and laid on my stomach, and I soon felt gentle hands kneading my back. I couldn't lie, it was heavenly. What oil is that? I had smelt it in my bath too. The scent was interesting. It was so sweet-smelling and immensely calming. I practically felt my knots and all the worries in my head melting away. Tout IIBN. The phrase popped into my head out of nowhere and I believed it. Everything will be fine. I fell asleep on the table at some point despite having been literally passed out for hours the night before. The ladies, instead of waking me when they were done with the massage, had instead let me sleep, and were sitting in the corner of the room, watching me. Wow, creepy much guys. I stood up and stretched, feeling more relaxed than I had in a long time. What's next? Hours later, after a lot of primping and fussing, I was being helped into a red dress. It was sleeveless and fitted until my knees, where it spread out into an endless heavy train. I couldn't help but gasp when I looked in the mirror. My hair was piled up with little tendrils framing my face. I looked like something out of a movie, but my eyes were dead. Even I could see that. This wasn't supposed to be my life. A year ago, what I expected to be my life was a nice Christian boy my parents approved of, 2 children, a house with a yard, and just general comfort. Today, I'm getting mated to a psychopath I met a month ago. I was still staring in the mirror when somebody knocked on the door of the room. The door opened and I was shocked to see Scott standing there. The month I'd spent here, I hadn't laid eyes on him, and seeing as he's Eric's right-hand man, and I saw Eric a lot, the only explanation was that he had been avoiding me. And now, here he was in a tuxedo, and a perfectly tied bow tie around his neck. What are you doing here? It's werewolf tradition for the beater to escort the woman to her mate. Except that Eric wasn't my mate. He extended his elbow and I took it, letting him lead me from the room. The ceremony was being held outside, far away from the house, so we had quite a tidy walk ahead of us. Why did you do it? Call me human or naive or both, but I needed closure. It didn't seem I'd get it though, at least not from him, because he pretended I hadn't said a word and stared straight ahead. We got outside and my train began dragging on the ground, making it even harder to move. Why does the ceremony have to be outside? He does answer this time, it's werewolf tradition. Okay, why am I wearing red? Doesn't a bride wear white? His answer is the same, it's werewolf tradition. Is it werewolf tradition to pretend to be friends with someone and then kidnap them? I shot at him. He flinched but otherwise didn't react to what I said. We say nothing after that, walking in silence, and I can't help but feel like a death row inmate being walked to the execution room. We get to where the ceremony is taking place. Little golden lamps light up the small gathering. There are 2 rows of 4 seats each on both sides of the aisle. There are rose petals strewn around and a rose in the breast pocket of Eric's suit. Eric was at the end of the aisle, conversing with an ancient man, who looked as if he might topple over and die at any moment. I would say Eric didn't know I was here since he hadn't glanced at me at all, but I knew I was surrounded by people who were born with a heightened sense of smell. It was a quiet night and the moon was high and full, acting as the main source of light for the event. The seats were filled with people I didn't know, and I wondered if they knew the facts of the situation. If they had willingly come to the mating ceremony of somebody who was unwillingly being mated. I could feel the knots that had disappeared from the massage returning. But the panicky feeling that usually accompanied any thoughts of getting mated to Eric was absent. I had accepted my fate. Suddenly, the conversation between Eric and the ancient man ended and all the people in the gathering looked at the moon and howled except Scott. "It's time," he said instead. I took his elbow again, and we started down the short aisle. I didn't know where to look. I didn't want to look at the man keeping me captive, Eric. I didn't want to look at the man who betrayed me, Scott, and I certainly didn't want to look at any of the guests, none of whom I knew. So, I settled for staring at the ground. Halfway down the aisle, Scott stopped and stiffened, dropping his elbow and grabbing my upper arm instead. Up ahead, Eric shifted into his wolf form and I screamed. Around us, forms started appearing out of the dark. Wolf forms. My heart rate increased as I glanced from one wolf to the other. Could it be? But I couldn't find him anywhere. Scott had, at this point, moved behind me and had his arm around my neck. Then something knocked us forward and then Scott's hold was loosened and I heard a thump behind me. Chaos broke out. The few guests that had been present started running. Meanwhile, Eric's men were running from the house towards us, obviously having been alerted to the trouble. I turned around and Scott was crumpled on the ground, a huge chunk of his neck ripped out. The bile that was rising in my throat was pushed down when I saw who was beside him. My heart burst with joy as I stared into my mate's furry face. Gray? I launched myself at him, wrapping my arms around him and burying my face in his fur. He purred and swiped his slobbery tongue across the side of my face. He was here. He'd come for me. There was a loud roar from behind me and Gray pushed me behind him just in time for me to see Eric bounding towards us in his wolf form. Gray didn't wait for Eric to get to him, but also hurtled towards him and they clashed in the middle in a mass of roars and snarls. Around me, the battle broke out. Gray's men versus Eric's men. Somebody offered me his hand and I looked up. I didn't know his name, but I recognized him from Gray's pack. I have orders from Alpha Gray to get you to safety. I looked back to where Gray and Eric were still fighting. I couldn't just leave him. As if reading my mind, the guy in front of me said, "He'll be fine. Come on." I grabbed the hand he was offering and we both began to run. We have to make a pit stop. I have to get somebody. He was shaking his head even before he stating answering, "That cano." We reached the house. Come on. All the dangerous people are out there fighting. I just need to get somebody. I couldn't leave Liz. She'd helped me so much. I could see him weakening. I'll be fast. Okay, let's go. But we have to hurry. I headed to the kitchen, him behind me. But when we got to the kitchen doors, he went in front of me to make sure the room was clear. But as soon as he stepped into the kitchen, his body dropped. "No, please, looking for someone." 45. Eric stood in front of me in all his without clothes glory covered in red water. I turned around to run. "Your friend Liz, was it?" I stilled. "No. She died so easily," he continued. Tears filled my eyes. "You monster." He frowned, all taunting disappearing from his face. "Don't call me a monster. She tried to help you get away from me. She didn't understand that you were mine. She had to go. I'm not yours." I screamed, my face covered in tears now. "What's your big idea? Force me to mate with you and then keep me captive for the rest of my life?" I am not some property to be owned. I am not yours. He smirked, we'll see about that. And then he wasn't there anymore. Gray came running up behind me at that point, in human form. Gracie, are you okay? Gray? Was all I got out before everything went dark. Gray? I looked down at Gracie's sleeping body in my bed, hardly believing she was real, that this wasn't just another hallucination. She was really in my bed. Not dead. Not kidnapped. Gray, we have to talk. Mason walked into the room. Not now, we don't have a lot of time left. We need to come up with a plan, otherwise you're going to end up in prison for much longer. He was right. After all, I was a fugitive now. I had broken out of jail to rescue my mate. And I had no regrets. Okay, let's go. I reluctantly let go of Gracie's hand that I'd been gripping, and followed him out of the room into my office where Ryan was waiting for me. Gray, what's your plan? Is the first thing out of his mouth. I shrug, I don't have one. You don't have one? He's incredulous. Gray, there are wanted posters for you all over town offering a reward for whoever turns you in, and you don't have a plan. Nobody knows where I live, only pack members do, and none of them would think about turning their alpha in. You don't know that he was right. I didn't know that. While normally, I would have full confidence in my pack members, we had recently discovered we had a traitor in our pack. We needed a plan. Okay, do you guys have any ideas? They exchanged a look. What? Mason sighed, gee. The only way to get yourself out of this is if Tamara Grace could go there and prove that you didn't kidnap her. Okay. So, when Gracie wakes up, I'll explain what happened to her, and we can go to the station. That's the thing. The doctor spoke to us instead, because he was afraid of what your reaction would be. He said there are a lot of drugs in her system, and because of that, as well as all the stress she'd had to go through for the past few weeks, he's not sure when she'll wake up. My brain was behind in comprehension, and it took a few seconds after her stopped talking for me to process what he had said. What? What does that mean? Gracie is in a coma. No, he shook his head, she's just sleeping. But her tiredness is deep-rooted, the literal definition of exhausted to her bones, she just needs rest. Just that when she'll be awake cannot be determined. We are hoping it's sooner than later. Good thing I chose sooner. The voice came from the doorway. We all turned in shock to face her. She smiled, hello, boys. Ryan and Mason rushed to hug her, but I held back, smiling so hard I thought my cheeks might crack. When she was done greeting them, she came to meet me. Now, I hear you are in a lot of trouble. Gracie came to the station with me and cleared my name. I had to pay a small fine for destroying the state's property when I broke out, but apart from that, I was free to go. We met Gracie's parents outside the station, where they once again expressed their displeasure at Gracie and I being together, and warned her that she would regret it. But that was 3 weeks ago. The last 3 weeks and been perfect. Everything was as it should be. Gracie and I had spent every literal minute together. Until this morning when we received a message from Eric. It was quite simple, prepare for war. I will take back what's mine. It wasn't unexpected really, we had been expecting something of the sort. What was surprising, however, was that he was kind enough to warn us. What was even more surprising was when Gracie turned to me after reading the note and said, I want to fight. What? Gray, I know you're going to say no, hell no. Yes, but Gray, I can do it. I'm not going to be sitting down by the sidelines like some damsel in distress while you fight what might be the biggest battle of your life. I ran my hand over my face, hardly believing what I was hearing. Baby, you're Luna. You won't be doing nothing. Children and other members of the pack, who cannot fight, will need somebody watching over them while we fight. Gray, this man took me and held me. Alf, one of my men, walked into the room, but stopped when he was Gracie. I'm sorry. I'll wait. She waited for him to leave the room before continuing. That man took me and held me captive for weeks. Please, I sighed and told my first lie to my mate. I'll think about it, okay? She smiled. That's all I'm asking for. I have a meeting right now. I'll see you later, okay? I kissed her forehead and walked out of the room. Alpha, we are waiting your orders. The man, who had walked in earlier, fell into step with me. Well then, let's get to work. 46, Grey. The wait after the note was anticlimactic. It had been 3 weeks and there had been no attack. We had been training relentlessly, of course. We had men yards outside our borders on all sides ready to alert us. We were prepared. Any day now. 2 days post-war. Tamara Grace, we need you to tell us what you remember, the man repeated, his voice getting firmer, but not raising his tone one bit. I understood he had to be frustrated. I would be too. He had been asking me the same question for a while now. I could hear him. I think I could even understand him. But the link between that and actually forming an answer seemed to be broken. Tamara Grace, it's important. The more time we lose, he was right. Trouble was, I didn't want to remember. I didn't want those memories back in my head. I remember the beginning back to present fire. That was my first thought when I woke up. Except I realized that I hadn't woken up by myself. Grey had shaken me awake and now had a tight grip on my arm and was pulling me out of bed. You need to get to the safe house now. Shit. They are here. They are attacking. Yes, Gracie. We need to go now. He was shoving my feet into shoes and pulling me towards the door. Grey, I want to fight. I told you. He ignored me. I ground my feet into the ground. Grey. I'm not going to the safe house and waiting like a damsel in distress for the fight to be over. I want to fight. I want to help you. He whirled around, his eyes blazing. We do not have time for whatever this shit is, Tamara Grace. A lot of havoc is about to be wreaked. Get to the fucking safe house now. Grey never called me by my full name. Grey never swore at me. Fine. I pushed past him and headed for the safe house, which was miles below the actual house, and needed like a billion passwords to get into. Passwords that were guarded so well that even I didn't know them. I got to the elevator, where some other women and children of the pack were also waiting to get on. Grey entered the password and we all trooped in. The ride was awkward and consisted of me glaring at Grey and him pretending not to notice, staring straight ahead. The doors opened, revealing a well-lighted space with women and children of the pack. Everybody on the elevator got off except me and Grey. Tamara Grace, he said through gritted teeth. Grey? Look, my men are out there fighting. I don't have time for this. I need to go and join them. Go out of the elevator. His voice was hard. Grey, please. I don't think I can just sit here and do nothing while you're involuntarily. Tears sprang to my eyes. I didn't want to even imagine him getting hurt. His expression softened and he sighed and stepped towards me, taking me in his arms. Baby, please. I won't be able to focus if you're out there, and I need to focus. I need to know you're safe down here so that I can protect my pack properly. Please. He was right. I knew he was right. Okay. I nodded. Please be safe, Grey. Please, I don't know what I'd do if he kissed me, cutting me off. I'll be fine. This will all be over before you know it. Okay. I nodded and got off the elevator and watched the doors close, keeping my eyes on Grey until I couldn't see him anymore. I turned around and immediately felt my cheeks go red. I had forgotten there were other people here, who had just witnessed Grey and I's little show. My immediate instinct was to lower my head and avoid eye contact and slink off to a corner to await Grey's return, but then I remembered that I'm Luna. I looked around, meeting everybody's eyes until they all returned to whatever they were doing before. This space had been the final project of the pack in preparation for the war. It was below the pack house basement, which is where the elevator would take you if you didn't have the password, and was everything-proof. They had specifically worked on coating the walls with something that would block even the most powerful werewolf nose from catching even a whiff of us. Then food had been brought down enough to last a few weeks. Gray promised me that was just a precaution. Chairs, a few mattresses, even a TV had also been brought down. We were to be as comfortable as possible while we waited for our brave strong men to come back from war. The thought made me roll my eyes. Some children were gathered in front of the TV now, a cartoon having been put on to distract them. Some women were sobbing quietly, some were having conversations with their friends, and some were just sitting quietly, staring into space. I decided to join the latter, choosing an armchair in the corner and staring into space. 2 days post-war. A white coat dashing past the open kitchen door caught my attention, making me pause my storytelling. The pack doctor. I ran after him. Doctor, doctor. Please talk to me, what's the situation now? Without breaking his stride, he gave me the same reply I'd been hearing from everybody for the past 2 days: we are still working on it, Luna. Please be calm. I grabbed his arm, forcing him to stop. Calm. Calm. How do you expect me to be calm when you people aren't giving me any answers? You've spent the last 2 days holed up in that room. Don't talk to me about being calm. He gently pried my fingers off him. With all due respect, Luna, your hysteria isn't helping anybody. If you would excuse me, we are losing time. My shoulders fell as I watched him walk away, his steps long and hard. I returned to the kitchen where the man was still sitting, his cup of coffee untouched next to him. I took my seat opposite him. He let a minute pass. Would you like to continue? No. But I did. Back to present. There was no clock in that room. And it was done on purpose. I had no idea how long we'd been there, but it felt like days. More realistically, probably just a few hours. I was getting antsy. Most of the children had fallen asleep by now. I envied them. I wish I could just sleep and wake up and Gray would be back, unharmed. Suddenly my heart squeezed. That's the only way I can describe it. It felt as if somebody was holding my heart and squeezing it. Immediately, I knew it had something to do with Gray. I needed to get out of there. I ran to the elevator and pressed the button several times, but nothing happened. Then I noticed the keypad above the buttons. Shit! Luna. What are you doing? One of the women, Annabelle, had gotten up and was now standing behind me. I need to get out of here, Luna, it's not safe for her. Yeah, I blocked her out. I needed to figure out what the password was. It was my mate who said it. I ought to be able to figure it out. When we were getting on earlier, I'd seen him enter the last digits, which were 01. Annabelle was saying something, but I wasn't listening. 01, 01, 01. I slowly typed in 2601 and held my breath. I didn't know what would happen if a wrong code was entered. The pad beeped and the doors slid open. My heart fluttered. He used my birthday. I needed to find Gray. I rushed in, pressing the button for going up. Annabelle was still saying something as the doors slid shut. I needed to find Gray. 47, Gracie. 2 days post-war. You haven't touched your coffee. It'll be cold now. Do you want me to get you a new cup? I asked the man. He placed a hand over the cup. That's quite all right. Please continue the story. Nonsense. I got up and took his cup. It's no bother. I took my time pouring the almost tepid liquid down the drain, and then refilling the cup from the coffee pot. He was still waiting patiently when I placed the cup in front of him. Would you like something to eat? I'm sure I can find some cookies or something. I headed for the cupboards. Miss? His tone was firm but calm. Please, sit down. I got back on my stool opposite him on at the island. Okay, back to present. The elevator door opening was like the portal to another world opening. I stepped out into noise and chaos that seemed to be coming from all around me. Surprisingly, I hadn't needed to enter another password all the way up. Turns out they work to keep people out, not in. I didn't know what direction to head in first. My first priority was finding Gray. It seemed like most of the fighting was still taking place outside, on the packhouse grounds. So, I went outside. It was horrifying. The sky was the light grey of dawn, but there was no sign of a rising sun. Men were snarling and squealing as the ground became greasy with gore. Some, still in their human forms, while the rest had shifted. Quite a few of the fighters seemed to be injured in one way or the other. I couldn't tell who was who in their wolf forms. As a result, I didn't know if the injured fighters were our pack wolves. Gray? I looked around, I couldn't spot his big wolf anywhere. I edged around the fight, going deeper and deeper into the war, my heart beating fast. When I did finally find Gray, I wished I hadn't. Gray? I heard myself screaming. That scream would probably be the one thing I would spend the rest of my life regretting. His entire fur was covered in red water, and he had whole chunks of flesh missing from his body. His left hind leg was twisted horribly, and he looked like he would collapse at any moment. Before him was Eric in wolf form. He was also covered in red water with flesh missing, but his legs seemed to be intact. When I screamed, Gray immediately looked at me, taking his eyes off his opponent. Eric wasn't one to let opportunities pass him by. He immediately leaped and latched his teeth onto Gray's exposed neck. It was a difficult position to free yourself from, even more difficult with a broken leg. Gray kept trying to extricate himself from the death grip, but it seemed that his efforts were only helping Eric latch on better. This couldn't be happening. I was watching my mate getting killed right in front of me. I saw exactly when Gray stopped fighting. I saw exactly when he gave up. I also saw exactly when Eric was knocked off Gray. By me. Eric landed not far away, and I rushed to Gray. Baby, please, please. Please try. Don't die. Please. For me. Please try. I heard a roar from behind me. Eric was back. I turned around to face him, putting myself between him and Gray. It must have been a comical sight, a human girl putting herself between two 14-feet wolves. Eric, please, the beast before me snarled and crouched low. His snout to the ground, his rear raised high. An attacking stance. I took a step forward, putting one hand forward while the other went under my shirt. Eric snarled and jerked his head. Even I knew that meant I should get out of the way. Another step forward. I found what I was looking for under my shirt just in time. Eric leaped, going right over me, for Gray going for the kill. The silver of my dagger glinted in the light briefly before it sunk into the soft underbelly of the wolf. Eric howled as he fell to the ground, landing on top of Gray. I approached them cautiously. Eric rolled off of Gray, but he was still too weak to stand up, the silver coursing through his veins. In a minute or two, he would be dead. Ryan galloped to me, shifting to his human form as he reached me. Tamara Grace, are you okay? He inspected me for injuries. I'm fine. Please. Gray was lying on the ground. His eyes were closed and he wasn't moving. Ryan rushed to his side, he's still breathing but it's weak. We need a doctor immediately. I looked at the battlefield. The fighting had stopped, everybody watching the drama going on. Molten red water covered most of the area with dead bodies, and ripped off body parts littering the ground. It was disgusting. Are you happy now? I screamed, do you know how many people have died today? The field of wolves and men all stared at me. Shadowpack, your leader is dead and we still outnumber you. Surrender now and live or don't, and join him before the sun rises. A few wolves immediately started leaving. It's your choice. Others started reluctantly shifting back to their human forms and retreating. The pack doctor ran up to us, having apparently been mind-linked by Ryan. He knelt by Gray and examined him, his face growing whiter by the second. He's in a very critical situation, Luna. We need to move him. Okay, let's get to work. As the last of the shadow pack dispersed, I locked eyes with a very familiar face. She nodded slightly at me before disappearing into the crowd. 2 days post-war and that's it. They moved Gray into that room. They told me they had to put a stay on him that would prevent him from shifting because him staying in his wolf form is his only chance at surviving this. My voice broke. And even then, he might not. 48. Gracie. Hope is a beautiful concept. It's saved lives, it's dried tears, but it's also been the destroyer of many. They'd finally let me into the room Gray was in and I hadn't left since. He was still in his wolf form. They kept giving him stuff to prevent him from shifting. They said he'd heal faster in this form. So now, in front of me was a giant wolf, unconscious as if he were dead. But he wasn't. I kept my eyes on his rising and falling belly to remind myself of that. And sometimes, his breathing got so shallow that I had to put a finger beneath his giant nose to make sure air was still escaping it. I spoke to him about the most random of things. I told him how I liked my shirt because it was cotton. I told him about my childhood. I told him about Jesus. I told him Bible stories. I told how much I missed him, how much I wished he would come back. I cleaned him every day right before the doctors came and changed his bandages. I gently ran a wet cloth over his thick, long fur. I washed in between his toes and between the pads of his feet. I washed his face and inside his ears. I did everything to distract myself, even for a few seconds, from the fact that my mate was dying. And then one day, while I was cleaning him and talking about how I was thinking of getting a haircut, he started jerking. They were small tremors at first until they got wilder, his legs kicking the air. "Doctor!" I screamed out the door and Dr. Johnson came running into the room with his team that had been treating Gray. "What's happening? Somebody please tell me what's happening." They ignored me. "He's trying to shift," Dr. Johnson said to his team, already injecting some fluids into Gray. "What? Isn't it too soon?" There was a lot of activity around Gray, and I was being jostled around. "It is? This shift could kill him." My heart dropped to my stomach. I felt my face go white. "Somebody get her out of here," the doctor ordered, and one of the younger doctors approached me and began gently guiding me to the door. "I'm not going anywhere, miss. I am your Luna," and I said I'm not leaving. "Get back to saving my mate." He immediately stepped back, baring his neck seemingly involuntarily, something I'd seen them do to Gray. I stayed in a corner of the room, out of their way while they worked. "He's shifting, we can't stop it," Dr. Johnson suddenly announced. "Step back everyone." Him and all members of his team stopped what they were doing and stepped back from Gray. The shift was quick and soon the boy I was so familiar with replaced the wolf I didn't know so well. Gray looked even worse in human form. He had black bruises decorating his body. He had also lost quite a bit of weight. "All right, back to work everybody." The team moved forward again and started fiddling with Gray. Injecting some things, changing his bandages, twisting him this way and that while I waited with bated breath. After what seemed like forever, they finally stopped. "Doctor? I was afraid to ask." Luckily he answered my unasked question. "He survived, Luna." My lungs filled with air. "Thank God. We just have to keep a close watch on him. If he survives the night, I can assure you that he'll be okay." I couldn't stop myself from throwing my arms around him. "Thank you, Doctor." "Thank you." You're welcome, Luna." I released him, realizing how uncomfortable I was making him. When they left, I sat down beside Gray, Mason and Ryan on either side of me. Please be okay. Gray? I want to go back, I whimpered for the millionth time. I'd decided that the man blocking the gate was either deaf or didn't understand English. I didn't know how long I'd been in this place for, but I knew it had been too long. Last thing I remember was lying on that field watching my mate trying to defend me from Eric. Then I had passed out and woken up here. Where was here? I didn't know. It was a large field covered in green grass, stretching as far as the eye can see. There are no mountains and the land is even and all you can see is green grass. I had woken up quite a distance from here. The man and the gate were just dots in the horizon. The only dots. So I'd dragged myself to them. It took what felt like days. But then it seemed like time didn't exist here. The sky never changed from the cloudless light blue it was. Night never came, there wasn't ever a sun. When I finally got to them, I was on the verge of collapsing. The man didn't acknowledge my presence in any way. But somehow I knew him and the gate were my way out of here. I begged him for hours. Then for the first time, I noticed I wasn't human. I was in my wolf form. How I hadn't noticed since, I didn't know. But I had 4 legs and was covered in fur. That was the problem. He couldn't understand a wolf. I needed to shift. I started trying to, but it seemed like something was knocking me back right when I was on the verge of actually changing form. It was frustrating. I tried and tried until it tired me out and I fell asleep. I woke up with renewed energy. And I put all of it towards shifting. The thing tried knocking me back again, but I fought it. And then it was done. I was human. I got to my feet and faced the man again. You have to let me out this time, he looked at me. Looked at me, not through me like he'd been doing all this while. But he didn't move. I need to go back. My mate is there, she's waiting for me. My mother, my pack, my friends. I need to go back. There's too much I have to do, to say. I was panicking. My chest seemed to be closing, my eyes were watering. Please. He stared at me for a while and then nodded once. Gracie. He's awake. 49. Gracie. Miracles. Not a lot of people believe in them. Most people try to come up with some sort of logical explanation for why something happened. There's always a reason, they say. But, believe it or not, sometimes there isn't a reason. Sometimes, things just happen. He's awake, Mason says, rushing forward. Sure enough, my mate's eyes were fluttering open. He would hate that I used fluttering. But point is, he blinked a few times and then his eyes were open and I found myself staring into my favorite pair of grey eyes. Eyes that I thought I'd never get to see again. Miracle. After Gray woke up, things moved fast. He immediately wanted to get back to leading his pack, but the doctors wanted him to rest a bit more. I was on their side because, even with how biased I am bound to be, Gray looked horrible. After a few days though, his wounds were almost completely healed and the doctors had no choice but to clear him for light work. The first thing on his agenda was to sort pack matters out in the aftermath of the war. Mortalities were counted and amounted to 43 people. These were bodies that they could find, some they couldn't. Lisa had died. I didn't think this would affect me seeing as I barely knew her, and despised even the little I knew, but she was still a human being. She was one of the first people they killed when they attacked, before people were moved to the bunker. Okay, that's sorted, Gray was saying, all that's left is the traitor. Traitor? Echoed Ryan. Yeah, remember those notes? The threats that were delivered right to our doorstep. And the invaders that just so happened to know their way around my land. The others nodded while I struggled to keep up. Yeah, well, we've been too busy trying to sort out this war business. We are finally done, so it's time to find out who decided their pack and Alpha were worth betraying. Mason got up, but the notes were scentless. What's your plan? There are other methods, Gray smiled. I've got people working on it, we'll know by tonight. Gray? I dropped my smile as Ryan and Mason left the room. I already knew who the traitor was. I was just giving them a chance to come forward themselves. I turned to Gracie. Baby, I need you to stay by my side for the rest of the day, okay? Did you have any plans? Not particularly, she frowned. What's up? Nothing really. Things are just coming to an end. By evening, I had my pack members gathered, ready to reveal who the traitor was. To reveal who was losing their life immediately. The air was thick with anticipation. Wolves really didn't like traitors. One of the men I'd put on the case entered the room and handed me a folded sheet of paper that would have the results of the little test I'd done on it. You see, the letters we got didn't have any fingerprints on them and were completely scentless. That obviously stumped us. We are werewolves, we rely heavily on our sense of smell. I addressed the room, so I went a little simpler. I authorized them to get a sample of everybody's handwriting and compare it to the handwriting on the notes. It was a bit of a stretch seeing as our pack traitor might not necessarily have been the one to write the notes. They might have just been the messenger. Thankfully, however, we have our answer now. I looked at Gracie beside me, whose eyes were on me as were everybody else's. I unfolded the paper quickly, even I was tired of all the suspense. Everybody out, Alpha. Somebody said. Out? I couldn't believe what I was seeing on the paper. The people dutifully trooped out of the room, and as the last person left, I turned to the remaining 3 people in the room, my mate, my beater, and my third in command. One of whose name was written on the sheet of paper I held in my hand. Why? That was the only question I had. He immediately made a run for the exits, and the guards I had stationed there captured him and dragged him back to me. What? Gray? Ryan looked just as confused as I felt. I looked back at the man the guards were still holding in front of me. Mason. Why would you do this? I screamed at him. Mason and I had been friends since before we could talk, before even Ryan. We had grown up together as best friends, brothers even. Ryan and Mason were the brothers my actual Redwater brother hadn't been. That's why this was so puzzling. Tell me it's a lie, Mason. Tell me it's just a coincidence that your handwriting is a perfect match with the one on the threat notes. Tell me that now, when you tried to run from the room, it was for another reason other than the fact that you'd been found out. Tell me. I'm sorry, he whispered, and my heart shattered. Mason, I didn't think it was fair. I didn't think it was fair for you to get to be Alpha and to get her. He glanced quickly at Gracie. After what happened to Anna. The ringing in my ears was loud. Anna. Anna was Mason's mate. He had found her very early and they were in love. Unfortunately, somebody else had his eyes on her. Harry was a new student and had developed an unhealthy obsession with Anna. He stalked her and took pictures of her without her consent, etc., etc. Then one day, while Anna and I were hanging out, he kidnapped her. Before we were able to find him, he had killed her. Mason, in his rage, killed Harry, but he was destroyed. He had lost his other half. He went on, she was with you, you could have saved her life if you'd kept a better eye on her. But I lose my mate, and then you find yours and are going ahead to lead the perfect life. Mason. It's not fucking fair. He screamed, his face wet with tears now. Anna didn't deserve that. You're right, Mace, Ryan spoke, Anna didn't deserve that. But neither did Tamara Grace. The punishment for treason was death. Unnegotiable, unchanging. But I couldn't do that to Mason. He had caused a lot of damage, but he did it from a place of hurt, of anger. He had stood by me through the toughest times. He was my brother. But I couldn't let this slide either. Mason, I'm sorry for what happened to Anna, I really am. You're right, she didn't deserve that. And you're probably right, that if I hadn't left her alone for the minute I did, she'd be alive right now. But you have to realize that unlike you, I didn't cause harm to your mate on purpose. I took a deep breath, steadying myself for my next words. I'm sorry but, I Grayson Brewer, interim alpha of the Red Water Moon Pack no. Hereby banish you, Mason. I strip you of your position as my third in command, you are officially no longer a member of this pack, and I name you a rogue. Mason was taken out by the guards. He didn't struggle. He looked back and nodded once at me before they led him out the doors. My eyes had watered. This wasn't how things were supposed to turn out. But things were getting back to normal, a new normal. Epilogue. Gracie. All things must come to an end at some point. Don't get me wrong, this isn't the end of my story. Just the end of the beginning. It's June and we're graduating. Somehow, Gray had managed to get us some extra credit classes and assignments to make up for all the time we'd missed, and somehow, we were graduating. Neither or us was valedictorian, of course not. I watched the girl who'd been awarded that honor, some girl I remember very vaguely from chemistry class, climb the stage and give her speech. Something about new beginnings. And it was. It was a very new beginning for me, starting a life as the female leader of a werewolf pack. The thought still amused me. Then they started calling out names to come up and receive their diploma. It was alphabetical, so Gray went before me. I clapped and hooted for him as loudly as I could, but it was still drowned out by the deafening noise his werewolf friends made. As he got his diploma, he found my eyes in the crowd and shot me a wink. I shivered, he still caused butterflies in my tummy after all this time. Then they called my name. I climbed the stage, smiling as Gray's cheers resounded in the small auditorium. I collected my diploma and paused for the customary picture, and that's when I saw them. My parents. In the very back of the auditorium. They hadn't changed one bit. Quite a bit of time had passed and so much had happened in that time since I last saw them, that I expected them to have undergone some drastic change. But they hadn't. They looked exactly the same. My mother warily blew a kiss at me, and even from across the room, I could see the pride in her eyes. I grinned at the camera. And then it was over. As quickly as it had begun, we were now high school graduates and we were outside, throwing our caps in the air like they did in movies. Laughing, because for the first time in a while, everything was fantastic. I threw my arms around my parents when I met them after. I could tell they were surprised. Despite everything, I had missed them. They were my parents. Tamara Grace, my baby. We're sorry, so sorry, my mother pulled back and looked into my eyes, her eyes shining with things unsaid. But I understood. I nodded, my eyes watering, pulling her back into the hug. I told them about my college acceptances. I'd gotten 3, which was amazing what with my constant school changes. It had been hard, but I'd finally picked one, and I was going to major in art. I noticed my father frown a bit at that. Some things are hard to change. My mum told me about their new town. How things were basically the same as our previous towns, but so different without me there. She said they think this is going to be their last move. I'm happy for them. Later that evening, Gray and I lie at our spot, staring at the sky. We talked about how different things were. How many people weren't around anymore. I didn't tell him about how the familiar face I'd seen at the end of the war was Kira. And I never did find out what the story behind their mutual hatred was. So much had changed, but I didn't regret anything. The future looked brighter too. I felt stronger, and not as alone as I did before. I had Gray and I had a pack. Me? I have a pack. I, the daughter of Michael and Esther Finley, born into Christianity, raised to believe werewolves, witches, vampires were things of the underworld, things of the devil, things I should raise my Bible to battle. I'm the Luna of the Red Water Moon Pack. Mate to Alpha Grey Brewer. It's hilarious. And exciting. I can't wait. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.